Alright then. Here we go with some more Night of Lodis. I took a look over everybody's stuff, reminding myself where we were at. Nothing has changed from last time, so I won't be going back over all of it at the moment. As you can see, there's a new model in play. He is, as yet, not perfect. Like, he needs a little bit more tuning as far as the rigging goes. But I was impatient, so I wanted to make his presence known. I think I did a little bit better with the eyes this time, but he doesn't tilt quite the way I want him to yet. He's not quite there yet. It's kind of funny how the two biggest rigs I've made both have different quirks. Like, I feel like I've managed to avoid repeating the mistakes for the most part, but I have not managed to solve them, if that makes sense. Something to note, aside from the hiccups right off the start, is there is a report that there's going to be a thunderstorm in the next, like, hour or so over here. So, if the stream suddenly cuts off, it is probably because I either lost internet or lost power. And for those that are concerned about the sound of thunder, I apologize in advance. That's about all I can offer you on that one, is an apology, because I can't exactly reach up and make the storm not be there, as much as sometimes I may wish I could. We will be sticking with the team as is for the moment. I have not committed to bringing either of these two aboard yet, since I want to see how being a Swordmaster works out for me, but I do still have every intention of making us into a Warlock to begin with. Alos was meant to be the Swordmaster of the team after a while, but he's just not there yet. Floros might end up just staying Valkyrie for the rest of the game. But let's boogie on over to Vespa. See how this moped works out. Sorry, kid, but I can't let you through here. What? You from Ranunculus, or were you hired by Richter? Makes little difference. Soon you'll all be dinner for my beasts, which I've raised with tender care. You certainly have a lot of them. You sure have a lot of beasts. Level 15 as well, huh? And he's level 17. Okay, I am level 15 at least. So what's so special about you? You've got a fancy whip and that's about it. Your agility is really high. Okay, and of course these are all beasts, so they're not really gonna have much going on with them, other than their special abilities. They all have leveled enough that they have their special move. Their first one, at least. Okay. And they are all going to be big, heaping piles of HP. So that's going to take a bit to get through. Okay. So for one, I want to move up a bit. Because there's no reason for me to be holding back in terms of positioning. I know I was debating whether to take Sierra off the team in favor of having a second caster of some kind. And I know I was talking about getting Ivana off the team as well, since she wasn't really productive. But I don't think any of these are properly equipped, really. Azura has the stuff he had when we took him, I think, but that's about it. Cynthia, I don't think has anything on her. I think for this fight, we'll keep Ivana, and then we'll give that some actual thought. Because with this much health against us, we're gonna need the healing. Hey, hurry up. If you take too long, we'll attack first. Tee-hee. Bold of you to assume I don't want you to attack first. Because if some of your beasts get too eager and rush off ahead, they will be easy pickings. And with the amount arrayed against us here, I feel like that might be a better call, is to let some of them break off and come to us. Okay, so Pelting Fury is just a single shot, as opposed to the Shuriken Barrage, that's a bunch of them. That makes sense. With what we're going to be up against here, go ahead and eat a Magic Leaf so you have the MP quickly. Is basically my plan at the moment is going to be to form everybody up over here, and we'll pelt whatever we can reach while they make their approach. I think they'll be able to reach with this one straight away. If their gaze has multiple tiles of range, they'll be able to do something, but otherwise, no. Okay, that's actually perfect then. Because that should also keep us out of the reach of... Yeah, that'll keep us out of the reach of the Surbai. So, we're actually in a good position with where I chose to step. And I didn't even think it through that much. Like, I'd love to say that... aha, behold my brilliant tactics, but no, that was kind of an accident that we ended up just so perfectly out of range. If you can hear that, that's the storm I mentioned. Apparently, it waited until I talked about it. I'm not sure how to feel about that, but, well, it's there. Which, you know, of course, the moment it's finally not like 30 or 40 degrees out, it storms, which is probably going to knock it right back down to the 40s and 50s instead of the 60s it was today. It's a good thing I don't mind the cold. Yeah, we'll array like this, I think. Keep her on the edge so that she can shoot around everybody without risking popping somebody in the back of the head by accident. And we have room to move everybody around to encircle whatever comes at us. Because I get the distinct feeling we're going to want to drop some of these quickly so that they don't all get to use their specials. That's just a gut feeling on that one, but that sounds right in my head. Now, can you reach me? You can't. Oh, right! They don't start with SP any more than we start with MP, so they can't do their specials for a little bit. I just was talking about that and didn't even consider that when I was talking about range a moment ago. Good job, Brain. Way to go. Proud of you. So proud. Okay, so we got a few options here. We're probably going to take the Cockatrice down first, just because it's in the perfect position for 4 people to just jump it immediately and rip it apart. It is going to expose somebody's back to multiple of them. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's a shame. That complicates matters. This is also a defeat the leader fight, isn't it? So with him moving himself there, we could just rip him a new one right now and end this fight straight away. That's loud. Well then. Remember when I said that there's a chance that I might lose power? Yeah. I'm not worried. Everything in this house is surge protected and everything. I am a little close to a window, which makes me mildly uncomfortable, but it'll be fine. This did lose the back attack on that, but what I can do now is have Gunther come in and hit both as well after Nikita throws a spell in. Because I don't want to have Nikita having to pick who she friendly fires. How much will Firestorm do to you? 20, 26, 22, 26, 22, 33. Yeah, Crag Crush as usual is the way. This is why I purposely gave her the MP to cast straight away, because I knew there was gonna be 2 targets somewhere she could hit. I was kind of hoping to get a spot where there'd be 3, but the AI is not quite that stupid, usually. I say, having thought of some of the positioning the AI's done in the past. Ow. That's upsetting, but that's okay. These 2 have enough to heal. Alos also could heal need be. Given the change in everybody's positioning, you go ahead and hop up here to shoot before I move somebody into position. I really have to consider my option here. Do I just wipe Surgat out straight away? And then we just move on from this fight entirely? Because he put himself in an excessively vulnerable position here. And while we'll probably get some decent experience out of this fight, it is going to be a slog. So I think we just take Surgat down. Save ourselves some time. This does mean, like I said, we're not going to get all of the possible experience out of this, but I feel like that's okay. Like, I feel like I would be very remiss in not punishing this stupid mistake the AI made here. And that's the end of that. What a boring life. There we go. Fight ended in like 2 turns. How much of a bonus do I get for doing it that quickly? Nothing, huh? We need to move quickly. The forest ahead is deep. Don't fall behind. Straight into Naya Forest. This is where all the spooky shit is. Is someone there? Spooky little girl. Militia? Away! Have you considered that that's a trap? I'll give you a hint. It's probably a trap. Before we pursue into Naya, though, let's go to Belize. Because I believe this is optional over here, since this has the pin in it. This shouldn't go anywhere. But if we... Because remember, we were told that there was somebody potentially useful over here. Because we were told about 2 locations. The busted up village that was down here, and then an eccentric caster of some kind that was up here. So, let's go check that lead out before we go running off after Richter. Okay, no fight there. Excellent. I don't think you gained enough out of that level up, did you? Sure didn't. Yeah, strength 95, agility 111. So he has enough strength now, he just needs a bit more agility. So maybe I actually turn him back into a ninja for another level or 2 then. Because as a swordmaster, I'm kind of sturdy enough. Oh yeah, and the fact that I could look at the requirements on these, by the way, like this, is why I wasn't worried about having a page open explaining all of the requirements to me. Is sure, this requires us having first found the class, but it's more effective for me to have the information ahead of time. And yeah, I will go ahead and put Alos back as a ninja temporarily, is he should reach the amount of agility he needs in like a level as a ninja, as opposed to it probably being like 2 or 3 levels as a knight. He can hold Thunder Flare for now. Why do I have a spare Thunder Flare? Oh, it was for you probably, wasn't it? Your int is higher, so you know what? No, give me that. No spell for you. We're not in a spot to buy more spells without potentially triggering another fight. Because I could go to Urodela, but then when I walk back to Ardea, we might end up... then again, ending up with a random encounter isn't a bad thing since we kind of skipped through that last fight. So let's pop over to Urodela for a second. And do a little bit more vending. Because I can also get rid of some more things that we're carrying that we don't need. Like, we really only need the 1 extra tower shield. We have the Beast Whip now. I'm gonna keep the Kaguri B for the moment until we find something that's guaranteed to be better. Oh yeah, we do have the Armlet of Agility, actually. Hang on. I might be able to do some shenanigans here. Because the thing is, the Armlet of Agility will put him up to 109. So he just needs 2 agility. And how many stones of agility do I have? I have 2 stones of swiftness, the perfect amount. Okay, bear with me while I do a bit of cheese here. Was there anybody else that really needed a stat boost of any kind, especially? Not that I can think of offhand. So we'll just have Floros stand over here. I might give her some items just to make her a little better. Is the entire point of this is to have Alos uses these stones of swiftness to get himself the agility he's gonna need. So it's gonna be like 2 turns of training just to get him up to the agility he needs to then wear the armlet and be able to become a sword master. Because I think he has everything else he needs. Unless he's missing Book of Initiation, which will make this entire endeavor pointless, but we'll find out. Jesus, that was loud. Yeah, that picked up on the mic pretty well, so I apologize for that. There may be a few times where I'm gonna get drowned out speaking by the lightning. And I know it's actually the thunder that makes the noise, but doesn't matter. Yeah, understand that it's not actually as close as it may sound as well. It's just very loud here. That's just a thing. Okay, so that's the agility Alos needed, in theory. So we'll go ahead and end training. Because that's the entire point to the whole idea with the items, in my opinion, is just throwing them on just to finish somebody's upgrade. Oh yeah, this gives a bit of agility too. This is the only thing that doesn't. So we'll replace this for a second. He is now at exactly what he needs, and he can make it. Excellent. So Alos is now our sword master. And he's got his ice chain back. You'll notice he's now under the requirement to be a sword master, but he's allowed to stay as one because he is one. It's a bit of a shenanigan, but this is how we do things. So there we go. He is now something more useful to me than when he was a knight, without compromising what I wanted him to do as much as making him just another ninja. I don't have any spells available to give him, I don't think, at the moment. Oh wait, yeah, I do. Because I had grabbed this initially intending to use it myself, and then I went for Molten Blade for myself. So now we have Haste and Molten Blade both available. Perfect. We're doing pretty good on getting to higher classes at this point. And I know I was thinking about replacing Ivana with somebody. The thing is, he can use support magic, just like the other two can. So there's not a ton of use to having a warlock at the second, just because we don't have all the spare spells to really capitalize on that. It is pouring now. And it actually looks really spooky up that hill right now, but it's fine. There's no need to focus on that. Because the other option is bringing Yufair onto the team. And it's probably my best choice to put her on the team, because her intelligence is so goddamn high. Like, I don't really have a pile of things laying around to properly outfit her. At the moment is going to be the only issue. So right now, her defense is tragic. Let's see if we have the money to fix that. Because we have 2,000, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to buy everything. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is a spell robe's kind of pricey. I want to keep the Beast Whip at the moment, and I don't really want to get rid of the Chainmail. I haven't been using these because our casters are kind of already getting to where they need to be, so that's kind of fine. We've really not been using the healing leaves too much compared to the fact that we have multiple healers. But we now won't have multiple healers, is the thing. Because not only do we not have Alos healing anymore, but if we're taking Ivana off the team, we won't have her healing either. So we'll be relying on a singular healer instead of a main healer and off healers. So that could get complicated. We'll see how it plays out. But 157 intelligence is kind of hard to argue with. She'll be rocking her standard salamander. I might be able to give somebody else fluid magic to power her a little better. The only problem is I'm gonna have to scroll to the bottom of the list every time in order to do anything with that information. Can you use fluid magic? You cannot. I think only these two or the warlock could use fluid magic, which means we're just not using it right now, and that's fine. That's the one big problem with our cleric right now, actually, is that her MP pool is small. She has the Heavenly Spirit to become a priest, but I guess she's missing a requirement otherwise? Otherwise, she'd have priest in here somewhere. Which I forgot to pull the class list back up, so give me 1 second to do that. Like, I could pull up the emblem list and everything too, but the class guide's more the issue at the moment. Yeah, the MP is actually the shortfall for her right now. She's non-chaotic, so she's good on that. To my knowledge, she hasn't killed 10 people. She has... Ooh, she's actually 4 short on the intelligence too, but we can put an item in place to fix that. And she just needs 22 MP. Okay, so that's not a problem. Actually, maybe it is a problem, because she's already decked out for items that make her smarter. Yeah, I forgot her intelligence actually wasn't that great compared to Carmen. If I'm already cycling people out, maybe I should cycle Mary out in favor of Carmen, then. Is like, the Exorcist thing doesn't matter much. Book of Initiation only matters for a Swordmaster. And the Heavenly Spirit thing's actually easy to get. And Carmen is, of course, significantly closer to the requirements needed to be a priest, while also being statistically superior. It's not great to be just ditching characters, but that's kind of the point. What the hell is happening here? Okay. Because with all the items on, they reach an intelligence of 136 instead of capping out at 92. So, really hard to argue with that statistic superiority there. The thing is, there is a very big gulf in terms of agility there. Mary would be harder to kill, while Carmen will be more powerful in terms of magic. That's going to be the one downside to this switch, and I think that was the reason I originally kept Mary after having converted a ninja in order to become our healer. Is like, unarmored, her physical protection is as high as Carmen's is when she's fully geared. So that could be an issue. But I'll give this a shot for a fight and see how it goes. If it goes poorly, we can fix it. And the reason why I'm doing the switch now is because they're at the same level right now. So I don't have to do any level grinding to fix that swap. Go ahead and sort by level. His number, honestly, is no longer relevant. Yeah, that'll put us mostly in a correct order. And then I can sort from there a little bit. Okay, Carmen needs to come up here to where he is. And You fair, go here. There we go. I'm happy enough with that order. Since Ufair is currently going to be on the team, this way all 8 of the people I'm using are actually at the top. Eleanor's probably going to just sit there and gather dust unless the plot requires her to show up. Much like Shivan's been. Yes, reassign character numbers to current order. Excellent. I didn't realize it would auto-fix the numbers for me this way. That doesn't make my head twitch. That's perfect. Okay. So we'll try that for the upcoming fight.
Encounter.
Not the upcoming fight I meant, but sure. Tiny! You're just in time for me having finished sorting everybody. Yeah, I told you it was showing up. I wasn't kidding. The rigging, like I said, as well, is not perfect. He's got a little bit of jank to him at the moment. But he mostly works. So he's certainly good enough for a game like this where I'm not moving a lot. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. Appreciate it. And do note, there is going to be occasional loud bits of thunder coming through. Because there's a storm above. Tiny, please. Of course. Okay, so there's nothing really I want to poach off of their team that badly. I'm glad. As you know, I was a bit worried. Actually, over 100 agility and over 100 intelligence might be worthy of poaching. The eyes I'm happy with. The eyes are better than the other rig, I think. I feel like I hit them a little bit better. But I also spent more time rigging those, so that's probably why. So I feel like that's the main thing for making this expressive is the eyes moving. Just like the other one, I still need to figure out how to make the head not look as flat when it's turning. But that's all part of the process. Wow, I just realized Alos moves farther than I do now. Something's wrong with that idea. I'll be impressed if he hits this. Yeah, that's about what I expected. I don't know why their cleric is all the way up here at the front on that note. Just realized. It's like, oh yeah, healer first. That's a great idea. Oh, they're dead. What a shame. You can get away with moving up there. You'll be okay. Let's see. And I've also learned a couple things about tuning the parameters in VTube Studio as well, which is helping the eyes a bit. Because I realized I kind of went a little overboard on some of the settings on the other one, so I'll be adjusting those accordingly for the next time he comes out as well. I don't think I turned the redeem back on. I think that's still off. Yes, you do. Good for you. You got a double hit, and now you... Oh, now you actually blocked. Good for you. Well, you know, nothing good happened with that idea. I got stabbed by my friend and my enemy. This worked out very poorly. Well, even with getting double teamed there, we're actually still in pretty good health, so I think we're fine. Definitely time to punish their shenanigans, though. Let's see. You chase that fairy down, though. We can't let that keep running off. Otherwise, they'll just keep poking away at us and being annoying. Why I thought you'd be able to hit that fairy is beyond me. Let's see. Well, you need to move first at the very least, because if you don't, she's gonna counterattack and stab both of us, and that'll be upsetting. Kind of like when you stabbed me in the back, counterattacking her. Let's just not repeat that, shall we? Good, good. Now their back's exposed, so we can get rid of them. Unfortunately, there's nobody nearby, so I can't get the thing for her to become Siren still. That's fine. We'll get there. All in due time. "20% chance to hit, huh? I am not wasting a turn on a 20%. No. I'll go for 30s, but 20 is too low. That's just not happening. There's zero value in even attempting that, unless there was nothing else to do. I was waiting for that to end up being guarded, and it just becomes a complete waste in general. The joys of having no MP at the start. And I could do something about that, but this fight's not a big enough priority for me to bother. I mean, that's how it goes. You always gotta choose what you want to do. And then have it fail anyway, like that. I feel like we've all been there. Like, aha, I did a thing! And never mind. So that thunderstorm might be gone already, as it turns out. I just took a look outside and it's bright out again. It went dark as hell for like a half hour, boomed enough that I thought my window was gonna shake out of its frame, and now it's back to doing nothing again, as usual. Look, I didn't choose to fail. The universe chose that one for me. Yeah, I figured we were gonna guard that. Ow. Oh, this fight's going well. Of course, if y'all could hit the broadside of a barn today, this fight would have been over already. You are a nightmare. You do have a stupid amount of agility, though, so this kind of checks out. That's not gonna be worth anything either. This'll work though. You know what you can't block? Magic. Pain in my ass. I'll show you what for. But yeah, it's both the fact that they have a ton of agility and they're a higher level than us. So they can dodge, like, everything. Upsettingly enough, they're still alive. I don't appreciate that. Oh yeah, you can't energy transfer yourself. That's why you didn't do it when you were an enemy. Okay. I thought they were just being stupid, not boosting their MP that way. So what we'll do is we'll boost their MP then, so that they can keep casting turn by turn. Which I could have done that to begin with, since it costs health to do. But I was holding off because there wasn't a reason to rush it. Okay, so I've got 131, got 210. They're fine. Go ahead and just patch that for the moment, because they're in range of a soldier at the moment. Yeah, that's one of those permanent subscriptions there, Reaper. You're stuck with that now. Good luck with that. Enjoy your magazine until the end of time. I mean, you're probably right on that one. Ordinarily, I'd say probably not, but all things considered, you're probably right this time. That's right, run around and heal yourself and give me free experience. This is fine. We're listening. I don't think you made a monster hunter. I feel like that one hunts different things. You're dead, Gunther's asleep, everything is tragic right now. Okay, cut it out with the fairy shit here. No healing. Bad. Oh, well, you barely healed them at all. And you didn't wait till after their turn went, so they didn't get double turns. You know what? I'm fine with this. You carry on. To be fair, you created this monster. We merely took it and ran with it, as we do. You know what? You're, like, guaranteed to join the team. Just about. Are you any good? Because you've been a real pain. You have, like, nothing going for you aside from an asinine amount of agility. No. I've executively decided you are not allowed to join the team. It's the purple, isn't it? I know you too well at this point, Tiny. Yeah, this is why you don't poke them with the sword first, Alos. You just hit them. Damn it, Alos. Some goddamn sword master he is. Hasn't managed to hit a damn thing with that sword ever since he became a sword master. He's resting on his laurels and became useless. There we go. Problem solved. And honestly, Nikita needed the levels anyway. That little jump is always funny to me, whenever they're at the wrong height for hitting something. Oh. Huh. They have 18 health. This is gonna do 112. I feel like the other attack wasn't necessary. I mean, it depends on the sword, really, and if he's not poking them very hard, all it's gonna do is very greatly inconvenience them. Yeah, that is definitely more effective healing. Okay. And that 0 was because they weren't missing any health, I think. Oh wait, no, they've got the Necklace of Resistance, so I think they block healing too. Which is fine. They're an archer, they're not meant to need healing. If they need healing, something's gone horribly wrong. Meanwhile, the harassment tactic over here worked out because none of them got involved beyond chasing Gunther around. Tiny, please. You're just on a roll today, aren't you? You know, go ahead and give Carmen magic too, why not? You could throw the chocolate too, but I feel like you want to keep that. Even if you share violently? I wouldn't be surprised if that exists somewhere. Like, I feel like that's something that has to exist. I don't know which I'm more confused by. The fact that they managed to miss that shot, or the fact that they didn't hit Gunther on the way across. Fair, fair. Maybe. I kind of haven't done anything with the shop in a while because I'm in the middle of thinking through whether I want to move off of that shop to a different one. So I hadn't committed putting anything new there yet. Okay, that's a movement increase. So we actually want to put that on... Honestly, he should have cast it on himself. Yeah, I figured. As soon as this design existed, that you were going to need it. Look at their sprite move faster. Wow. I'm glad I gave them increased movement, because without that they would have gone absolutely nowhere because of the fact they're in the water. But still, yikes, that was not much of an increase. You know, just drop a rock that's bigger than the fairy. Barely does any damage. Oh yeah, I don't walk on water anymore either. Alos only walks on water because he has special boots for that. Let's see. You know what, Gunther, here. Set your spear on fire. Have fun. Power up. Ooh, wow, that is a pretty big power up. Wham! Just nearly obliterate that fairy in one go. That's what I do, to be fair. Rise from your grave. I kind of want to have somebody go get that treasure that's sitting over there, but I also can't be bothered to turn anybody around for it right now. It'll probably be the archer who turns around since she can run on water. And she probably has the greatest distance. Yeah. There we go. Lightning bow that does actual damage instead of lightning bow that may as not, will not exist. Yeah, actually. I didn't consider that when I made it, but it really does have Altered Beast energy. I was gonna say, I don't know if that's really a downside there, Reaper. Because I couldn't be bothered because most of the treasure has just not been worth it. Welcome in, Ash. If you're looking for efficiency, you've come to the wrong place. Either for me or the AI, because they really make some choices. Can you reach it? You can't, and I don't care enough. Because I could haste them to fix the thing, but it really just doesn't matter. All it's gonna be is another one of those, like, 1 point in stat increase consumables, most likely. Relatively recently, yeah, because that was, what, like, September from last year? I think it was September. Might have been October. Toward the end of last year. It did drop from the powerful ninja, but all the gear she had was things I already have plenty of. And they would only drop either one of those items or something they were carrying, neither of which really lead to anything I care about. And if I'm desperate for money, I can always just farm for a while. Honestly, completing Altered Beast, as fun as the game is, I don't know if I'd ever recommend completing it. Just because that final bit's kind of stupid. But, you know, that's also the style of the time. Oh, my weird fire lizards. Miss every attack, as you always do. There we go. That still did decent. Not as much as I would have hoped, but that's not a shock. This heal is going to be unnecessary, but it'll be free experience. I still need to sit down and actually see if I want to deal with the Game Boy Advance version, since it is a slightly different game. But it was getting kind of annoying, so I don't know if that one will ever get finished. Same with the PS2 one. The PS2 one's not great. So that might get left behind. Yeah, you may as well go next to them. It's just a cleric anyway. They're not gonna be able to counter you worth a damn anyway. Okay, so all that's left is this witch, and she's going to steal the money bag from that enemy. Which is going to probably be nothing that I care about anyway. But I am now annoyed because they took it first. I also want to test something, actually, so this will work out. Okay, that was a Crown of Intellect. No real loss there. They need it more than I do. It was good enough for its time, but I feel like it doesn't hold up is the thing. Because I played it after playing the other two, and it's got a lot of problems. And that's coming from somebody that spends a lot of time playing PS2 games. Even for being on the PS2, it just kind of doesn't hold up. Probably won't hit, but for fun, do it anyway. Yep, that's the reaction I was expecting. Just drag all the experience I can out of this since we're here. Oh yeah. The original holds up significantly better. As long as you can handle the way games of that time were made, you will have a great time with the original. $102 heal on that one. God damn. Yeah, definitely made the right choice switching healers. Though Heal Plus also just heals for a lot more to begin with. Because what else would be the point to having a Heal Plus? Yeah, I do have a witch as well, but witches in this game just aren't that useful is the problem. Because they mostly just do, like, status ailment magic and such. And most of the time it just doesn't land, no matter how good your stats are, so it's just kind of sad. As demonstrated there. Just clearing notifications while I waited for my turn to come up. Yeah, you know, that checks out. You're not level 15 yet. You're gonna be perpetually behind because I don't want you killing people so you can get the priest thing. So yeah, Alos is gonna be the one doing the kill, but go ahead and cast another heal just so you keep getting credit toward Heavenly Spirit. It's always upsetting that the enemy team has a better color scheme than mine does. Why can't I be the red team? I mean, it's a very light purple, but it's there, yeah. There we go, level 15 for Alos as well now. Yep, that's what I thought. When the fight ends, it picks up all the bags anyway, so it doesn't matter if I pick up the bags. That was the thing I could not remember. Right, I need to sit there and actually use my magic to kill things. That's the thing I keep forgetting to do to become a warlock. Right. Right. His killing with magic is for other people, but I need to do it for that. No. Their bodies might be in bags somewhere, but those are not the bags we brought with us. Yeah, that would not be better for you at all. The spear will do just fine. Yeah, you don't have Heavenly Spirit still, so... You also need, like, 9 more MP max to get to Priest anyway. Though I do have a bunch of Sorcerer Cups laying around that can fix that if we get the Heavenly Spirit thing before they reach that level, so that's fine. So yeah, let's quickly save, and then we'll go on to the next plot fight. Well, the side plot over here, and then the actual plot afterwards.
Fight it out.
You came all this way to find me, huh? I must correct this mistake myself. I'll put an end to your suffering. Oh yeah, I think this is the one that helped put Eufair's mother's spirit into her body. Right, that was a whole plot line that was happening. Eric's gonna be chewing pavement here in a moment. What are you, Eric? You are a summoner. Okay, that checks out. You have Summon Golem and Fenrir. You've also got the thing that allows you to be a summoner, I think. Oh no, that's Pen and Sword. That's the thing to become a warlock. Yeah, unfortunately, I want to say Summoner is a class you can't actually get conventionally. You have to recruit people that are capable of it. He does have a bunch of nice things, though, so hopefully I get his things. That's all stuff I have already. I wouldn't mind stealing the actual pointy hat that's over there. That would be useful. None of that matters. Okay, so I might try to recruit one of these witches just to guarantee getting a pointy hat to give to one of our actual useful people. And then we just send them to the wind. Stealing some of this magic wouldn't be warp shoes, you say? Okay, Tanya has a target on her back right now because I want those shoes. Because as you might imagine, warp shoes allow characters to teleport. They are very useful. So, priority target, getting Tanya on the team, only to steal all of her things and then throw her off a cliff. But, you know, that's fine. We don't need to tell her that part. That's the quiet part. You don't say that part out loud. I'm sorry, but there's no other way. You fair, prepare to die. Alright then. So, since Tanya can teleport, she will most likely hurl herself down here rapidly. The thing is, the other ninjas are going to get down here quickly as well, almost certainly. So if I hold back a moment, I can take the ninjas. The Valkyries won't be too far behind, though, but they are also fine. They won't be a huge issue. So I'm actually just going to hold off for a turn, more or less. Aside from having you fair not be at the front. You go ahead and hand off MP to Nikita. I'd have her give herself enough MP to cast Salamander, but we established last round that I can't do that. So you... no, Gunther, you go ahead and stay there. Floros has more health and more armor, so she'll stand in the front. Actually, no. Smarter thing. Everybody that's standing in the front, move up one tile. The reasoning for this is so the Valkyries can't hit the back rankers by hitting the front rank. I don't have to take my time on this at all, really, but I'm going to, just because I don't know how dangerous that Summon Golem spell is. And I'd rather not have half this team get obliterated spontaneously by a giant piece of stone. Okay, that is good enough for this turn. I could move the other two, but there's no point, since I'm planning on hanging out down here. Oh, you're gonna be annoying. Okay. I kind of expected that, but I wanted to see what they were gonna do. The good news is if the other two run down and get obliterated, I can just walk up and go get the one I want anyway. So this kind of works in my favor either way. It just means Tanya's less likely to just get instantly counter-killed, so I'm kind of fine with that. Oh yeah, you get more bow range with height, right? Well, aren't you a nuisance? Like, none of this is a threat. It's just gonna be annoying. That's fine. Stab the one person who can't counter you, but you also do no damage to. Congratulations. And the best part is, this isn't even after I've grinded or anything. I am at the level I naturally reached. Yep, here we go again with this. The annoyance of fighting ninjas. Constant guarding. There we go. Now, I've got a specific purpose in mind right now. These two that I'm working on here. And that specific purpose is, if I can get these two low enough, Nikita can then kill them with magic and get the Philosopher's Stone to become a Siren, which is her upgrade. That was the other reason why I kind of wanted to bait some enemies down. I would Thunder her arrow, but all that's going to do is hit one of our own people, probably, with this positioning. So I'm just going to hold that. You're high enough up, you should be able to shoot over them without it being a huge ordeal. Or between. Between works too. I'm just hedging bets as many ways as I can on things like that right now. You go ahead and hop up there. You're not going to be able to attack, but that's what Pelting Fury is for. The problem is I'm not going to be able to lower them enough this turn, and then they're going to move. Because Ufair just doesn't have the MP to do anything yet. I should have used magic leaves, but I didn't want to burn them here because it really just doesn't seem worth it. I also should have healed Ufair, realistically. But that's good old hindsight kicking in there, really. Yeah, just healing leaf then instead, just to make sure you don't get killed. Because there's a reality in which those two go around the people that blocked them in. Is at the very least, Sylphie here could jump up and over and get to Ufair to be a problem. And knowing this game, it could or could not do it. The game will flip a coin, basically, to decide whether it's going to or not. Because the AI is not that committed compared to other games of this type. No, they fully healed, but she spent some health giving Nikita MP and then they got shot with an arrow. And their defense is terrible. Haven't you had enough? You know that this is not where you belong, don't you? You have no right to say that. Yeah, see, that ninja up there is the one that shot Ufair. They're probably gonna do it again. Yep. There it goes! Cross map arrow! Thump. That's fine, you can jab me and be annoying. Ah, okay, they're doing the same strategy that the Ufair fight did, where they have other units giving magic to the summoner. Yeah, I figured as much. The game puts a big emphasis on summon magic as if it's really powerful, and it's decent, but in my experience, unless you really go in on it, it's not actually that crazy. Okay, good, they're still positioning perfectly to both die to magic. I just need to weaken them further. Like, this is one of the emblems that's kind of annoying to engineer into working out, unless you have a very powerful caster, which we currently don't. Oh, here comes Fenrir. Let's see how well this does compared to Salamander. You're only hitting me, which is just upsetting. 19, 19, 19. Well, at least yours is consistently hitting, I'll give you that. Well, that stung a little. See, the big thing with summon magic is it hits a large area. The problem is it then splits all of its attacks between all of those people in that area. Single target like that, it actually does a good bit of work. But even then, it's not enough to do anything unless you weaken your target ahead of time. Okay, you're already down to 84. You're at 100. That'll put you in kill range of magic. So we don't need to mess with you anymore. Before I have him move over there and do that, is that'll put him in range of the spell, which isn't great. You might land this hit. Nice. Okay. Nice guard, nice guard. Okay, I just need to weaken Bella slightly. So we'll have the archer come over and make that happen. I'm using a ninja as my archer because the ninja moves around a lot better than the actual archer class does. And there really isn't much benefit to being an actual archer in this game, so just hand somebody who uses a bow well a bow and you're good to go. And this should be a double kill to get the Philosopher's Stone emblem. His magic can miss, but against those targets it shouldn't. There we go. That should be the only thing she was missing for becoming a siren. Otherwise, it'll be a matter of getting a bit more MP or a bit more intelligence, which won't be a huge issue. And then her magic should become significantly stronger. Now to get to work on weakening this one enough to get them recruited before we worry about taking out the boss. Actually, yeah, go ahead and stand over here, because they have decent magic protection. And having some people mixed in that have decent magic protection will basically mean a bunch of shots off the summon get wasted. Because you can't control where the shots from the summon go, it just basically picks somebody that's in range of the cast. So grouping up is actually debatably stronger than standing with everybody split up when you're fighting a summoner. Okay, I'm the one who hasn't moved. They had decent things, but I don't think any of that's worth rushing to grab before an enemy does. Because that's the main reason to grab a bag, is so that the enemies don't pick them up and deprive you of getting them. Okay, the only concern is if she gets countered now, she might die, which will be an inconvenience. Okay, you're gonna try to make it so he doesn't move. That's upsetting, but not really a huge issue. Oh, it's only moved down. It's not even stopped moving, so that's fine. I really don't know if there was a reason for you to do that there, game, but sure, go ahead and lower your health. That's a great idea. Actually, no, fluid magic drains magic to give magic to somebody else. Whereas energy transfers health into magic. Yeah, and they have magic as well on the Valkyries, so we'll go ahead and throw that. Thankfully, their intelligence is only high enough to make it an AoE. It's not high enough to do a lot with it. So the only threat remains the caster himself. Eufair is not doing great, but as long as she doesn't actually die, we'll be okay. And we still have an Altar of Resurrection as well to fix that need be. And the only problem with using Altars of Resurrection is they're expensive. You can buy them, so it's not like the end of the world, but it would become very inconvenient. Okay, 4 targets. It should split decently, but since it's random, it could still hit the same person like 7 times and be upsetting. Okay, that actually split pretty well. Nobody dies. Very good. Yeah, Ufair actually got kinda close to dying, which is not what I want, but it's fine. I gotta be careful not to kill Elric too quickly, because if I kill him, the fight ends. And I actually have things I want here, so... I don't want to rush through this one. That might be good enough with the persuasion bonus to put you in range of being recruited. We'll take a look. $77. Hey, join our side or we'll stab you again. How does that sound to you? Hey, you understood the assignment. Very good. Great compelling argument, isn't it? Join us or be stabbed again. Actually, hang on. You still don't have enough MP to cast your summon. So what we'll do is we'll move you over here. Throw a Crag Crush in to hit all three of them. His magic has a scary range in this game. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how far you can cast spells. But it's balanced by the fact that you don't start with MP available to you. You have to wait a turn or two. No. I don't want you to stand still. I want you to come up here. Yeah, there should be okay. You're at full health, so worst case if any of them go after you, you'll be fine. Keep working one of those witches down. Or hit Elric anyway, sure, that's fine. I knew that was a iffy shot whether they were gonna get past them or not. I forgot it's basically treated as a crossbow with the one they've got, so it ends up shooting straight forward. Okay, now what I want you to do, since your movement is hampered to hell, is give you fair more magic. And then Ufair moves up and throws Salamander up there. It's gonna have similar results to what they were doing with Fenrir, but it'll still be damage on the board for us. And we'll see what it happens to land on. Good. That's the one I want. Yes, yes. Good, good. Yes. Now, the thing with summons is they get more attacks, from what I recall, based on how high the caster's intelligence is. And since she's got pretty good intelligence, she throws a lot of fire out of that salamander. And since they're pretty committed to killing her, we're gonna keep healing her. Is then she'll just keep soaking everything they try to do. Okay, so everybody's back in fighting shape. Everybody over there is done already. Flaros is the only one who hasn't. You go ahead and go over here. So you're not in great salamandering or fenriring or goleming range, and throw magic over there. Deal with that later. Yeah, Floros has decent intelligence, and I want to say magic on Valkyries isn't bad. And now they're just gonna do a little healing circle over there, huh? Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and burn your turns healing and giving me more time. I would rather they do that than they obliterate Tanya after she betrayed them, because that's gonna make things complicated. They really don't want Alos getting up there. They've just decided he's not allowed to play anymore. Okay, they're making the right choice by shooting my healer now. If they follow that up correctly, that could be a problem. I'm still so confused by the fact that this Valkyrie is just committed to casting magic rather than coming down and fighting. Like, it's safer for them to do that because they stay among the team up there, but they do significantly less damage. Now, she's gonna go first, and the scary thing with this is she could get herself killed by a counter. But thankfully, she picked her targets well, so it's fine. It does mean we have a timetable unless I heal her. Because I don't think I get her stuff if she dies after being recruited, since she wouldn't technically be on the team yet. Which is a problem. So we'll buff Flaros since I can't really reach to do anything too crazy myself. And she can go on a tear with that spear through them. Couldn't quite line up to hit 2, though. I wanted her to stand here and double down on the witches, but it's not quite gonna work out the way I want. She's still gonna one-shot this one. I would go for that bag, but then I'd have a archer in melee range, which I don't really like. It still works, I think, but it's not really what I want. So we'll just hope that they don't pick that bag up. Because the entire reason to killing all of these witches first is in the hopes that we get one of their hats. If I leave that one alive, I might be able to just poach them next turn, but again, we have the they might die issue. Okay, hang on. You fair, go grab that bag. You don't have enough MP to cast another salamander, and that's fine. You have more than enough MP to keep making a mess, which is the other reason why I don't want somebody standing here, but I actually... I might have swindled myself, actually. Is now I can't stand where you fair is, and I think that's the spot I needed to be to cast right there. Well, that's a shame. And I don't want a friendly fire, because magic in this game does do friendly fire damage. And in the position Flaros is in, that would probably lead to her death. So, let's not do that. Where can you get to? Because you can fly, but you only have so much movement. Okay. Go ahead and go up there. Is the reason for that is he can throw a thunder arrow down into the mix here. And kill this. There we go. That reduces the odds of a surprise death for Tanya. Tanya's still in danger at the moment because of the AI being brilliant. And there's nothing else I can really do about that, so that's just gonna have to be what it'll be. Go ahead and heal those two, because you should only catch an arrow at this point. If they hard commit to killing the healer, we have an Altar of Resurrection, and if it comes down to a choice between reviving my healer and reviving Tanya, it'll be the healer. Is anybody that's dead at the end of a map stays dead, so I can ill afford to have somebody get knocked out entirely. Despite the fact that Carmen is replaceable by virtue of the fact that we literally have a second healer that's close to the same capabilities, just this one's closer to being a priest. Actually, now go ahead and haste yourself to counteract the constraint they keep casting on you. That should balance out enough, hopefully. Run on that hamster wheel. Let's see how this plays out. Okay, you're casting constraint on somebody that has to move one tile to attack. Good job. That's clearly the best choice you could have made in this situation. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they did anything other than that. Good block, good block. And he doesn't have the MP to do what he needs to do. Hey, Xeno. You're just in time to watch the AI make horrible, stupid decisions in my favor. Speaking of horrible, stupid decisions. Well, so much for managing to recruit the witch as well, huh? I'm not surprised that that happened, but I am still so resoundingly disappointed. But how are you feeling today, Xeno? Speaking of being resoundingly disappointed, at that range you managed to miss, huh? Like, I get that you're shooting at a fast target, but To be fair, some of that might also just be the model stuttering a little because the camera is having a bit of a time. I noticed it was having a little bit of trouble. Yeah, as you can see, the design I showed you is in motion now. It still needs a bit of cleanup, as usual, but it's mostly there. Go ahead and throw a Molten Blade. No, I Molten Bladed you already. You're the one I didn't Molten Blade. I'm using this as a way to get experience for the main character without poaching people's kills. Hey, pointy hat. There we go. Everything worked out in the end. Now, I don't know if summons do friendly fire. They sure do, because it's counting Gunther as a target. Okay. So if we cast it elsewhere... Okay. Fair enough. Alright, Xeno. I'm glad you popped in despite your internet. And the VOD will, of course, be there tomorrow. This is how you make a summon attack actually useful, though. Single target, just dump piles of magic damage in that one target. And they get obliterated. Now, admittedly, Nikita has no target right now, because if she tries to blast Elric with magic, she's going to nuke all of her friends. And that's not really the biggest issue, but I'm just not gonna do that right now. There's a time and place for that. Now is not that time. I don't know if Xeno is still here because Xeno was having some internet issues. I don't know if she left yet or not. But I am looking forward to playing more Enshrouded with her tomorrow. So everyone listening can be excited about that. Yep, there we go. He got enough MP to cast that again, huh? It's splitting among 4 targets. It should be okay. I think everybody here has over 100 health left. Yep, there we go. Awkward. Hopefully you don't actually get in trouble for this. I mean, this is true. You are trouble. There's no question on that statement. I feel like we all knew that one already. then again, I suppose in the end, what are they gonna do? Report you to yourself? This is also true. I'm the cause of your suffering. If you want to kill me, I have no right to complain. Trident, Spell Robe, Stone of Swiftness. Hey, we got the Fenrir Scroll. Welcome to the team, Tanya, until I steal your shoes, and then goodbye. Tell me, are you still upset with me? What are you talking about, Father? Father? Fair, is that you? But what happened to... She's gone now. This night saved me. Colette will be safe now. So, Father, are you still working on your experiment? You mean the spell of spiritual transference? I gave up on that. It's futile to keep the souls of the dead in this world. Tell me, why? Why did you call Mother's soul back? Her heart remained empty. She was neither dead nor alive. Can you imagine what that must be like? She was dead, and that was the only truth. You should not have violated nature's law. Join us, Father. Life goes on. There's still many things to do. Young man, will you allow me to accompany you? Sure, why not? Yes, please join us, but I think the two of you should talk first. I couldn't face the fact that she was gone. I didn't want to admit it. I needed her to be alive, no matter how she looked. Because of you, Father, I now understand Mother's pain. Now I realize the horror of being undead. There are many things I must share with people, things I learned from her. I want you to know that Mother loved you. Well, yeah, sharing a body with a spirit probably teaches you everything that they were thinking to a degree. So, we now have Elric the Summoner. We already have Fair, who as a shaman can summon, so I'm probably just gonna take what he has. Oh. Summon Golem is a specific thing to him. Okay, that's fine. Give me the rest of your things, though. You can't have these. You've been a menace to society. You can't have any of these things. Speaking of Tanya, you also can't have these things. These are my things now. Goodbye. Anyway... Now that we got these nice new shoes from somewhere, who do I want to give them to? Probably you, because you don't really need the dragon eyes or anything. You're not relying on intelligence. This will allow you to position better to get double hits in. So there we go. We've got a teleporting Valkyrie now. Did anybody gain a new class? Nope. And Siren is available, so she does meet the stat requirements. Time to see a new sprite. Da-na-na-na. You really look like you're just going out to a party rather than the battlefield, but you know what? You do you. Your magic will be stronger, and I'll just be happy enough with that. Oh, Tiny. Oh, yeah, and it auto-equipped the pointy hat exactly like I wanted to. I don't know if I really want you to have the pumpkin, though, because that doesn't make your intelligence higher. The Dragon Eyes actually makes your intelligence higher than the amulet does, so take that. Which means actually you're probably as best off as you're gonna get to. Unless I want to give you an amulet instead of the bandana. But it's only 2 higher intelligence and it makes you more vulnerable, so I don't know if I like that idea. I could give you Fenrir as well, but it doesn't match your element. So it's probably never going to actually be that worthwhile to you. Admittedly, she's also the only one that's currently on the team that's going to be able to cast it. So that's a thing. But I don't really need to worry about that right now. This is a town, though, so is there anything new I can buy here? I know I have no money, but we'll figure that out in a minute. I don't think there's going to be anything new to buy. Yeah, it's all the same things as far as that goes. Yeah, I would have been very surprised if they let me, like, buy summons here or something. That would have been ridiculous. Oh yeah, we can also give somebody the ice wand to raise their intelligence. And it took away the fire wand from the one that just became a siren, so maybe sirens can't use them? I'll actually need to check that. We also got another ice chain I can give to somebody who's wearing regular chainmail. Yeah, there's nothing here I want to sell. Wait, no, I forgot something. I forgot to check. What can I hire here? Just out of curiosity, cockatrice. Okay. Don't want those. I have no need of such things. Now then. I need to fix the fact that I didn't notice that the game gave her a trident, because the game is silly that way. Take the ice wand. Now you have 140 intelligence. Your magic will do a lot more. And now I can give you the fire wand, maybe? Or do I want to... do I want to give you the fire wand? Is technically giving the attack casters the higher intelligence is more important. But I'm just not even entirely convinced I'm keeping you fair on the team. Because as you saw in that last fight, she didn't get to use her magic that much. Because it's so expensive. You kind of have to feed her a bunch of flowers or have somebody dedicated to giving her MP to really get her to keep using her magic all the time. Because, you know, that's the downside to expensive magic, is never being able to use it. I don't think there was anything else we really gained out of that. So actually, why are you wearing the robe of the wise? That is actually better than the ice chain, apparently. Which is kind of wild. It's got the same defensive properties as chainmail. I mean, you know what? Sure. Okay. Who am I to question? You may as well take the other ice chain, because it'll raise your magic protection a little bit. Because he's already wearing the thunder chain, so those two have ice. You're wearing the other robe of the wise. You got a spell robe. Yep, everybody's kitted out pretty well now. So we can actually get away with selling the extra chain mails and things. Is the dynamic we have going of who's wearing armor and who's wearing robes really isn't going to change much at this point. So there's no point in hanging on to those for people switching. Off to Naya. Hey, we didn't get into any fights on the way. Good. It's been a long time, Drac. I guess Commander Lasanti was right. Grievous, you're with Richter. Tell me, has he gone to meet with the Lord of Renaculus? Yes, that's right. The commander said that you'd come after him for sure. What's he planning? Has he been in communication with Renaculus all this time? How am I supposed to know? Listen, Drac, you're my enemy now. I don't have time for idle chat. Prepare to die. With your old lady army, okay. can only bring 8, right? Yep. Okay. Don't underestimate me. I'm no longer the woman you once knew. I see you promoted to a siren. Good for you. I have one too. So, let's see. Do any of you have anything crazy? You're wearing plate mail and you have an earth shield, so I kind of want those things. You've just got an earth wand and a spell robe. I wouldn't mind getting the earth wand. You've got things I've already had. You've got the gnome spell. I don't really know what that is. You've also got a crazy, like, ice heart thing. I'm assuming that's a fan, probably. We'll look at that in a second. Ah, you have summon magic. Summons gnome, spirit of the earth. Can sirens do summons? I should have checked, actually. Because I might have been able to give Fenrir instead of the ice spell. One-handed weapon, virtue, charm effect, protection from charm. Yep, it's a fan. Okay. Really good cloak. She's, of course, got armlets on. Okay. Just another pointy hat, which we do have more people I could give pointy hats to. Water garb. 5 in. Good resistances. Wouldn't mind stealing that. A claymore. I'm down for getting a hold of that. Yeah. It's only a 48 power sword, though. But it's looking like I might want to try to recruit at least one of the knights for the armor that they're wearing. Other than that, none of these are like crazy priority to steal away from their team. They do have a good amount of magic on their team, so I do have to just get in there, because if I don't, they will get time to charge their magic and it'll be a problem. And you might think that that would have been a problem with the last fight too, but I was just not that scared of the magic they had compared to the opportunity of snagging the theoretically quick-moving melee fighters they had. They just didn't actually follow through using their speed, so it didn't work the way I thought it was going to. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna more or less use Eufair as a mana battery for Nikita for the time being. His one energy transfer basically means Nikita never needs to think about MP ever again. Because she only ever uses 12 a turn, and I think she gets 10 back a turn, so she's really only losing 2. Which is a non-issue, all things considered. And in the interest of getting Eufair kickstarted, we'll go ahead and give her a mana flower right out the gate as well. Because it also keeps Carmen getting experience. There we go, much needed level for them. Because again, since we're in that situation of them being dedicated to healing and never killing until she becomes a priest, that's really her only way to get good amounts of experience. Okay. So the knights are coming down together with the cleric, it looks like. The rest are hanging back a bit. We might actually have a brilliant opportunity to try to poach the knights. We won't go full charge forward. We'll just half step forward. And that should actually be enough to put them in a good position without them being able to unload on us yet. Is with them only getting 10 MP a turn, just like us, it shouldn't be too big an issue. They'll probably throw some status spells down in my direction, and that's not really an issue most of the time. Somewhere around here, there's also buried treasure. If I still had the map up for it, I would actually go looking for it, but I don't have the map open, and I'm not gonna make everybody wait while I go looking for it right now. Is while the buried treasure is really strong, usually, it's just not worth going crazy over. Because we haven't been that threatened in this game. I'm pretty sure you're just gonna hit the tree if you try to make this shot, but go for it for shits and giggles. It's not like we got anything else to do. Yep, just hit the tree. If they would just arc their shot with those weapons too, it'd be fine, but it is what it is. Also, I looked at their spells and I already forgot what they were. I know the witch has Ray of Paralysis. I remember that. Which that could be upsetting if that actually lands. Yep, of course you're gonna power your leader up so that she can cast Gnome. That makes sense. Yep, see, they're gonna get within my attack range without being able to attack first. And what we can do is we can pepper both of them with magic. Since they're knights, they won't actually have much resistance to magic usually. So we'll be able to get some good amounts of their health cut off straight away. So since at least one of them had an earth shield, they might actually have some magic protection. And here comes the first gnome casting. 3 targets, all people with decent health, so it won't be a problem. What we'll do is at the start of my turn, I'll probably just heal all that damage off and it won't matter. Or she just won't hit anything at all. Yeah, the only one she didn't miss is the one wearing the necklace of magic protection that she can't hurt. 10 out of 10, least effective casting of gnome ever. I love that necklace. I'm so glad I managed to grab somebody that had that. That's right, we're too buff. We cannot be harmed by your petty magics. We are simply too buff for your magic. Okay, so here is a plan. Actually, no, you can move further forward and still cast haste. Because the thing is, she's not going to be able to reach to hit those knights with magic from where she is. So if we give her more movement, she might be able to reach. Because I forgot she lost some movement when she became a siren because of the equipment changing. There we go. That'll get her there, which I think is far enough to reach. Yep, perfect. Still not doing tons of damage with her magic. Like, I think that's the first time we've seen a summon spell do straight 0 damage. Do you guys actually have... Yeah, you have 75 magic resistance. You're actually not terrible. And that explains why that didn't run riot on you the way I expected it to, but that's okay. Yeah, this isn't gonna do a ton of damage, but it hits both, so it's worth it still. Perfect. We might actually be lucky right now, in the literal sense, considering the way these attacks are playing out right now. You can't reach anything still, so that's fine. You just hang out. You were going to have multiple people to heal, and then nothing happened, so you just kind of have a great time sitting there doing nothing. You can probably get away with harassing her so that she doesn't do anything too crazy. Yeah, just don't go nuts with hitting her, because she's gonna just die. Because I want to try to get that plate mail before we finish this fight. Ideally, I want the one with the Earth Shield, I think, which is this one. But I also wouldn't say no to getting the Claymore either. So it really doesn't matter which one I manage to sway to my side. Oh yeah, and I can't actually become a... I can't become a Warlock from my current position, I don't think. Because I don't think Pelting Fury counts as killing with magic, since it's an SP skill. I'm not sure how that counts for Pen and Sword now that I think about it. I just realized I might have put myself in an unwinnable position there. There's Firestorm coming out. Once again, they keep picking the targets in a silly way. Still giving the other casters more MP, not throwing paralysis around. I'm fine with that. I'm impressed that they didn't hit Floros standing right next to them there. Because if I tried that shot with a friend in front of me, the friend would be shot in the back of the head immediately with the way this game is. I gotta love how their healer scuttles to the back of the arena and doesn't even heal anybody. You have one job, healer, and you're not doing it. Why are you like this? Here comes Gnome again. Let's see if they actually hit it all this time. Miss. There we go. I just had to make fun of them enough. Now they're actually landing hits. Not that it really accomplished anything still, but you know, they did better that time. Okay, so you're the one with the Claymore, and you're actually in a decent position health-wise to potentially be converted, so let's get you sorted out. I really should probably give Alos one of the katanas, because I think there is a special move that Swordmasters can do. But I might not have it yet. And there's no good place to put Salamander without blasting friendlies, so you just hang out. There's similarly not an ideal place to put her attack spell either, but I can at least hit something. I'm purposely saving my healer's turn to heal the knight after she swaps sides, so that we don't have the same concerns we had with Tanya in the last fight. 36 should be good enough for me to get them to sway. Or not. Wow. Really committed to your team, huh? You know, I respect that. I respect that, but I also need you to not do that. Here's a little more convincing for you. Now will you see reason and join me so that I can take your sword? I mean, have you be on the team? Hey, 32% success. I don't think I've failed a persuade since the beginning of the game. I think I've landed every persuade we've tried since the beginning. Like, we failed one or two at the very beginning when I was first showing it off, and then we've landed every single one afterwards. There we go. 101 health should be enough to keep them from getting into too much mischief. And yeah, we chased her back enough that we should be okay to have him come back and help bring the rest of these into line. Or actually, there's an opportunity here. That opportunity is you stab that one again, and you get a 2-for-1 special. That only does 36, though, and it risks her doing something stupid like attacking him and getting countered and killed before I can potentially get the other knight. So instead, ruin her day. Because we need those casters gone, ideally. So actually, you... Hang on, how much damage would you do if you moved over here and stabbed as well? 43... Yeah, sure, that'll discourage them from continuing to throw attack spells our way, potentially. They'll probably run back and try to heal. Oh, look at them being smart enough not to throw heal plus in a way that heals me. That's fine. They're kind of still playing into my hands here. Yeah. The thing is, they're giving me exactly what I want so far. They're keeping set on dealing with those two for the most part. While I can walk away with all the loot over here. Sounds good, Tiny. This is why I don't use those single target spells. Most of the time, they seem to just have horrifically bad accuracy for some reason. Like, the only reason that our healer has lightning bow is because that's the only attack holy spell we have. And we're not dealing with undead enough to bother keeping faith on there. Otherwise, I'd just keep that. 0, 19, miss, 19, 19. There we go. Goddamn, hit Alos a lot. Good thing I healed him when I healed the knight, huh? Otherwise, he might have been in a dire spot at this point. Now, just don't accidentally kill anybody, yeah? Okay, good, you're gonna heal yourself. That's perfect. You do that and stay out of trouble. That's perfect. That's the benefit to taking knights off their team, is knights come with heal most of the time. This one doesn't have it, but most knights have heal like this one does. And their AI is usually coded to try to self-preserve a bit. I say a bit because there's been many a time where they do really boneheaded things like these knights did, where they ran into the middle of my party. Presumably counting on their casters to support them sufficiently, which was really not a good plan. Ooh, there is a really nice opportunity right there. Ripe for the picking. You are out of range to take advantage of that. I've also made a mistake by attacking myself there, because now I won't be able to use my higher recruitment chance this turn on this knight. But we're also probably not getting her in range this turn, so it's okay. Just realized hindsight is 20/20 on that one a little bit. So rather than knocking them further down, work that one over a little bit. Just block that fist with your sword. That does put Alos in an awkward position for getting healed, though. Another bit of hindsight kicking in on that one. He is out of healing range now. Oops. He should be okay as long as he doesn't really get dogpiled on. I say knowing full well that I've probably jinxed him into an early grave by saying that, but it'll be okay. And I can throw a salamander right here and hit these three. It shouldn't do enough damage to be a major ordeal for the summoner. The siren, rather. But it'll be good experience for you, Fair. Because remember, the idea is not to kill the leader yet. Until we can milk this fight for all it's worth. And then we kill the leader. That actually was hitting mostly what I wanted. That's perfect. This is now both of these are in relatively easy kill range. And I could go after the healer, but there's really not much point. The healer is not going to keep them alive. We can outpace their healing rather easily. And the witch is a non-issue because all she's doing is providing a mana battery for the leader, who has yet to be enough of a threat for me to care, if I'm gonna be blunt here. Ooh, wow. Oh, nice, the ice wand. Probably one of the most expensive things that enemy was carrying, so that is perfect. You know what, for the fuck of it, throw a heal plus over here, because you can't really heal things that are that important at the moment without healing an enemy. Because, like, I could have thrown a heal plus next to myself, but I'm pretty confident I have enough health to be okay at the moment. This is when I make a critical miscalculation and just spontaneously die. But, you know, that's what makes it funny sometimes. The haha funny, I made a stupid. Yep, that's fine. Go ahead and firestorm those two. The healer will resist it and the knight is expendable. That witch really accomplished basically nothing this entire fight. It's kind of great. Okay. I was wondering if they were rotating around me just to shoot me in the face, and I was gonna be very confused. Yep, that's where I figured that gnome was going. Which is why I wasn't that worried about Alos being injured. Because it made more sense for them to start casting at my back rank, because too many of my units are mixed in with theirs now. Because even the AI doesn't friendly fire that often. In fact, I don't think I've seen the AI friendly fire at all, now that I think about it. I think they've actually been pretty smart about that, usually. Look at you actually healing my characters instead of healing yourself. You're already doing better than the Ivana AI did back in the beginning of the game. Proud of you. Before we do anything else, it's time to throw some more magic. Because this is a great opportunity to throw a spell to hit that knight. And then we'll have Alos hit the knight from behind, and we should have the best odds we're gonna get of getting the knight to join us. If she doesn't join, she's gonna die. I'm not gonna give her multiple chances. Because this fight has progressed on long enough that I can't really afford to give multiple chances without putting us in a really dodgy position. So 12 health is the best you're gonna get. Just for shits and giggles, yeah, 0%. 33, let's go. Join us or die. Hey, another 33% success. Look at me go. Anybody else carrying anything particularly good? I seem to recall the rest of them didn't have anything notable particularly. The wands were nice, and the water garb would be nice to have. But I think now we just go for the kill. Because if we just go for the kill right now, we end up cleaning out everything, and we can then get away with getting both the knights without risking anything bad happening to anybody. Just keep firing, just keep firing, haha. Okay, that actually did a really good amount of damage to both of them. I'm very pleased. Like, I'm obviously gonna drain what extra experience I can out of this fight before I finish it off. But I'm not gonna make this fight last more than this turn, probably. Level up. Let's have you do something here. Specifically, come over this way and throw a heal plus into the group over here. This way you keep getting more credits towards Heavenly Spirit, and hopefully you'll be able to become a priest soon. And like, these over 100 heals are why I'm not worried about injuries on anybody right now. Because it straight up doesn't matter. They have to make a concerted effort to really hurt anybody, and I can undo it so fast with Heal Plus. You are too strong, as Commander Lasanti said. Why didn't you join him? You could have... I could have been in a patsy again. Yes, I could have. Instead, I'm being a patsy for somebody else, so really I'm not improving my situation that much. But at least I can be a patsy of my own choice. Welcome to the team, and welcome to the team. Oh, item carriers. Astoria Castle. Richter Lasanti is here to see you, sir. What would you like me to do? Welcome him as our guest. I don't actually remember what voice I gave this guy, so I'm just gonna go with that. Are you sure? He's probably for the spear. What choice do I have? He says he's here for a private visit. The only soldiers he has with him are a few bodyguards. He's got some nerve, but that's all he's got. He has no inkling of the spear's true power. Just let them swim around in the net for a while. In the end, all we need is the spear. So you're saying that you'll cooperate with him? Openly, yes. You'd best mind your manners too. He is the son of a duke, after all. I understand, so what have the twins been up to? Lethe is away. She said there's something on her mind. Cervantes in the castle library doing some research. Why do you ask? No particular reason, I just don't trust them. Doesn't seem like a good idea having sorcerers like them wandering about. Silence, Snickheart. Mind your meddling. Aren't you the one who's lost to that kid? The one who's now helping that woman from Gallius? Thanks to you, we have more flies buzzing around. If you have time to talk, then get back to work. Yes, sir. I see someone was listening. Cervante, have you found anything? I was researching the folklore of this island and the sacred spear. Longcolnus means long horn. I can give you more details in the library. Alright. Get out of my chair. Spent too damn much time in that thing anyway. Alright, so the plot is progressing kind of without us a little bit, honestly. You. Give me your things. What can you actually become? Do you actually have anything unique or useful you could do? No. Because your big stat is your strength. And while your strength's great, and your agility's not bad, I don't need you. Goodbye. Hey, don't complain about things not going your way. You're alive. I could have just killed you. Instead, I'm letting you leave so you can find a different job. You similarly have no purpose on this team. Goodbye. There we go. And we already took Elric's things. Yeah, the plate mail is a sizable increase, but it does make him slower. So he moves at a decent clip now, so with plate mail he'll be okay. And the Iron Helm is also acceptable. He loses a little bit of agility, but that's fine. The idea was that he's basically going to stay on the path of being incredibly tanky. Is you can do two things sort of with Sword Masters. You can either have them really dodgy and fast like as an upgraded ninja, or you can make them into basically faster knights. And the idea with Alos was he was going to stay a knight, but I decided to make him a Sword Master so he can move a bit better. But as you can see with the Earth Shield, he can actually become stupidly durable, but still like a full movement point faster than he would be as a knight. But I don't know if I want to take away the water walking shoes from him. It is a 38 point increase in his defense though, but then he loses 4 more of his agility. He would gain a bunch of wind resist too. We'll try it out. If I don't like it, we can change it. I was also planning... Oh yeah, now if I give him one of the katanas, though, he can't use the shield. Ooh. That's a point, actually. I have been enjoying him using the Fafnir sword, and it is 6 points stronger than the katana is. But isn't their best weapon katana? Yeah, weapon, sword, or katana. So actually, no, he's still fine using the sword then. He's equally benefited by both. Let's think about this, though. Let's walk through that idea. He stays at 5.8, and he only loses 7 power and gains more agility. He could end up kind of standing in between the two ideas, then. He would retain decent agility, but also be very durable. I like that idea more. We'll try that for now. Okay, yeah, sword masters can learn fluid magic. And haste hasn't actually been that useful, so I'm gonna give him fluid magic, and he can give away his MP to others whenever he's not in range to do something more productive. I think that's a better idea. Because he really isn't using it, if you think about it. Because the only thing he used MP for was haste. And Molten Blade has seen better use for us, I think. Now, do I want to trade out for the Fafnir myself? Because I would gain a little bit more attack power that way. But I kind of like the Mazakaze. It's also matching my element. I could always snag the shield. No, because the Mazakaze means I can't use the shield. All of these are good points. I'm mostly still wearing the dragon gem in case I wanted to recruit more dragons as well. But I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'll be right back. Once more into the breach. Is there anything else I wanted to change before we went off anywhere? Because the main thing we got was the armor and the claymore, which it's looking like the claymore might actually not amount to anything. Because I was excited to get the claymore, and then I realized it's not actually as strong as most of our weapons. Because, you know, it was a new thing. Problem is, it wasn't a very strong new thing. It'd be great if I didn't have things like the magic weapons and everything like that we had absconded with from other enemies, basically. That said, if I have fluid magic on Alos, what position does that put you fair in? The answer to that question is honestly not that great a position. I feel like I should actually give her Firestorm. Like, take Firestorm off of Nikita, since she's barely ever using it. And yeah, she actually can cast summons as well, so we'll give her Gnome, and then we'll give you Fair Firestorm, and then we basically have both of them set up similarly. That'll actually work out very nice, I think. The other option would be to give her haste, but most of the times she would be casting... Most of the time that she would have been casting Haste, I would rather she be casting Salamander. Is the 20 MP used to cast Haste means it's going to take longer for her to get another cast of Salamander off. You're at 72 MP. Isn't it 76 for Priest? Yes, 76. Okay. So, like, one more level should be enough to get Priest. Okay. So that's good. There's also a world in which I replace Gunther now that we have vertical and horizontal movement covered by Floros being able to teleport. Then we could have somebody more versatile in that slot. But I don't know what I would even put there. That's kind of the problem we're at right now, is I don't know what to put on the team anymore. Because we kind of got everything covered. It's mostly just a matter of making each of these into their better forms at this point. We've got two sturdy front line attackers, a mid fighter. Honestly, Gunther kind of falls into the middle of durability and agility for fighting as well. An archer, a healer, and two attack casters. Those are kind of the roles these all fit into. Technically, I'm kind of more of the middle-of-the-road fighter as well, considering I don't have crazy high defense. Actually, yeah, Gunther actually is the second highest defense, so these two are kind of the front runners, really. And then Floros and I are the mid. Okay. I'm fine with that logic. Is there anything else you can actually use? No. I feel like I'm forgetting something, and that's why I'm still staring at this, in case anybody's like, why is he still doing this? Why hasn't he gone on to do something more productive? Because my memory is fucking with me, and I'm trying to figure out about what. And I think it might just be a case of my brain is fucking with me. So we're just gonna move on. Onwards to Sotavento.
Fight it out.
Which I presume is where we're gonna get our next tier of gear, since it's a new town. You're that kid from the ruins. So you were lucky enough to survive, eh? I heard that you're no longer supporting the troops of Felus, and are instead helping that woman from Gallius. I remember you. Let's finish this. I don't know how close you are to discovering the truth, but finding the sacred spear is just the beginning. Rector Lasanti intends to use Neris Batrol and bring the spear back to Felus. But it won't be that easy. This is what you wanted to know, isn't it? Now come on, kid, let's see what you're made of. Way to just reveal a good chunk of information for us, thinking you're gonna win this fight. Like, he's just giving the game away for me right now, if he's telling the truth, which, you know, always a gamble whether your enemy's telling you the truth about anything. Okay. They've also got a priest of their own. Claymore, plate armor, iron helmet. We've kind of got the one plate mail I really need. You've got no magic. You've got airblade. What kind of magic do you have? Just heal. That right there. That's what you want a priest for. Right there at the bottom right. Resurrection. It means you don't need to keep altars of resurrection on hand. You could just spend 25 MP to bring somebody back from the dead. It's really nice. The soul is returned by prayer. And unlike Revive and like Final Fantasy Tactics, I believe that doesn't have a chance of missing either, it just works. The card himself has Osric's Spear, Heavy Armor, and a Transferring Stone. What the hell does that do? Oh, right, he's got the Runaway Like a Bitch Stone. He's also got a unique class, the Esquire. A servant of Naris Petrol, this knight is a master of the Spear, which he proudly uses to salute his lord. Welcome back, Tiny. I'm just making fun of this guy who has a teleport out of battle stone, because he ran away from us before, and he's probably going to do it again. Thank you, Tiny. I don't know where you swept them up from, but thank you. Let's see. He's got plate armor, a shield, and a sword, but not even a good shield or a good sword. You've just got the standard witch stuff aside from having Earth Garb. Okay, so they've really got nothing impressive going on other than their priest has Resurrection. Which I don't know when we're going to be able to buy Resurrection, so I might poach that priest. If for nothing else, if I poach that priest, I then don't have to finish getting Carmen up to speed either. Kid, don't take me lightly. I may have a dumb voice, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna win. I don't know why I decided that that's how he sounds. That's just what he looks like to me, so I've just decided that's what he sounds like. He's also pretty inept, so there's that out of his favor too. Like, he's just really the worst. That's not where I wanted you to be. It just didn't take the last button pressed for some reason. This is gonna do like no damage, but it's better than him standing there doing nothing. Okay, maybe it was the same as him standing there doing nothing, as it turns out. Well, that's a shame. Turn 1 energy transfer. Now pain. The pain of being helpful. Is now she can cast Gnome. But right now, that's not a good idea because it blasts Alos as well. And she would do more damage to Alos than to anybody else. You can actually reach to Crag Crush him, though. So go ahead and crush him. I'm not gonna bother going out of my way to grab him in order to get his plate mail, rather. Because I don't need another suit of plate mail, particularly like we were talking about before. Like, I wouldn't say no if it dropped out of the bag. And it's definitely something that would be useful to some of the people on the team. Like, I wouldn't mind having a suit of plate armor or a suit of plate armor for Flaros. But for their intended purposes, they don't need it. Actually, you standing there is a bad idea. Don't go that far up. Is while you have good dodging and your health isn't bad, you are not intended to be in melee range if you can help it. I think the knight still will reach, but it's not a major issue at that point. We'll keep doing the same chain we've been doing. Ufair gets a magic leaf to keep the healer doing something productive. This way, Carmen keeps gaining experience. You don't have any SP, so there's nothing you can do moving only to there, but that's just gonna be what it'll be, because you can't move any further. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and do that and get countered. Idiot. Way to take more than double the damage you dealt. I don't understand the AI's logic with that sometimes. It's like, hey, I'm gonna go hit this character that can hit me back. They're gonna hit me back for twice as much. This is clearly a great idea. See, that made more sense. I did one less than them. That was a good idea. Them getting hit back for twice? No, not a good idea. We're gonna see it again here, too, probably. 34. 33. No, that was actually pretty even. I keep forgetting the magic sword's kind of fallen off a bit at this point. That's more like it. He went for the knees, I went for the forehead. Triple in return on that one. Oof. You know, I think he made his armor the wrong size there. He can only move a tile. He just fell off the ledge and didn't go anywhere. Don't worry, guys. I'll be there. Ah! I'm a-comin'. You know, I'm sitting here making fun of this guy. He's gonna kill me somehow this time. I'm gonna get karma'd for this, and I just know it. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a big old karma bite in the ass at some point. For picking on this poor idiot over here. I've really just fallen off in terms of damage in general, apparently. But at least Alos is actually doing something now, so it works out. I was right to give him the fire sword instead of Fafnir. Maybe I should try switching swords at this point, then. Ooh, what a shame. Didn't even hit him that time. Big oof for you. Meanwhile, it's sneaky ninja time. Start shooting their healer in the face. Because since that's an actual priest, that's actually worth shooting at. A cleric isn't such a big problem. Priest's a bigger problem. And now you have spells you can actually cast. 68. Not bad. 57 against that one. Go for that one since he's got more health left at the moment. Of course, she does have a, like, 40 intelligence advantage on Nikita. So it makes sense that she's doing more damage. Let's see. Who's injured right now? You got 194. You got 218. Nobody's really that injured, aside from you, Fair, who gave away health earlier. So we'll just go ahead and heal that instead. Like, that's the thing. I go looking around my front line like, okay, who's hurt? And then nobody's hurt. It's like, okay. Guess I don't need to do anything. There we go. Phalaros is a little bit hurt now, but she should be okay. Yeah, he's running away to heal. That's why I didn't bother putting him to low health, because I assumed he was just gonna heal. So there really wouldn't have been that much point. Now, if the priest also heals him, that's just gonna be tedious and annoying. But it also means the priest isn't healing the ones I'm actually trying to kill right now. Ooh. Opportunity knocks. They've placed two people next to each other. Yep, you're actually doing the smarter move and attacking him from behind now instead of taking double damage back. Well done, you figured it out, AI. I'm proud of you. So you chose to throw magic at one of the strongest magic casters I've got. Did you think that through? I can't help but feel that you didn't. Maybe I'm crazy about that. Maybe that's just me thinking weird thoughts there, but I feel like that wasn't thought through very well. Much like their positioning up there wasn't really thought through very well. Because you clearly need a demonstration of how magic actually works there, friend. Her accuracy with Gnome won't actually be that great. It's only going to be like a 50-50 against half of them. Crag Crush won't miss. Let's go with the Crag Crush. I know I just gave her Gnome, and Gnome you would think would be something I'd want to use, but those targets are actually fairly decent against magic, so it would be a bad call. Yeah, they're actually pretty magic resistant if Fair is also not doing much to them. Better to throw it here than in nuke this knight some more. Arguably, I should have thrown the Crag Crush there too, so I could keep working the priest down and dealing with the knight at the same time, because he probably would have died there instead, but it's fine. I may or may not be plotting to do something really silly and mean here. Depends on if I can reach. I can't. Okay. I may or may not have been plotting Operation Run Over and Steal His Priest. Just run right up next to him and go, got your priest. Nah, 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 nah. Oh, was this your priest? Not anymore. Haha. Watch this. Tee-hee. Way to stab your friend in the back. Tee-hee. They also did a lot of damage to their ally there. It was great. They did more damage to them than I did. Floros is in a little bit of a danger up there with him. I will say that. Because that guy is actually looking like he might actually be a threat. All of the dunking on him and the jokes I'm making, he is actually a threat. Judging from the fact that he did 90-something damage to a Valkyrie who was wearing chainmail, he's definitely going to do some good damage to us, too. So if they, like, go all in on Floros, Floros could die here. But we have an Altar of Resurrection, so she can be just revived. So it's not the worst situation. But I'm still gonna step up and kind of be bait here. And see if they go for main character privilege over what they could probably kill. Yeah, he's stuck down there in that hole for the most part, so I'm not really worried about him. Get guarded by the caster. time out. Time out. You stepped away from your allies to heal only yourself. Leave it to the religious man to do the most selfish thing he could there, huh? God damn. The man of the cloth doing everything to keep himself and only himself alive. Amazing. Like, he literally had a triple heal right next to him. If he just stood still, he could have healed himself, his leader, and his ally, whom his leader stabbed in the back. But he instead chose to step away from everyone and heal only himself. I don't understand. Stunned, you fair, that's upsetting. What is wrong with this AI right now? Ran up in front of his leader and heals himself, staring into his eyes. I love this. Look at the actions he has engendered in his soldiers here. Look at the hard work his soldiers are putting in to help him here. I love this. I love this. I love this headcanon that's forming because of this guy's soldiers just fucking him over. Oh, this is beautiful. And it all started because he stabbed one of his own people in the back with his holy magic spear. This is too good. You just can't make this shit up. Maybe the priest really wants to be on my side the whole time. Maybe that's why he's not helping these guys. Maybe he already turned coat and is just waiting for me to ask him. Maybe that's the real secret here. Which is why he was trying to just preserve himself and not help the rest of his team. 1 and 4, huh? Hold that thought. Can I make that better somehow? Is there anybody that can reach him to make this a little bit better without killing him? Well, that'll kill him. Okay. Pelting Fury doing a lot more than usual there. Goddamn. The one time I don't want it to hurt much. Just eviscerates the poor boy. How about this? Worse. Okay, great. Great, love that. Love that. Glad you guys are so on board with getting this priest on the team so we can get resurrection. To be fair, I completely understand them not wanting the guy who ignored his whole team's needs and tried to save himself. It makes nothing but sense. Yeah, give it a shot. I don't think it'll work because you're probably gonna hit the other guy. Now you actually landed it. Well, I'll be damned. Now we got a higher chance of getting that priest. I am taking a big risk by doing this, but this is too funny. Hey, you like us better? You sure do. He's not your priest anymore. Nah, 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 nah. You're gonna kill him and I don't care. If anybody's wondering if I'd realized that they were just gonna straight kill him as soon as the turn changed before I said that, no, that was definitely thrown in there at the end because I realized that as I was saying it, that he's just going to die a miserable death. He's gonna turn coat just to die. That's a shame. That's a real big shame for him. Yeah, Euphra should be okay, even though she's paralyzed there. She might be in a bit of danger if the Valkyrie comes up and hits her too. Okay, good. I managed to force him to heal. That's what the intent behind attacking him there was. I knew I couldn't kill him, but I was pretty sure I could force his AI to decide to heal him instead. Quit it with these paralysis castings, damn you. Missed. Stunned. God damn it. Alos has the worst luck with these status effects, I swear. I love how easily I'm just bullying the AI into healing themselves. Like, no. No attacking for you. You go in your corner and heal yourself. Go away. There you go, actually attacking me. 20 through... Yep, there goes Buzz. He's dead. Rip Stolen Priest. This does mean we probably won't get Resurrection. And that's a little bit of a problem. I don't know if I can bring him back to life. Yeah, I can't bring him back to life. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Maybe the bag has Resurrection in it, though. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'm actually gonna prepare before I hit him because his spear does a lot of damage. I don't wanna take a bad counter for nothing. Well, we picked up a spell. It might have been Resurrection. This is when we just get another copy of Heal Plus and I just cry. Sure, I was memeing as far as when I did that, but I did actually want to steal that copy of Resurrection. And getting the extra heal plus and everything would have been a nice bonus on top of stealing their priest. Because, you know, then they can't heal themselves and all of that good stuff too. Hi, I'm gonna stab you now. There's method to my madness with warping her down there. And specifically that method is so that these three can all be healed together. There we go. We don't have anything to get rid of that status effect, so he's just kind of gonna sit there with sad face over his head until that wears off. Which, can I just say that it's really funny that it's just a really sad face with a bunch of lines next to it for that? Just like, God damn it, I'm stuck here. Wah. My face when working, yeah. I'm just waiting for the turn where they get just a perfect multi-paralysis out of those constant casts of Ray of Paralysis and I just get screwed. Uh-huh, no? What? Okay. Congratulations, you got hit from a different direction that time. I officially don't understand the point to that. All they did was rotate around and then get stabbed facing a different direction. When they could have attacked my archer, which would have been so much more effective. See, he had the right idea. He attacked the archer, though he could have attacked the healer. Which again doesn't make any sense. Like, their target prioritization is all over the shop. I don't understand what the hell's going on. If they're trying to confuse me, they're succeeding. Oh, you really are just short of casting Gnome. Do you have enough for Salamander? You do. Okay, good. I was gonna be so upset if I couldn't cast either of them up here. Because there's 0 chance of friendly fire here, so this is only a positive. And this is probably going to destroy that knight. Because he didn't have much health left anyway, and each of those is going to do 24 to him. Okay, game, you can stop hitting him now. Jesus Christ, if he was at half health, he would have died there. Good lord. I know I wanted him dead, but jeez. Overkill much? Let's put an end to this, shall we? And I'm just standing here with, like, most of my health left, having run around in the middle of them, stole their healer, thumbed my nose at them, and then just kept laughing. I chose the wrong place to stand when I did this, because I'm about to get my healer stabbed in the back. But she's okay. She's fine. Just more motivation to heal, clearly. Okay, he's got 23 health left. How much health are you sitting at over there? 98. Hi, I'm over here now. Stabbing you again. Ooh, what a shame. We are ending this fight right here, right now, though. I just wanted to pull a little bit more experience while I could. Have a rock on your head. Good day, sir. You're tougher than I expected. I guess I'll save some fun for later. Now, Cart, are you running away again? You little shit. If you want to know the whole story, then come to Astoria Castle. I won't guarantee that you'll leave in one piece, though. Later, sucker. Level up. You know, just think. That whole time that animation was playing, I could have just reached out and stabbed him. And then we wouldn't have to have chased his stupid ass across the world again. But no. We gotta let him do it. It was his turn. God damn it. This was my home. I used to live with my mother and father. They were both kind people. But the villagers bullied me because I wasn't their real child. My parents tried to protect me by giving small handouts to my antagonizers, but things got worse after they passed away. And one summer night, something that I never expected happened. Story time. 4 years ago. That's some ominous music. Mitri, where are you taking me in the middle of the night? It's dark out here. I want to go home. This can't end well. You're gonna push her in the river. Oh, this is bad. Alan? Merrick? Stop! Stay away! Dimitri, bye! Shut up already. Who else would take care of an orphan like you? You should be more thankful. What's this? A pearl necklace? Pretty fancy for an orphan. No, please. It's my only treasure. Someone help! Ah! What's this light? Magic! The first time the necklace did what it was supposed to do to protect her. Alan, look! He's dead! Whoa, she's a monster! She's gonna kill us! But I didn't do anything! You're not human after all. That rumor about you being the child of a mermaid was true. That's not true. I'm... Ow. Why don't you leave this town, monster? Yeah, because, you know, the monsters aren't the ones who instigated the whole situation. No, not at all. I wasn't running away. I was running for my life. I ran and ran through the dark forest to the south until I arrived at a church by the beach. On that dark, rainy night, Father Hammond opened his door and welcomed me. He saved me, but he wasn't any better. We know that already. That's enough. You don't have to share your painful memories. I'm not saying to forget them. But there's no sense in putting yourself through this either. I'll be right here by your side. Can I stay with you? Of course, I promised, didn't I? Well, she's kind of used to people breaking promises. This is an amulet Bearer gave me. Drac, I want you to have this. You're here for me now, so please accept it. You probably should keep your magic MacGuffin to protect you. God damn it, woman. I can't be there every minute of every day, so that's gonna protect you better than I can. How is she? Sleeping. It must have been very difficult for Eleanor to come here. She has only bad memories of this place. Memories best forgotten. You're a good man. Well, let's get going. It's gonna be cold tonight. Yeah, we're leaving her sleeping without her magic protection. And we think this is a good idea. That nothing's possibly gonna go wrong with this idea. According to Bearer, it should be somewhere around here. If she hid the spear in this shrine a few hundred years ago, then someone may have already found it. Huh? What's wrong? What is it, a dagger? Sybil, I have a favor to ask. I want you to spread a rumor that I've obtained the sacred spear. Word should quickly reach Neris, Batrol, and Richter. I can do that. I have an idea. I'll tell you the details later. I'm going to Astoria Castle to see Richter. Okay, so we're bluffing. We've done everything that'll make it look like we found the spear, and then we're gonna bluff that we did in fact find the spear, in the hopes of baiting them into playing their hand. I get the idea here. I don't know if it's really the best plan. Oh, we did get another set of plate mail anyway, so we don't even have to buy it. Convenient. I probably should buy plate mail for more people anyway. And I should get at least one more iron helmet as well. We could hire basic dragons here, but we've already got multiple dragons we're not using. We don't need this longsword. And now that we've got an earth shield laying around that we're not using, we can go ahead and get rid of the extra tower shield. We're ending up with so much extra stuff now, it's kind of silly. Speaking of, let's see if we actually got Resurrection. You won't be able to use it, but... Yes, we did. Okay, didn't matter then. It all worked out. We got Resurrection. She can't use it until she becomes a priest, but she's almost there. She just needs to keep healing people, and then she'll get the thing she needs to become a priest. I don't think anybody gained the ability to become anything else. This may come as a shock to people, but we're actually running out of classes people can become. The remaining slots are all kind of tricky to get. Like, I could get us a Dragoon, and I think that's actually what Alos was originally intended to become, now that I think about it. Because of the redundancy I'm realizing I have with 2 people being sword masters. And I think that's the thing I was trying to remind myself of by handing him Fafnir as well, since that was the dragon killing sword. Because... the only thing is, though, I'd have to kill 5 dragons, and I don't know if training counts. If training counts, I can just do 2 training rounds with my 3 dragons. And then Alos can become a Dragoon. Let me just quickly check to see if that emblem is gettable in training mode. If it is, then I'll probably do that before next session, if there ends up being a next session. Because if we just end up beating the game here today, then obviously there'd be no point in worrying about that. Okay, training does not work. So I would need to find somewhere where dragons spawn. Which, random encounters really aren't great for that kind of thing. The best time for that would have been when we fought that one enemy Dragoon that had a pile of dragons. But then I stole his dragons, so we didn't get the opportunity to do that. So let's see, I gain 17 more defense in exchange for losing 3 of my movement and 5 of my intelligence. And I lose 5 resistance to magic as well. I think I'll stay with the Robe of the Wise at the moment. And give Gunther the plate mail instead, since he's already kind of on the path of becoming the 2nd most durable man on the team. Because he can hit 200 if I give him the helmet. Problem is, he also slows down a lot if I give him the helmet. That's a decent middle ground for me to take, though. If I put the helmet on, I gain 30 more protection, but only lose 0.2 movement. Yeah, I like that idea. The head's the important thing to protect anyway. We're just once again in that weird position of not getting any better weapons for quite a while. Because the shop really isn't going to help us, since the best thing in here looks to be the Claymore and the Trident, and we've already had the Trident for a while. I could buy more plate mail and hand out more of it to people. We can also buy greasy boots. Ooh, the armlet's 15 intelligence, huh? Give me that. You actually want that, then. Arguably, I should get the plate mail for Floros as well. Since she teleports, her mobility is less of an issue. Yeah, that knocks her down only 0.2. It gives her a decent defense increase. That's probably worth it. We also stole a Sherwood hat, and I don't think we ever saw one ever again afterwards. Yeah, that's int +8. So there's a good bit of intelligence increase. I think they're actually at comparable intelligence now. Yeah, there's a 3 intelligence difference between these two. Fantastic. So that sorts that out. And our levels are still relatively close together. They're not way out of whack. Nikita's actually come into her own now that she has more effective magic and is being bolstered in terms of being able to use it more consistently. Which really shouldn't be a shock to anybody. Let's see if we got any new spells. Full heal. Okay. And I could get cleanse to get rid of things like paralysis, and it might not be a bad idea to get that at the rate they're throwing around paralysis a lot more. Fenrir is worth a lot of money. We don't need as many regular heal copies anymore. At most, I'll probably switch to having one more person that can use it. Faith we want to keep. Look at how much look how much resurrection is worth. Now imagine having had to buy that. Considering things are usually sold back for half the price you would buy them for. That would mean buying resurrection, if that's even possible, would be 9,000. We don't need claymores because they're actually weaker than the weapons we have. I'm gonna keep the third trident just in case we use it for something. I should really just move the ice chain onto the people wearing chainmail. But I think the people wearing chainmail are people that I'm not using anyway. Yep, sure are. Okay. Arguably, what I should do is just pull all the gear off of all of the people that aren't in use, so it stops messing with my numbers. Because these people are never going to see use at this point. They're too far behind, and I'm not going to sit here and grind any of these up to get them caught up. Like, the most likely one to be put into a secondary slot would be Mary or Azra. And even Azra's probably not going to see use at this point. Baron Soul's the only reason I wanted a Warlock, and I still intend to make myself into a Warlock. I just need to figure out a way out of the awkward position I put myself in as far as that goes. It does prevent abnormal status. So I will take the necklace she offered us. Even though I feel a little bit bad taking it from her. I say as I take the rest of her things. And the reason why I'm using it myself is since it prevents abnormal status, I don't know if getting petrified counts as dying in this game. So if I got petrified, I don't know if it is an instant loss. So I'm gonna wear that as a preventative measure. Logic denotes it wouldn't be instant failure since there'd be ways to cure it. But technically you'd be able to raise the main character from the dead with the Altar of Resurrection too, so you would think that that wouldn't be an instant game over, but that is. So I'm gonna hedge bets on that one. And if I do ever take Sierra off the team, the Necklace of Resist is probably going to Gunther. Just as a note. Since everyone else casts magic. He casts his Thunder spell a little bit, but not much. It's really gonna be a matter of whether I actually can kill anybody with the Pelting Fury and have that count. Is gonna be what determines whether I become a warlock at all or not at this point. I forgot to save. And I feel like events are going to be progressing rather rapidly at this point. I just don't know if dealing with all the people at Renaculus are the end or not. I'll give you credit for making it this far, but I can't let you go any farther. Just hand over the Sacred Spear. I came here to unveil a conspiracy involving Richter Lasanti and the Duke of Fellis. Are you aware that after obtaining the Sacred Spear, he and the Lord of Renaculus planned to rebel against Lodis? Nonsense. Even if it was an order from his father, he wouldn't allow that to happen. He is loyal to the Holy Lodis Empire. That's why I want to speak to him one last time. I want to know if he intends to present the spear to the church or use it for a different purpose. I don't want to fight with you. Please stand aside. I can't do that. Retreat if you want to, and I won't try to stop you. But have you forgotten that I serve only Commander Lasanti? Oh, Orson, you're going to die. You're going to die for nothing, unfortunately. You were given an opportunity to back out of this situation. So you do have a swordmaster, two swordmasters in fact, a dragon. Archers wielding only great bows, though. One of 4 enchanted hunting wares. Okay, they're just agility boots. They're not like crazy useful in any particular way. What do you guys got? You've only got claymores, huh? Well, that's a shame. Teleport. Teleport. You can teleport an ally. The spell of yeet character. Thunderflare. Hello. An earth sword. It's 52 power. I don't think that's stronger than the ones we've been using. He has a thunder bow, though. Unfortunately, since he's the leader, I can't recruit him, but I might be able to get him to drop that. We'll see how that plays out. And you've just got a trident. Okay. So, Mansel's a target of opportunity for recruiting to get teleport, and Yugo is a target of opportunity for getting a new sword. Dragon's not got anything, and I already have a Thunder Dragon. We already established that the archers are Garbo. Ooh, he does have flame leather, though. Doesn't look that great, though. Not too worried about getting that. Like, honestly, the only reason I'm even considering the sword as an option is to potentially give it to Floros if she ever stops being a Valkyrie, since it would match her element. I still don't know if matching their element as far as the sword goes matters. It just feels right. It's an honor to fight with you, but I won't lose. Now, since most of them are ranged of one kind or another, we kind of need to just go for it on this fight. Let's make a point right out the gate, shall we? Catch. I'm very interested, though, in the acquisition of the spell of Ally Heat. I desire the capacity to throw my friends into the distance. So, God, this armor has slowed us down a bit. It's important, though. We kind of needed the armor upgrade. Otherwise, we were really going to start having survivability problems. As it stands, I'm a little worried that all those archers are going to come down and pick on the casters back here. Which is why I'm rushing a little bit this time. Because if I don't put some pressure on them, they're just going to shoot those squishy e-casters to pieces. And it's going to be a tragedy. You can just hop up the hill next turn. So since I screwed up with the other one... Oh, I'm out of magic flowers. Well, never mind then. That's a shame. Oh, well. I'll just have to get over that. I should have checked before we left town, because I would have bought more of those had I realized. But it's okay. In the end, it probably won't matter. 47. Guard. Yep. See, the thing is, they're going to be as annoying as ninjas in terms of the not taking damage thing. When they're supposed to be getting hit, they'll just be like, nah, lol, block. Lol, block. Yep, here comes the arrows down at our casters. Whack. The good news is Heal Plus will resolve all of the damage they do as long as they don't all shoot the same person. Which the AI is showing right now that they're not smart enough to do a targeted attack. Because I think... Or... I should say, I'm assuming since Orson has a fancy thunder bow that he'll do more damage than those two do. So their damage cap is probably something on the order of like 140. But the ninjas can also shuriken barrage people too, yeah. The good news is they can't shoot through people. Nor can they shoot through terrain, unlike the archers who can shoot up and over. So apparently Orson's pissed at me because I threw a magic ball at his face. Which is exactly what I wanted. I want him shooting at me. Because he won't be able to kill me anywhere near as quick as he can kill the healers and things like that. Let's get a bit of counter battery fire going here. Okay, they didn't take a ton of damage, but it's better that I fix that sooner rather than later. I can't do the big heal right now, but I'll go ahead and heal Nikita first since they have less health. And when the battle's actually properly joined, they shouldn't be as able to target them. Really? You guarded on that too, huh? That's upsetting. Standing here, it also should be a bit harder for them to do their nonsense. Wow, the odds of hitting him with that spell are atrocious. Yikes, how about that? Guaranteed. Sure, we'll go with the guaranteed damage. I'm doing that mostly to get damage up at the archers. Because I feel like in a straight fight, we'll win the melee battle down here. I'm just worried about somebody getting peppered to death with arrows. I don't want to position here because I'll be too near that swordmaster and that dragon. That'll be disastrous. But if I go here, a ninja's gonna drop behind me, the swordmaster will reach me, and I'm gonna have a bad time anyway. So I'm actually gonna stand here in Pelting Fury. Up there. Keep working the archer down while not putting myself in too awkward a position. You can't fly over to help them, really, with that situation either. Okay. But if you go here, your back will be protected. And you should only be able to really get hit by 2 of them in theory, and your defense is higher than mine. So he should be okay standing there. I think. 65%. There we go. And Floros is in a little bit of a dodgy situation that I'm not the biggest fan of. But if I move you here, you can't heal Floros anyway. Okay, doesn't matter then. You go ahead and put your face into the wall too to make it harder for the archers to shoot you. And just heal yourself just in case. Ah, good. That's the level she needed to catch up, so that all works out. Yep, that's going as expected. That's fine. Honestly, it's ideal if they attack Alos, since he has the highest defense out of everyone. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting. So it's kind of fine that he specifically is attacking her, since at least he's not swinging that earth sword at somebody that's weak against it. You guys are really going all in on killing her, huh? That's upsetting. If I remember the elements properly, though, she'll be resistant to the Thunderbow.
Kill them all.
Working on it. It's gonna take a bit with these guys. God damn you, lucky bastards. Then again, as we've discussed before, they have disgusting amounts of agility. I really thought he was shooting that archer in the back of the head with where he positioned himself. He keeps putting himself, like, right behind one of his other archers, and I keep waiting for tragedy to strike. Okay, these guys are actually all, like, level 18 as well, so they're higher level than us. You know, didn't consider that. Didn't consider that that might be a problem. Well. Definitely gonna need some magic support down here on the front line. Get rocked, nerds. And now we set them on fire. Burn for your sins. What were your sins? Being in my way. There we go. That turned that tide nicely. That fixes this situation. And now if you stand here, you can be healed quite effectively. Can you kill him without getting hit? Uh-oh. Okay, you lived. You instead actually got his friend stabbed, so that kind of worked. It's not really the way I wanted that to work, but we take those here. I don't know if she's gonna get healed enough. This could still get really bad. There we go. There's Heavenly Spirits. So after this fight's over, she'll become a priest, and everything will be great. You don't dare go over here, because you'll end up stabbing Alos in the face. In the face, you say? How much damage would you do to him? 57. Okay, go for it. Nice. You actually overperformed, which is even better. And now you do some goofy squirrel shit and jump back down here. Just be annoying. You shoot this man in the back. We can't really afford to muck about and try to get these guys on side. They just need to die. We can't afford to muck about. Because they have proven to be too strong. Actually, there's a method to my madness here for a second. That would be a kill. But I think the terrain's in the way, so I'm gonna move more than that. Now I'm just worried I'm gonna hit a friend in the head, but I think... No, it does less damage there, though, because you're not technically behind him anymore. Do I think it'll work from here? I'll be exposing my back to at least one enemy here. Nice. Okay. I needed to remove that threat, or Floros was still going to be in just as much danger as she was before. Well, he might steal a teleport scroll if that's what's sitting there. It was. God damn it. Well, no teleportation for me. That's a shame. Oh, speaking of things that are a shame. Okay, that actually didn't hurt that much. That's probably better than if the Swordmaster got behind me, actually. So you know what? That's fine. I'm slightly singed, but it's okay. They are really committed to killing her. God damn. Except the guy that could have killed her. The one guy that could have finished the job, and they switched targets. Amazing. Amazing. This AI never ceases to amaze me with the way it can fuck up a simple operation. Like, all it would have taken is those two attacking her, and she would have been dead. But instead, for some reason, somewhere along the way, they got it in their head that they needed to change targets, and the whole operation fell apart. I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand it. I think I'm high enough up that he can't counterattack. Okay, that would do 42. If you're wondering, yes, I am in fact trying to still engineer getting Pen and Sword out of this situation if I can. Which may seem silly, but how else am I going to manage to pull that off? if I don't actually go out of my way to try to do it sometimes. This way I can achieve my goal of becoming a warlock and being able to use magic to my benefit further. Nice level. Excellent. Okay, now I can get rid of him with Pelting Fury, and honestly... Hell yeah, thank you for the resub there, Reaper. Yeah, sometimes that system can be a bit buggy. Is it'll wait for very specific times and do weird shit. Hey, it did work. We have pen and sword now. I can become a warlock. Hell yeah. I can stab people with magic swords now. Is what the special ability of a warlock does is it adds your character's element, in my case wind / lightning, etc., to every attack you do with a melee weapon. So against an enemy that is weak to my element, I will start doing incredible amounts of damage by comparison to normal. Oh yeah, on mobile, Twitch is a disaster area. Like, mobile Twitch has always been garbage. And unfortunately, that's probably never changing. Is they really just don't care about the mobile app development that much, it seems. Which, on the one hand, I can't really blame them, but on the other, it sucks. Yeah, it's probably going to do as much, if not more, than the spear and save them from getting countered. Yeah, I don't use it either. I avoid it like the plague, which, since I don't go anywhere, works out, because it means that short of there being a situation where I don't have power in the house or something, I don't need to worry about the mobile app. He's gonna run off and heal himself, which is what I was hoping to push him to do, because it means I can just kill him next turn. The dragon is still an issue in the middle of everybody, but since he's out of SP, he's not gonna be able to do his big move anymore. So all he does is get himself hurt, which is fine. I think I've managed everybody's health enough that nobody's in serious danger, and thankfully the AI is panicking and healing the injured anyway. Like, it's really funny to watch the AI scramble to heal the two near-dead characters instead of trying to push off the encroaching doom. Is by healing all of those people for 50, all they've done is delay the inevitable. And they've also given me a perfect opportunity to get a double hit here. Fair. Keeping an eye on your own stream, I can see it being still pretty useful for. It's just a matter of it really needs to be made into a better app. Like, it's kind of a depressingly bad app, honestly. Okay, you can't climb up. You can't climb up at all. Well, well. Thank you for the raid, Minx, if you can hear me. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream, Minx? Hopefully you had a good time. What were you up to? Also, I forgot to turn Firebot on, so give me a second to fix that. Because there was supposed to be a shout out made there and it didn't happen. So 1 second and I will get you sorted out on that. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. I'm totally stalling while I broke things. Oh, nice. I remember playing a bit of Palia. I didn't stick with it, but I'm glad you had fun with it. There we go. Now I should be able to properly shout you out. I know, Tiny. I forgot a thing. It's because I was excited about putting the new model up. There we go. There's your proper multi-shout out. It's almost like if you actually remember to use your bots, good things will happen. Yeah, all you have to do is put a couple codes into the app called Firebot, and it'll do all of that. There's also a way for it to do it automatically, but you have to actually have it on, unlike what I did today. I'll be happy to just give you the short answers on how to sort all that out, too, if you want, and later. Because it's actually very easy to set up. Go ahead and heal the main character there, because he's the one most likely to perish. Yeah, we're just trying to get through the rest of this and hold our team together here. Go ahead and throw Crag Crush over there. Oh yeah, and everything with Firebot is completely free, by the way. They don't ask you to pay for the download, they don't ask for anything monthly, it's just purely, you want to use it, you go use it. You can also set up another account for it to use instead of just saying things in your name, but I personally don't mind it saying things in my name. Thank you for the follow, Disoku. Yeah, I think Disoku is correct. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. I'm just reading that as my eyes read it. Thank you for the follow as well, Sadira Deshmirai? Mirai? The end of that one throws me a little, but I think I'm mostly on that one. But again, if I screwed it up still, do correct me. But thank you all for your kindness of choosing to follow this mess that I call a channel. Excellent. I have read many things in many languages, so in theory I should understand how to read things, but now and then brain go brrr, and it just doesn't work anymore. Yes, absolutely follow Minx. I've had nothing but wonderful experiences with them thus far. Is Floros gonna live? She should. Yep, is the AI is going to get distracted and decide to shoot at somebody else. This AI never ceases to amaze me with how much it just wanders off. Like, I get it, my brain wanders too, but just like, you're halfway through killing somebody, and then you just go, I want that one dead too. And then nothing gets done. Just amazes me. And I think if it was less consistent, it would be less of an amazement. But I also would have lost a lot of characters by now if this AI was a little smarter. Because as a note of reference for everybody, anyone who dies and is still dead when the fight ends stays that way, so it's a problem. And I've only got one revive item left on hand right now. So I can't afford to have 2 people go down. I'd rather not have even 1. And I've been holding to that for a while so far, but we'll see if that stays. Considering my healer cannot reach at this point, because people have gotten a little too far. But there's a solution to that. I will move myself over here to hit this guy, and we'll just quickly swap places, basically. Because I'll have Floros step where I was standing, because she'll be able to end the archer from that position. And then she'll still be in range to be healed as well. I could run her further off and have her either use magic or not do anything. Of course, you know, maybe she just doesn't do anything anyway. That happens sometimes too. And yeah, if you're noticing that the movement on the model on screen is a little weird, it's because I rigged it all in like an hour last night because I was too excited for my own good to rush the model variant out today. So just bear with a little bit of jank. He will get fixed. He's just having a little bit of a moment sometimes. I could hit myself with magic. Yeah, I'd only do 27. In the interest of getting rid of that guy, I'm more than happy to catch a fireball with my face. Of course, this is when that backfires on me and I end up dying and losing this fight. Yeah, no, I know it's obvious. That's why I call it out on myself. And remember, it's usually a good thing to tell people when things aren't working correctly. It's all in how you do it at that point. But I do appreciate you being kind about that as well. Punch the dragon. Is like, for example, the other day, I had a section of time where I forgot to switch back to having the game shown, and Tiny was kind enough to just poke me about it. Hi, thank you for the treasure. Fun fact, that's how that works, by the way. If you get knocked onto a tile that has treasure, you'll pick it up. So that's a thing. But yeah, make sure to tell your streamers and anybody that's doing something that could easily be broken or something if something isn't working. 90% of us won't mind. I know that 10% is scary and they get really mean about it, but it's important. I don't know if 10% is really accurate. It might actually be higher than that, but that's neither here nor there. You survived with 1 hit point. I hope you understand that all that means is you're giving somebody else more experience, and that's not even really a problem. Because Tiny's good that way. Tiny will tell us these things. This is one of the many reasons why we appreciate Tiny. Absolutely. You have a good meal, and thank you again for the raid. Always make sure to take care of yourselves. The stream will go on, and the VOD will be there for anyone who wants to see what they missed tomorrow on the YouTube channel. Wow. Stabbing through him, we did the exact amount he had before. Funny how that works out. You two still have your turns, so I'll just carry on up here. Go make a nuisance of myself to person here. Or, you know, just miss completely at decent odds. That sounds about right. These two can't make it up the hill, so that's why I'm just leaving them something to do. In this case, getting rid of this dragon. Let's see. Oh, right, they have the Necklace of Resistance. So the Necklace of Resistance, for those coming in late, is a special accessory I happen to find that makes all magic null on the target, but they also can't use any magic. So they can't be healed, but they also can't be harmed by magic. Bit of a trade-off. Bit of a trade-off. Go ahead and heal Nikita in case they get in their head to shoot down here again. So why they would shoot down here when they're being chased by a bunch of angry people with swords is beyond me. And spears. We also have spears. He's also hard committed to killing us because of plot reasons. Unfortunately, since all they have is a bow, and they're running out of room to run, they're kind of out of luck at this point. Nice. Of course, you land the 42% chance, but when you've got like a 90% an odds hit in front of you, you miss. Oh, Alos. Alos, Alos, Alos. Drac, I'd expect nothing less from you. Your skill on the battlefield and leadership ability, it's easy to see why the commander respected you. You're a man of high caliber. That's hardly true. Your archery skills are as impressive as ever. If we had fought one-on-one, I would have lost. Maybe so, but that's just a possibility. You won. Go and witness these events with your own eyes, and don't ever look back at those you've defeated. Goodbye. Level up. Got the flame leather, crown of intellect, sorcerer cup. Okay, good, we got the bow. Excellent. I was worried we'd only get his armor, not his bow. And now a sad scene where we regret having killed our former ally. Will you go after him right away? Yes, I intend to. But Sybil, is there something bothering you? I've been thinking. Drac, I want you to continue without me. Why now, all of a sudden? When we're so close to our destination? Listen, if Richter knows about the spear, then why would he think that it's in our possession? It doesn't make sense. That is true. You would have to look back. Thankfully, those bags are so good about just hopping into my pocket on their own, but it could be a problem. Besides, I don't think he's merely acting as his father's ordered. He must have another reason. I want to know what he's really thinking. And I bet we'll be able to find out where the spear is, too. Of course, I have no intention of abandoning my mission. I leave it in your hands, understand? I have been wondering. I know you're loyal to the Church of Lodis, but that's not your only reason for being here, is it? You know this island so well. Are you from here? I'm not trying to hide anything. You're right. I lost my hometown during the Reformation. I was driven from my home, and my parents were burned to death right before my eyes. I lost everything but my life. Don't take it the wrong way. I haven't felt nostalgic in a long time. But there's one matter I want to look into while I'm on this island. If there's something on your mind, then by all means go, but Sybil, be careful. Don't worry, I won't be gone long. Treachery might be afoot. Considering she's a spy for the church, she could be playing us the whole time. Dracula. Okay. I'm kind of tempted by this side path over here. Magic? She is a sorceress. That's gonna be my excuse, and I'm gonna stick with it, because otherwise I have no idea. Am I short on intelligence? Strength? Oh, I'm actually short on MP by a lot, actually. Well, damn it. I need 16 more MP. Huh. That's a problem. I don't know how much MP we get per Sorcerer Cup. Tiny, please. No, you aren't. Your brain may not want to cooperate all the time, but you are not short on intelligence. Hang on, I just saw something weird pop up and I need to check it. What is this email about? Oh, okay. Never mind, that's fine. I saw an authenticator email pop up, so I needed to make sure it wasn't something important. But it's just because I was too lazy to change over the authenticator for my mostly defunct Battle.net account. And it's like, hey, we removed it. You're gonna have to reset your password. It's like, great, I don't care. Moving right along. Okay, we did manage to open up Priest. That was the other thing. Da-da-da-da! Ah, yes, let's give the Priest the sharpest sword we own. That is a great idea. How about we don't do that? Have you considered don't? What is this mess of a equipment set you have given her, game? It's probably the same one. Because they said they were retiring those authenticators months ago, and it was going to be in February that it happened. I just didn't pay any attention nor care. So that's why it ended up being that I got an email about it now, like, hey, we got rid of it. It's like, cool story, don't care. There we go, now they've got Resurrection to go with the 2 heals. They can't attack with magic anymore, but that's fine, that's not their purpose. It is mildly a pity because their magic attack is actually pretty high, but it'll be fine. We have 2 attack casters and 5 other people more than ready to destroy anything in our way. Here's a fancy new bow for you. It only raises your attack by 6, but it's still better than nothing. And it is an elemental weapon, so I might need to start being a little bit more careful about her targets too. Why is everything sending me notifications now? Go away. I don't care about what happens on YouTube right now. Deal with that later. Before anybody panics, yes, that was a notification on my side. It wasn't anybody else's. It's okay. I think we're otherwise covered here. I think that's all the changes we needed to make. We did get another set of Thunder Chain as well, but we're wearing plate mail for most of the people that need armor, so that's not really a thing. We lost out on getting Teleport, so I don't need to put that on anybody. There's still a chance we'll get Teleport somewhere else, but I am curious what this extra area that popped up is, though, so we are going to turn around and go to Dracula. And I also know Tiny would be upset if we didn't go check out a place called something so close to Dracula. So, did we unlock any new items out of that fight? No. This is all the same stuff we had before. Appreciate it, Reaper. You do what you gotta do. And yes, that's why the command didn't work earlier, but works now, because I forgot to turn Firebot back on, and everything runs through that now, because I basically gave Stream Elements the boot, because it wasn't working very well anymore. And other things that we won't get into. I do also now have the Yomogi U, which I might give to somebody, I might not. I'm just cleaning up our inventory a little bit here. I'm gonna keep the elemental chains just in case I actually want to give somebody some elemental protection of some kind. Did it with the flame leather. Guess I'll keep the forest boots. I don't really need money so badly. And we're gonna quickly pop into training mode for a second, as we've traditionally done when we're trying to shenanigan somebody's stats, and see if we can get enough extra MP from the Sorcerer Cups in order to get to be a Warlock sooner. That's right, folks. My training is going to consist of drinking in bottles of red liquid. I may or may not be drinking the blood of others. Don't question it. Everything is totally fine. And it's 5 at a time, so I think that's actually going to be enough. Somehow I knew that was going to be a reaction, Tiny. You just wait it out, Alos. You don't have anything else to do right now. Because if I don't have the magic stats for it, Alos certainly isn't going to have the magic stats to be a Warlock. I think he's statted out correctly to be a Dragoon, but we have to find 5 dragons for him to kill somewhere. Because I don't think we've had him kill any dragons specifically thus far. So I guess, you know what, have a Stone of Swiftness as a treat while you're waiting. Hey there, Snork. How you doing, buddy? We're just slightly cheesing the system in order to get myself another class unlocked for a main character here. Just standing here using up our consumable stat items, rather than going into a fight and doing it. So as not to waste in-fight turns. Because I think we were only 12 MP short, so 15 should be enough. And now we end training. Nice. Hope you had a good dinner then. Do we have enough? We do not. We're 2 MP short. Turns out it was 17, not 12. Well, next level we'll have it then, because I think even a Swordmaster gets MP when he gains a level. So it'll still be fine. It's just a mild inconvenience that we can't change over right now. This way, everybody in the main party will actually be an individual class. I'd say that's worth more than the dinner itself being particularly good, honestly. On to Dracula.
Fight it out.
Oh, there's a dragon. Oh, it's something involving the fairy. I assume the other fairy is here then, the one she was looking for. Back! What is it, Glicinia? It smells like Lapina. Okay, great. I'm stuck having you in the party for this too, of course. I'm also not entirely sure how to feel about what she just said to me, but we won't worry about that right now. Since she is herself usually the archer, I'm going to leave our archer off the party for this fight. I wish I could just take her off the goddamn field since she has no equipment. Speaking of, let me actually give her equipment right now for the purposes of doing this, otherwise she's going to die a miserable death having accomplished absolutely nothing. I kind of wish I hadn't gotten rid of the composite bow right about now, but it's fine. It's fine. Here, have a spear. Yeah, you don't want to overdo it. Your body will give you the cues you need. I'm doing fine. Threw together this alternate model, wanted to get it out there and going. And it's not finished, obviously, but it'll serve for the moment. Actually, just in case. Yep, nope, she's not on the list, so I can't remove her. And she's not listed as a guest, at least, so she won't run off and do something stupid on her own. Lubina, where are you hiding? Come out. Yep, she's only level 5. She has no prayer. Well, it's got multiple DLCs is where most of the price would come from, and most of the DLCs are actually fairly new. Relatively. Because I want to say the DLCs for it actually were made in the past couple years, whereas the Titan Quest itself is old. And there's what? Like... There's what? Like 3 DLCs for it, I think? Yeah. It's been too long since I've actually looked at it. So Titan Quest is good. I don't think it's my favorite of the type. Not really entirely sure which one I would say is necessarily my favorite of that genre. But it's a good enough one. I don't think I ever actually played the DLCs though, so I have no real opinion on those. Yeah, that sounds about right. But that's also somebody who very clearly likes the game, so expectations might need to be metered a little bit there. We're gonna disregard the ones that are up here, sweep this way, clean all of these out, and then go around. I could split up and fight all of them, but I don't care for that idea at the minute, since monsters tend to have a lot of hit points. Because I'll say this, and people can disagree with me all they want. I personally would say the opinion of anybody who has played a game for like 10,000 hours, their opinion of the game is kind of suspect. In a way, because sure, you know that game backwards and forwards, but you clearly like it enough to put in those kind of hours, which means your opinion is most likely going to be slanted. That's also fair, yeah, that's kind of another thing that would color somebody's statement about a game. Also, welcome in, Evo. Reining in with logic as usual. But yeah, Diablo 2 is very good, don't get me wrong. I never played the remaster for it, so I have no opinions on that, but I've heard nothing but good things about the remake for it, comparatively with the rest of the series. But that's not a topic we're really going to get into right now, because everyone by now knows my stance on that whole thing. Ooh. Well, hopefully this will manage to distract you from that entirely then, yeah. I swear, people have... Is there something in the water or the air right now? Because I swear there's people having nightmares and shit everywhere, myself included. See, I don't have the eye bleed problem to begin with, so we'll ignore that stance on it. But I'm not surprised that they cleaned it up in terms of some of the oddities it had, because, you know, they had how long to make it better? Go ahead and pass the MP over. That sounds right. So like 23 years, yeah. Actually, no, because the remake came out a couple years ago. Yeah, you're right. The fun thing is, even though he only has 10 MP, he can still give more than that to people. He just has to have the MP to be able to cast fluid magic. And she can use energy transfer to give Carmen MP. It'll cost her health, but that's okay. She's under no threat right now, and Carmen can just heal the damage. It's your next turn. Plenty of ways around this whole needing to wait for MP to charge thing at this point. And Glycenia is just gonna exist, because I'm not allowed to not have her for this fight, so she's just gonna sit over there. She's only been given armor and weapons, so she will hopefully not instantly die if something manages to get a hold of her. You don't have the angle to hit anything, so you just sit there. You can't reach them, but can you gnome over here at least? Not and hit anything. Well, that's a shame. Can't hit anything. Gave you MP for nothing. That's fine. I question your idea of going and standing in between the three people there, but two of the people you've stood between have spears that are going to hit each other, so it's not exactly your worst idea you could have had. The one note of things like Diablo, I did see that last Epoch, is it Lost or Last? It's one of the two. Came out fully, I think, yesterday. I'm just done with that company at this point, personally. I don't even care if they come out with a good product. I'm just kind of over them at this point. They're on that list of companies I've said multiple times that have kind of existed too long for their own good. But again, we're not going to actually dig into that, because I have had this argument enough times that I just don't care to have that whole thing loop again. But as I was saying, Lost Epoch came out literally like yesterday or so, and is another good entry in that genre. It's not worth the effort. All it does is start fights that won't end in anything productive happening, because the people that really do still like them aren't going to hear anything negative said and understand any of it anyway. They'll just ignore it. So it's just not worth the effort to care about that concept anymore. And it's not like that company will listen to anybody, so why have any reason to care about it? It's just not worth the effort. it's healthier just to adopt the position of I don't give a shit. No, going up there is a bad idea. Speaking of healthier, go over here. This way you're not in the middle of everything that wants us dead. Like, it's a similar position I adopted with Square for quite a while. But the thing is, Square's at least come out with some things that are different from the same things they've been churning out constantly. So I'm willing to give them back a little bit of credit. Even if I still don't think a bunch of their practices are good, they've at least done some variety at this point. But they are definitely on my same list of companies that have kind of been around for so long, I feel like they've kind of gotten up their own ass. Yeah, exactly. The only thing that would change anything there would be people actually actively organizing against them, and what would be the point in that? At either. Because there will still be people buying their products, which will then lead to them not caring about what any of those organized people have to say anyway. It's just kind of a losing situation no matter how you look at it. Good lord, it's one of those days. Welcome in, Hex. Thank you for the raid. You caught us in an interesting conversation a bit. But hopefully you had a good stream. What were you up to today? The one downside to my fancy shoutouts is I don't get to see what people were doing. Welcome in, everybody that was watching Hex. You know, I'm sorry to hear there were technical difficulties. What kind of issues were you having? Perhaps I can give some insight that might help, unless they're already fixed. In which case, great. Ah, excellent. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's net related, then there's only so much that can be done, but hopefully there's an easy fix for it. By all means, if you need to take care of yourself or take care of that, I wish you the best, and I will still be here if there's something useful I can do to help. Okay, they stepped over there to try to mesmerize. No problem. See you around. Yeah, they both fell asleep. Well, that's upsetting, but we'll work around that. They are great dragon designs, honestly. And having your own satellite would be great, up until the point where you have to convince people to connect to it. I swear, if everybody gets put to sleep, I'm going to be very upset. Oh, never mind. Floros is in double sleep. Great. I'm sure that's something that works. Yes, double sleep is clearly a concept. Hell, I wish I could sleep that hard. Hard sometimes. So maybe not the part where you're also on fire. Though I guess it worked to wake them up. You know, I guess you're right. Double sleep would be a coma. You're making nothing but good points there, Snark. I'm still not going to say no to this idea necessarily, but it's a bit different at that point. You know, they've gone and set themselves up really great for me to hit them with all kinds of awful magic, because there's now 4 targets all at a nice little plus sign here. The only way it could be better is if they fit a 5th one in there. I also could have cast Gnome into that pile, but I'd have to have aimed it differently, and there's no guarantee it would have landed as well. So I opted for the guaranteed damage. Since at this point, I don't think I've seen Crag Crush miss. Ever since she became even halfway competent, I don't think Crag Crush has missed. Yeah, exactly. 1 kill and over 200 damage across the whole set. More than enough. It's a little inconvenient that it killed the one in the middle, so the spears can't hit multiple targets anymore, but it's fine. It also would have done reduced damage to the target on the edge anyway. It's more important that these things just get cleared off the board before this whole sleep thing becomes too big a problem. Are you gonna be able to kill that? Oh yeah, it's only got 29 health left. You got that. I'm gonna try to get Alos to kill most of the dragons, because he's the one who I want to potentially become a Dragoon. So he'll need to kill dragons in order to get the emblem for that. So I'm gonna prioritize getting him the last hit on those, if I can. Because he's been with me from the beginning, so presumably he's managed to be the one to get the last hit on at least one dragon before. That is, of course, absolutely not a guarantee of anything. But I can hope. Well, there's Animal Hunter, so it's a good thing I'm not trying to recruit any beasts anymore. Is what Animal Hunter does is it's a negative emblem, actually. Honors one who slays 5 ferocious beasts. Trust from beasts will be lost. You now have a guaranteed reduced chance to recruit any beasts with the character that got that emblem. Drive safe, Tiny, and thank you for being here. Listen, just grab bags so I know what's in them. I don't know what that is. There we go. She got the loot upgrade 8 emblem. You get that from picking up 5 bags of loot. Which, that's the one advantage. I see you found more bits, Tiny. Thank you. Don't worry, somehow some of that's gonna find its way back to you, you know that. There we go, counter kill that before it steals my loot. God damn it, speaking of stealing loot. Oh no. Them using that's actually really bad. His fairy kiss from a regular fairy will actually heal you. From imps, it will petrify. And it's really bad. Because I still haven't established if petrifying counts as dying in this game yet. And I don't have an immediate solution to petrification right now. So, whoever gets petrified is gonna end up staying that way. And that's how that's gonna be. Well, this is upsetting. Ow. Since she's confused, I can't control her on her turn. So, you know, that's great. It's everybody's favorite thing. Characters going completely out of control. On the bright side, this little bugger's basically dead. For fun, can you actually kill him? Since you've got a... You actually can't even kill a 21 hit point enemy. Then again, it is 14 levels higher than you. Stupid thing I have to drag with me on this goddamn mission. Fairies. You're gonna do no damage to him. Huh. This puts us in an awkward spot. That doesn't do any more damage either, really. How about you just kill him? I was gonna say, if you missed, I was gonna be so upset with you. Let's see. Right now, Glacinia's in a bit of an awkward spot because the dragon might get to her, but I think she'll be okay. I'm also currently deciding whether I care if she survives or not. Because I think as soon as I get this mission done and get the other fairy, I think her quest is done anyway. I want to say that's how that's going to work out. And the main reason I kept her was I believe if she dies before this comes up, this quest doesn't open to you. So technically, since I'm already here, I don't know what would happen if she died here. But there's a part of me that's curious to see what would happen. I know that sounds bad, but curiosity is what it is. Yeah, you're not going to do much damage to that since it's a fire dragon either. What about a pelting fury? That does less damage anyway. Yeah, that's about what I figured. I'll hit it anyway. Because the thing is, he's a water element character, which gives him an advantage against the fire dragon, but he's using a fire sword, which then nullifies that advantage. Which is why he does so little damage there. Yeah, because we don't... Yeah... Oh, that's what we got, an Urn of Chaos, which is a way to make somebody neutral chaotic or somebody lawful into neutral. That could be useful for certain things, but we don't really have anybody that's got the wrong alignment for what they're becoming, so it's fine. I don't need to worry about that right now. Which, funny thing, by the way, I didn't look at anybody's alignments when I was picking out in my head what paths I was taking them on. It just happened to work out with all of them. Just so, you know. That's the level of attention I've been paying to some of that. No, you can't get more chaotic than chaotic. I should know, I try. Well, that hurt a lot. You're gonna fire breath all of them, aren't you? You sure are. Good thing I moved the fairy, because the rest of them should survive it just fine. Because it counts as magic damage, and they're all magic users. So all he did was wake you fair up. Oh good, you're actually doing exactly what I would have had you do normally. Aside from, I would have had you a tile closer so you actually did full damage. But instead you left the space open for me to hit it, so it works out. Look at her being polite and leaving me space to attack too. Awfully decent of her. Speaking of awful, this is gonna be awful for them. Let's maybe, you know, do something about this whole imp problem before we worry too much more about the dragon. Because otherwise these two are going to continue to be a nuisance, and I'm just going to get annoyed. But don't worry, they are not long for this world. At all. I forgot they make such a deep sound when they die. God damn. Such a small thing, just go when it dies. The hell. You go ahead and hop over here. Because you specifically aren't in much danger right now. Neither is he, but you may as well heal him because he's the one missing the most health, I think. I say only kind of half checking, not really paying that much attention because we're not really under any major threat here. Of course, I say we're not under any major threat, and this is when somebody's gonna get petrified by this damn imp right before he dies. Level up, and another glass pumpkin. Okay, I thought the other Cerberus was still up there, but I think he did come down and get obliterated when everybody else was dying. That's part of why I kept her from going anywhere else, so we'll just fly her over there so nothing bad can happen and potentially break the quest. That makes more sense to me. And this is why I healed him, because it seemed like they had it out for him. That does a lot of damage. Well, that accomplished a lot for you, didn't it, buddy? I think he's got low enough health left that Alos can finish him. You know, it's actually really upsetting that the one who can teleport's the one that got confused, now that I think about it. Considering they can just kind of go anywhere and be really annoying. $34. I think that's low enough. Oh, or was he doing like 29? Was it 39 or 29? 40. Well, that'll work. Nope, not enough dragons still. Sad. But at least now we can guarantee that he's killed 2. So he either needs 2 or 3 more, assuming he has killed 1 in the past, which I think he did. And then he'll be able to become a Dragoon and become the most heavily armored thing on the battlefield and just be annoying to get rid of when he eventually makes it to his opponents. Which that's going to be the problem with that, is the key word to that being he will eventually make it to his opponents. So apparently the other fairy wasn't here, so that was entirely pointless, question mark? Well, I guess we got experience for doing it. Oh yeah, I have 80 MP now, so that was enough to get us to me being able to be a warlock. Joyous day. I now have an extra space, and I have Barren Soul. This is the ability I was talking about. Direct attack, all elements. 25 MP, range 1, AoE 1. Attacks with a sword that has been materialized from the element opposite of your foes. Right, it's not your element, it's literally guaranteed to be your opponent's weakness. But it's not all attacks like I was remembering it as. It was specifically a single attack. And I think regular sword is the right weapon for these, right? They don't wield katanas as well. Yeah, weapon sword. So katanas won't be the thing I want them to use, so yes, we'll stick with the Fafnir then. I do want the dragon gem. Well, no. I want the pearl necklace back so I'm immune to status effects. Because as we discussed before, in the event that I get petrified, I would rather just not learn what that event is going to entail. Let's just not and say we did, shall we? Now I can fit haste in as well, so I can make people move more or hit harder, in addition to my horrible Sword of Doom spell. And you'll notice we actually have higher attack now. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Like, higher than the difference for the sword would have made. Is there... Oh yeah, no, we had the Iron Helmet before, so everything else is in good order. I'm gonna get up one more time right quick. I'll be right back. Now is a good time for people to take a moment to stretch or anything that they need to do. Back in just a second. Okay, back to business. Just needed to check on something. And everything is fine. Yeah, Sierra missed out on that fight. Thank you. So she's still only level 17. Everybody else has managed to get up to 18 and 19 other than Carmen, who's going to be perpetually behind. And that's fine, because they're healing more than enough at this point. I assume nothing new is in the shop. We have all the money in the world to buy anything we could wish, but there's really nothing that I'm like, I need this. I'll go ahead and buy some magic seeds in case I need people to have more MP. That's not a bad thing to do. Buy an extra Altar of Resurrection so I'm less paranoid about somebody dying. The reason why I'm just buying magic seeds instead of magic salves is the salves are 100 MP. No one's ever gonna need 100 MP. Like, legitimately, if I need 100 MP in a fight, something's gone wrong. His 2 castings, for example, of one of the summon spells is 70 between the 2 castings. But over the course of the turns it takes to do that, you'll gain some of that MP back as well. So more than likely, by the time you go to cast the third summon spell, you'll have regained most of the MP back in order to use it. You just kind of need to start the engine is the thing. Yep.
Encounter.
I had a feeling I wasn't going to be able to walk back in peace. Beastmaster, some Hawkmen. A fairy. These are some high-level enemies, though. God damn. Got anything cool? No, you have garbage. You also have garbage. Garbage. Let me guess. Garbage? Garbage. Huzzah for garbage. God damn it. I mean, this fight will be worth my time in terms of experience. Kind of. But other than that, we're gonna gain absolutely nothing from this encounter. And the thing is, our party's kind of reaching its final composition for the most part, I think. Short of us getting something really special, which I'm still not gonna say what it is. Because the circumstances around getting it are such a crapshoot that I kind of want it to be a surprise if it does manage to line up and happen. And I'm not talking about the Angel Knight. There's something else that's really wacky to try to get a hold of. I would argue that it's as... Well, it's not as complicated as an Angel Knight, is there's less RNG involved, technically. But I'm missing one of the parts of doing it. The only thing I'll say is it's also the only other upgrade I could make from my Siren, basically. So it only matters for her, really. And I wouldn't mind having an Angel Knight either, but I'm not gonna sit here and do Death Roulette to get an Angel Knight. I don't care that much about it. I have not needed the extra help of having one. So I honestly don't even know necessarily what the benefits of an Angel Knight are specifically. Aside from I want to say it's just straight up a better knight. They're either a better knight or a better Hawkman. I can't remember which. It might be both, considering I think Angel Knights can fly. So they would be able to fly like a Hawkman, but also have the capabilities of a knight, I presume. So they'd have holy magic and all that good stuff. But as we discussed before, since the emblem for making somebody an Angel Knight came up before, it's a chance on revival for somebody to turn into an Angel Knight once they have that and have the stat requirements for being an Angel Knight. So it just really isn't worth it to me. Especially not for the purposes of a stream. I'm not going to sit there and keep killing and reviving a character over and over again until they turn into something cool. That just doesn't seem that worth it. If they happen to turn into one naturally when they need to be revived, then that's cool. But other than that, I just don't care. And I feel like it's more special if they happen to accidentally turn into one anyway, you know? Because then it's a surprise for me, too. And the only reason I'm not discussing the other one is the fact that we don't have the item that'll give away the whole situation with that yet. So I'm saving discussing that for when I have the item. Because otherwise, I tell you all how it works now, and by the time the item shows up, even I'll have forgotten about it, you know? It just wouldn't do anything. Also, why couldn't this Beastmaster have had some dragons with him so I could get at the Dragoon for Alos? Which, funny thing I noticed when I was looking at how Dragoons work in this game, they don't use spears. Spears aren't their big thing. Their whole thing is just fighting dragons. Which, there's plenty of instances, as I discussed before, where Dragoons don't use spears in many other things. That's just the Final Fantasy in my brain sticking out when I'm noticing that at all, really. But that just tells you how long I spent playing Final Fantasy Tactics, that the first thing I think of with a Dragoon is both jumping and using a spear. And I know Dragoons weren't only in that, but that's where that sticks in my brain from. Because you could also be one like 14 and things like that, but I didn't spend that much time with 14. I played it, it wasn't bad, but MMOs just don't do it for me these days. And that's another conversation I've had on numerous occasions with people. I can't even, like, guaranteed nail down the entire problem with them, really. Aside from, I'm not a party e-play person unless I know the people. So that kills MMOs kind of at the word go for somebody, really. But that's not the entire problem either. I know I've said it in a fairly succinct way at some point to people, but that has since flown the coop from my brain. And of course, you know, things change over time as well, so it may not even be the same answer it was before at this point. And I will say, I was hoping we'd be able to finish this today, but I think I spent enough time extra reading dialogue and things like that and fiddling around with my setups that I think we're actually going to go over the how long to beat time by more than I thought. So it's probably going to go off into one more stream, which may end up being moved around next week. Because I am in talks with multiple people to do things next week. And I know at least one of those is likely to land on a Thursday. So expect next week's schedule to be moved around a bit. The finale for this may end up either A, being moved to a different day next week, or it may even end up waiting a week if we don't manage to finish it today. It's really going to depend on how that whole week shakes out. And it's not ideal. I'd rather have this done, especially since this might actually mean that this game doesn't get beaten this month, since we are nearly done with February. But at the same time, it's more important that it gets done without interfering with things that may be more time sensitive. Because, you know, working with others, you have to work around others' schedules. And since I'm not one of those people that has the most hard set schedule in the world, I tend to give people free reign of what day they need. Not worth the effort. In case you haven't noticed by now, Snork, I am very lazy. I will say that quite honestly right now. I am very lazy. And it oozes out into my approach toward a lot of things. Which benefits me in some ways, because it means I have a more relaxed approach to quite a few things. But it bites me in the ass in terms of getting art done. So, you know, trade-offs. Such is the rest of life. All of life is trade-offs, as I've said on more times than people can count, probably, occasions at this point. Okay, so he'll destroy himself on his own. I don't need to worry about him anymore. Because he'll attack somebody, most likely, and get countered. So he is a non-issue at this point. Give you a jab. Let's see. The only one really missing any health is Yufair, I think. And that's the health she sacrificed to give MP earlier. We'll do a heal plus just because I think she'll get more experience by doing that, since she'll be healing 3 targets. I don't have the experience pop-ups on anymore, so I don't actually know if that's worth more or not. But she gained a level, so I'm gonna just say yes. regardless of what the truth is. You know, didn't think he was gonna do that. Fair play. You have mildly inconvenienced me by throwing sand in my face. Congratulations? Question mark? Yeah, of course you're gonna do the same thing even though you have basically full health. Bad. And I will say, despite the fact that I'm showing this model off today, this is probably the only day this model's coming out until it gets fully finished. Because, you know, he needs to be cleaned up a bit more still. I was just impatient. Actually, you know what? Oh, right, you have the Necklace of Resistance, so I can't even buff you. Right. I was gonna buff the Archer so she actually could do real damage for a change. No, real damage to something that wasn't a mage. There's Floros. I had a moment there like wait, where'd Floros go? Because I thought that's what I had Floros do a turn ago. No, that one's removed. Oh yeah, and the other layer to the whole why don't I buy the better MP items is the existence of things like fluid magic, where it's just a ton of MP for basically just the usage of my Swordmaster's turn, who might not be able to reach anything. And you might be like, well, why don't you just use Pelting Fury if he can't reach? Pelting Fury has a very bad tendency, especially in Alos's hands, to do kind of bugger all, so I feel like his time is better spent giving somebody that can do damage the MP if he can't reach to hit people with his sword. Like, we've seen that Pelting Fury can be good. When we were a Swordmaster as well, we used it to decent effect a few times. That's how we got the ability to become a Warlock. Which, that is the one downside to being a Warlock now, is I don't actually have a ranged option. Which feels weird, not being able to attack at range after going out of my way to make sure I had an attack at range option at all times for so long. But being able to buff someone who then can attack is good enough. His Molten Sword has proven to be a pretty good buff. Pretty good buff in the right hands. Haste is kinda eh. I'm not super sold on haste, but Molten Blade definitely has paid off a couple times. I might actually get another copy of Fluid Magic and put that on me as well. And then I would be able to power both of my attack casters off of my... basically my primary sword melees. I guess that's kind of what my physical attackers have turned into. 2 swords, 2 spears. As opposed to, it was 2 swords, a something, and a spear. It's now solidified down into 2 spears. since the whips and things like that really didn't seem that worth having outside of specific circumstances where it's the right class that gets the best benefit out of it, which we're not using. So it didn't matter. Run him up there. It's a real pity we don't have a water sword for him still. I still don't know if that actually matters, and I know I said the exact same sentence earlier, but the answer still eludes me, and the water sword also still eludes me. We finally found an earth sword. I'm really only saying the I don't know each time is like, just in case anybody's like, do you actually know whether that matters or not? It's like, well, no, I don't know if it matters or not. I just want a sword that matches the guy using it because it pleases my brain for that to be the case. I think that's just the best answer there is I want his sword and everything else to match because it just feels better that way. Does anybody need healing? It's looking like a no on the need, but you may as well heal anyway, just so you keep getting experience. I don't know if it'll gain experience if 0 health is given, but I was missing health, so health was still given. Even if it's not health that matters, it was still provided. I do appreciate the amount of arrows I've managed to block today, rather than being hit by them. Ow. You know, sometimes timing... Just because I said the words, be hit by, does not mean I needed to be hit by something at that exact moment. This may come as a shock to you. I don't think I can hit both of them with Gnome, can I? Because I feel a sudden need to make a point. Well, you know what? You're the one that managed to land the hit. But it's got a 1% chance to hit. So you know what? Maybe we don't do that. Maybe I don't do something stupid just to make a point. Maybe we just crush a fairy with a giant boulder instead. I think that'll make enough of an impression. Turns out it was the impression of the fairy on the ground, but that's fine. On the ground, in the ground. I mean, they ended up in the ground anyway. The universe has a real habit of kicking me whenever I say things. That's just the truth. There's a reason why my catchphrase is I hate being right. Because I'm always right when it's something I don't want to be right about. But I'm also the one the universe will unilaterally try to prove wrong for no other reason than because reasons. I'm not even sure I used that word right, and at this point I don't care. The point stands of the universe just sits there with a middle finger raised just for me most of the time, it seems. I've lost count of the amount of sentences I've had at this stop mid-sentence because the thing I was talking about happened, now that I stop and think about that. You know, brain sap. No, it's only range 4 AoE 1. Exactly. It's just usually a little nah. Let's buy cleanse while I'm thinking about it. Because there's gonna be points where I'm gonna want to have cleanse instead of either one of the two heals or resurrect, potentially, just so we can solve the issue of somebody having been paralyzed or any number of things. I have enough intelligence that Slumber Mist could hit multiple targets, but we've seen it miss so often when the enemy uses it. I don't know if I care to try it. I think I'll stick with my idea of using fluid magic. Basically, we use that early on in the fight to boost our two mages into play using these two's mana pools. And then that whole wheel spins on its own at that point. We don't need to put cleanse on you right now. And I didn't buy brain sap, so nobody needs to worry about that. We get into a fight in Hyena. Nope. Okay, very good. So we can make progress without another random encounter. On to a story itself. Commander Lasanti, you're here. What is it, Lady Militia? Is your uncle asking for me? No, it's not that. I just wanted to talk with you. Or must I have a reason to speak with you? I'm sorry. It's just it never occurred to me that I'd see you here. Please forgive my thoughtlessness. I'm not trying to make you feel guilty. I'm just happy to see you. So aren't you and my uncle searching for something called the Sacred Spear? Have you had any luck? To be honest, things haven't gone very smoothly. The mermaid who stole the spear, it appears that she's still alive, but we haven't been able to learn where the spear is hidden. A man who's talked to her at length is now on his way to the castle as we speak. Has your uncle said anything about it? Yeah, the thing is, you'll get the things they're using, usually in Titan Quest. So that's why he was doing as much to you, is they had a really powerful bow. No, Commander, I bet he's trying to take all of the credit for himself. He's probably doing something behind your back. Remember, I'll always be on your side. I hate my uncle, he's so greedy and ignorant. A woman of your status shouldn't talk like that. Unclean words will stain your heart. Forgive me, Commander, I went too far. No matter what kind of person he is, he's still my uncle. There's nothing to fear. I trust Lord Batrol. You're an idiot. It sure is a nice day today, Lady Militia. Would you like to go outside? The winter sky here is usually so dull, it seems to make my mind feel dull as well. Is that right? I thought winter was like this everywhere. Yep, timing. Commander Lasanti, I'll be waiting for you outside. Treachery afoot. She seems to enjoy your company, Commander. She's my dead brother's daughter. Since she has no other family, I'm taking care of her. She's a nice girl. She probably just wants to hear some stories from outside of Ovis. Anyway, what are things going as planned? The cart was defeated at Sotavento. What? Unbelievable. Commander Profound must have underestimated him. An enemy's an enemy, no matter who it is. He shouldn't have been caught off guard. You're right. By the way, I've heard that this man, the one who's obtained lung coldness and is on his way here now, is a friend of yours. His name has been removed from our troops registry for disobeying orders. He is no friend of mine. It makes no difference. Margaret is ready. She should prove to be more effective than a cart. I'll do my best to protect this castle as well. Okay. That kid who's on his way here, he may prove to be more dangerous than the Duke or his son. Just talking to Buckethead over there. There are two entrances to the castle, the main gate on the south wall and the side entrance to the west. The castle is surrounded by a moat, making a direct attack difficult. I have no idea about the size of their forces. They may have increased their numbers to match our power. Yeah, you know, the power of our 8 people that we send out every time. Let's see, what do you think about dividing our troops in two and attacking both gates simultaneously? But won't that weaken our strength? We're used to fighting in small numbers. Besides, if we attack at the same time, it'll confuse them, giving us an advantage. We'll have to take our chances. One more thing, Ivana, your sword instructor. She's probably a member of the White Fang troops and maybe guarding one of the gates. But please don't worry on my account. Let's concentrate on conquering the castle. Just remember to split our forces up evenly. Now, am I actually gonna have to send 4 people on each wall, or is this going to be a case where I have to send 2 sets of 8 out? Because if I have to send out 2 sets of 8, I might be in trouble. We'll find out. Saving won't be possible until the castle is conquered. Continue? So this is a big fight then. Ooh. Multi-stage fight. A character can only be dispatched to one location. Ooh, do I go to the west or the south? I don't have any information. Oh boy. I've lost controller access to the game because I set the controller down and it got mad. Hang on. Save state. 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna have to reset this. Oop. Of course, something stupid had to happen somewhere along the way here, eh? The good news is I saved before this anyway, so if this... Okay, the save state worked fine. Everything's fine. Now, if the game would just like to reappear on screen, thank you. Everything is fine. Now, what I was doing when I lost the controller was I was reaching for my coin, because I have no information to go by here. So I have nothing to work with for deciding between these 2 doors. And I don't know if I'm committing to one side and then the other side would happen automatically or something. So heads we go west, tails we go south. Go west, young man, go west.
Fight it out.
It's been a while, Lady Ivana. I'm sorry, but I have orders from your uncle. I'm not to let anyone in the castle, not even you. Please, why don't you turn back? You're aware of my ability. I don't want to hurt you. Margaret, I was afraid he'd send you. But I can't retreat. I won't let my fear take control, even though you are the best sword master in Ranunculus. I'm gonna need to re-equip Ivana right quick. Because she doesn't have anything right now, because I cleared out her gear. She's also a little under-leveled. do have a nice shield to give her at least. She is Earth, so you know what? Go ahead and take the Earth Sword. Oh, but if I give her that, she can't use the Earth Shield. Thunder Chain. Let's see what she ends up with all told, and then we'll decide from there how I want to handle that last problem. All in all, she's not that bad off once she got re-equipped. 130 physical resist is on par with most of us. 207 health isn't bad for being 6 levels down. 5.0 movement's not great, but it'll be workable. The thing I'm nervous about is the fact that they said a character can only be deployed in one direction, on one field rather. So I feel like I might have to split my main team in half and send some of these out as auxiliaries, which is going to be a problem because a lot of them are under-leveled. The other option is I send everything on this side and cry when I have to send just an entire team of Junkers on the other side. Wait, can I can actually remove her from the fight. No, because if I'm sending auxiliaries here, she would be one of the auxiliaries anyway. So I'll split Floros and Gunther, myself and Alos. So I'll take Floros on this fight, Nikita. Ivana can kind of do healing duty. I can also re-equip Mary to be the healer for this team in a more serious way. This is gonna take a minute while I re-equip people, though. It's a good thing I kept spare gear laying around. It's almost like I suspected that they were gonna pull this crap at some point. These games love to give you these castle attacks where you have to split your forces in half. Her intelligence is only 91, so her healing's not going to be incredible. But it'll do the job well enough to keep people alive, as it has done in the past for us. Go ahead and take Cleanse as well, so you have something to fill out that third slot. There's also the world in which I don't even send a full team this way. Hey, really. If I can't equip enough people. Well, in a way that I'm happy with. I'll send a dragon over here. Because even though they're under-leveled, they have a good amount of hit points, so they can kind of soak regardless of being under-leveled. So we'll send those to replace sending actual bodies otherwise. I'll be sending these 5 over on the other side because they should be able to hold together anything that gets sent with them well enough to fight. Who is gonna be the last filler is the question. We only have one caster, so maybe we send Cynthia? It's like we have a healer and a caster, but we're missing our second usual caster. She won't have any attack spells because that's not what witches do. Oh, do I even have any non-attack spells, though, to use? Like, I don't think I even have any support spells laying around at all, do I? Oh, she has haste. Oh no, I didn't sell Slumbering Mist, so she can at least try to use that. Don't get me wrong, this is, messy. Just gonna be blunt and honest about that one. This is gonna be bad in places. But this is what happens when you gotta send the backups out. And this is when I find out I didn't have to do this at all, and this entire thing goes stupid. And the reason why I'm sending what I am is I'm gonna send these 5 and Asra and Elric, most likely. And then maybe Eleanor's the 8th one for that set? I don't know. The 8th one's a question mark. If it comes down to sending all of them. I really should have gotten rid of Tiara a while ago. She's just kind of been sitting there being a cheerleader for us. Shivan's a plot character, potentially still, so that's why he's still here. I don't know if he actually has anything to do with the plot anymore. It's been a few years since our swords clashed last. Lady Ivana, let us fight to our fullest. Ooh, this is a kinda weak squad I got here, but hopefully main character privilege and a couple solid soldiers will carry the day. Because we're up against Duke Knights, which are fancy knights, apparently, and they've got fancy swords and heavy armor. They also know Heal Plus, which is spooky. Margaret, of course, is a sword master, as noted. She's got a fucking sick-looking sword. The double-edged sword of Notus, god of the south wind, huh? One of 4 relics of wind. Okay. She's, of course, got peregrine armor, which is great. Tropos. Special sword technique, sword, katana, axe in exchange for HP. That's the kind of thing I was talking about. Swordmasters get an extra technique that they can use with certain weapons. And I guess Tropos is one of them. Unless maybe that's her unique thing she gets. They've got so many nice weapons! They've got all kinds of one-handed elemental swords. I'm gonna try to get some of these people on side, I think. That'll help turn this fight around for us if we can get any of these guys to turn. Both so we get better gear for the next encounter and just turning them to add more bodies to our force as well. I'm gonna have to take this fight pretty seriously, though, considering we are gonna be bringing a lot of people that are massively underleveled. Like, this might be one of the handful of times where I have to actually really be clever. It's definitely a time where I'm going to be using my mana seeds and such to ensure that my casters are ready to go. Hindsight being 2020, I should have taken fluid magic off myself and given it to Cynthia and have her purpose in life be a mana battery. Oh well. Her spells really are probably not going to make enough of a difference for me to give her mana. That's why I didn't do that. But I'm going to need healing on hand, so we'll go ahead and use that. This team is also woefully slow compared to our normal setup. Is the dragons are slow. I've gotten kind of slow because of what I'm wearing. Ivana's slow. Something I could have done was take the really good gear off of the people that weren't being brought here and then swap it around. But I don't know if the game would really allow me to do that without punishing me for it. Oh, ice bow. I was like, why are they shooting something blue at that range? Ow, God. Dangerous archers too, huh? Great. Makes sense considering they're up on the walls that they'd have such an advantage. I might have wanted to commit a better setup to this. But I'm assuming there's going to be a similar issue with the walls on the other side too. And of course, since they're led by Margaret, they want Ivana dead because plot reasons between Ivana and Margaret. The good news is the Duke Knights are the only ones still down at the bottom at the moment. So I can possibly still take advantage of that to break through them. The problem is they are going to be raining those arrows on us this entire time from the sound of things. You've already got 60 MP because you used an item. Ivana's the other one who can heal. So there's some value in giving her more MP, but I'm actually going to give Nikita even more. And that may sound crazy, but this way I can guarantee she can just go full bore with her magic the entire time. And I don't need to think about it any further. I know I was talking a big game about mana coming back quick enough before, but this is me hedging bets. Though with the ground we're covering, she's not gonna be able to cast any of that magic for at least another turn. So maybe I should have given Floros the magic just so she could throw a Crag Crush their way. That really wouldn't help. I don't know what this orb does still. It says it contains the formidable power of the elements. In theory, you'd think I could use that to attack something, but I don't know. And I'm disinclined to use it at a dangerous situation like this. If it gets more dire than this, I may whip it out as a Hail Mary and see what happens. Because, you know, maybe it'll do some kind of, like, crazy summon magic or something. Though I find that incredibly unlikely, just to be clear on that one. What I'm wondering is, I wonder if this fight's the end of the game. I feel like it isn't going to be the end of the game, getting through this castle. I feel like there's going to be some bits left after this. But I don't know that. You don't have enough to cast haste or anything. I didn't bother to give you anything to work with. Which haste wouldn't actually be the worst thing to cast on like the dragons or something to get them up there sometime today. Come here. Oh, they're gonna really be a pain about this, huh? They're just gonna sit and throw magic. Which, they're defending a castle. It makes sense that they try to wear you down on your way to the gates. That's just logical castle defense. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. I particularly want to get a hold of that knight that has heal plus if I can. Because not only is he going to be a really strong asset on their side, he would be an incredible asset to steal. But I don't even know if Duke Knights can be converted. Logic denotes since they're a unique class, and theoretically they'd be very loyal to their Duke, that wouldn't be possible. Also, yikes. She, I think, is like one more hit away from dying. Which, you know how I hyped this up as there might be character death today? Yeah. It's looking quite likely that there's going to be some character death today. It's just not primary team character deaths. Now she lived. I don't know why one of them did 80 damage and the other one did 40, but I'm fine with it since she got to live through it. This does lead to a problem, though. Because they're still playing Keep Away. They're gonna send the Hawkmen in to try to tangle us up and buy themselves more time. I guess Fluid Magic her now. I know I'm turning my back on the Duke Knight. I'm actually doing that on purpose. The idea is to get him to come to me rather than staying still. I'm hoping having it back exposed will encourage him to move. It may be a terrible idea, and one of these guys may capitalize that on that instead. But it's kind of a case of the only play I've got to do here, really. And yeah, she absolutely nearly died. I don't really want Floros rushing in alone, either. Otherwise, I'd teleport her over to somebody and start stabbing, because I think she can almost reach. But I feel like that's a bad idea, too. There we go. And see, this is why I was less sold on haste than I was before. He only gained an extra tile of movement. It'll make a difference in the long run, but it's not a huge thing. I don't know if we're going to be able to heal her enough to keep her from getting killed next turn. But as long as they're shooting at her rather than the more powerful casters... Yeah, the thing is, it's just going to take them forever to get engaged either way, is the issue. Like, I managed to speed up the Thunder Dragon, but the Fire Dragon over here is not going to be engaged till the fight's long since been going. It's just such an agonizing difference compared to the speeds we were moving at before. How far can you move? Okay, so I want to stand her there if I'm going to move her that way. Which is where she was going anyway. Okay, good. I don't want her getting ripped apart by one of these Duke Knights, because I assume they probably hit very hard. Can Gnome hit him? Gnome actually has pretty good odds of hitting him, so this is probably stronger. Since this is going to be a good amount of hits. Oh! I didn't realize that Archer was in range too, so that's going to actually throw that plan off a little bit. Hooray for that 75% chance to hit, missing multiple times. Still doing decent damage, but not as much as I'd hoped. And it also wasn't all on one target. I mean, still did okay. I hate this situation. Go ahead and stand here. The Duke Knight will be able to reach, and I don't like that. But I don't think multiple Hawkmen can get to her there. So they won't be able to capitalize on it as much, is the idea. And she'll still be able to do this, so she at least does something. Because I can't support anybody effectively. Because I don't have a pair of people that move fast, particularly. Why is he going back up? Oh, because he's thunder arrowing. Okay. Ow. The intention of bringing the dragons was so that they'd provide a stable center to the charge, but they're so slow that they can't really provide that center properly, because they won't get there before everybody else does. They'll be a good anchor, but they won't really They don't lead the way. Okay, he does significantly less than I expected him to. But then again, Floros' defense is decent. I think she is one of the ones wearing plate mail. They really want her dead. But I think it's because she's the one they can kill. 64. And there is that awkward situation where she's now facing away from them. Because she hasted something behind herself. Yeah, she's still alive. They're wasting all their shots on her, too, so that's kind of working out in our favor, if anything. And he's the one with the lightning sword, which is why I stood in front of him, since it's an element match. It shouldn't do extra damage to me. Okay, so you can actually reach something because they moved poorly. So that's good. You do, like, no damage because you're under-leveled, but we'll figure out something for you to do. Actually, I think you can Thunder Breath from here and hit both of them, can't you? Oh, wait, no. Thunder Breath's a single tile. It's the other guys that get multi-tile attacks. You know, you would think dragons known for their breath attacks would get a better than single tile breath attack, but no, they don't. It's a shame, really. Crying shame. If I cast Gnome here again, the other guys are out of range, so the entire brunt of Gnome will hit this guy. Just drop all of Alaska on him. I would have aimed for the one by me to convert him more easily, but positioning. Yeah, he's already down to 25. And I can't reach. Okay, let me check something. 0%. Okay. How about the one that's almost dead? You don't have a bonus to converting people. 0%. I think they're unconvertible. I think my theory that they would be too loyal is probably correct. Wow, that's not gonna kill him, huh? That's upsetting. Do it anyway, because it'll do more than your regular attack does. I just don't know if casting a spell at point-blank range like this is gonna get them both to counter her or not. I actually haven't tested that, and this might go really badly because of that. Nope. No counters allowed for them. Okay, so he's got 5 hit points. There's nothing I can do to actually manage to get an attack on him. I'm already pretty badly hurt. I may as well just healing seed myself back, and then the healers keep the witch alive, hopefully. Because I'm just trying to keep him busy while they deal with the other one is basically the plan at the moment. Can't believe I'm saying this, but this is one of those times I really wish I still had an archer on the team right now so I could pop that guy. And yeah, you could say that I could try to move Cynthia to a spot where nobody could shoot her anymore. But the problem with that is there is no safe place. They shoot far enough that I think she'd be hit anywhere she went. But thanks to the healing seed, we don't need to burn all of our healing on her this turn. Which frees up Ivana a little bit to attack this guy potentially. How much damage would you do to him? 23 with a half chance to hit him. And how much would you take in return? 43. How about we don't do that? Because the problem is she is underleveled. Like, this entire situation is basically anyone that isn't on the regular team is going to be running a support role for the most part in this fight. Keeping those that are competent in the fight. At least until they level enough to be back in action. Can you get into a position where you can lightning bow him? Maybe, but it'd be hella risky. And I think I'm better off just letting that guy get counter-killed. Even though that means he's gonna hit somebody, which is not great. I don't really want people getting hit by him again. He doesn't do a ton of damage, so it's kind of okay. Go ahead and touch up their health more, because they are most likely going to get shot some more. Oh, this is going to be such a slow encounter, though. Just because we have to crawl our way forward through this mess. Okay, yeah, he's gonna go heal plus him. That's what I was afraid of. That's why I was trying to make sure that he died. Okay, he only got 78 back. The Duke Knights aren't really incredible casters, which is not a surprise. They're kind of like paladins. Oh, that needs to not work. That really needs to not work. We do have cleanse, though. Are you fucking kidding me? Of course it worked on 2 out of 3, because that's the time I really needed it not to do that. All this time where those never worked, but the worst possible time? Perfect. And of course they don't shoot each other in the back, even though they're shooting through each other. Ugh. And he's gonna heal even more. Oh, this little shitter. I hate him. Not only is he unconvertible, but he's also going to make it a huge pain to kill him. And before anybody's like, well, this is what you get for fighting the heavy armor guys, it's like, well, I can't exactly get around them with team slow play I got going right now. And I can't leave 2 people to fight them and run off with everybody else because this team is just not strong enough. I think I split poorly on this one. And I'm paying for it a bit. I'll still be able to make this work, I think. It's just gonna suck. The good news is, even if I can only single target cleanse, I can cleanse the sleep off of our caster and get some damage done. Because I think that's move 1 out of this, is cleansing the sleep away. Boy, am I glad I actually brought cleanse with me. To level up for Mary. Oh, but she doesn't get her turn still. Piss. Well, that complicates matters. That might have actually been a waste to cleanse then. Fuck. We need to get rid of these Hawkmen, because they will actually die. Or not. Or they just take no fucking damage, because Hawkmen are ridiculously tanky. Yeah, they're wearing chainmail and they've got just a basic shield, and they still have more defense than most of my people do. Jesus Christ. Of course, the Duke Knights have over 200 goddamn defense. I hate it here. I might actually have to take a mulligan on this and prepare more. Like, by grinding up for the other soldiers to be more productive and things like that. It's one thing for me to have had a suspicion that something like this was gonna happen. It's another for me to have actually sat down and done the prep work as if this was gonna happen. Because I thought this was just going to be a case of, like, okay, I'll send 4 and 4, and it'll all be one map, like it is in, like, Final Fantasy Tactics. No, this is a much larger scale situation than that. Unless, again, this is, we fight on one side, and then the other side doesn't actually happen at all. You do have enough MP to hit them with magic. How much damage would that do? Not much more. These guys are just turbo fucking durable. Like, they straight up nullified a good chunk of my damage by putting Nikita to sleep. There is no world in which the AI didn't know exactly what it was doing when it put her to sleep specifically. And, like, we could try doing the same trick back to them. But, like, 11%, 33%. She's too low a level for that idea to really work. I mean, I could try using Fascination. Apparently Charm will work on them. Same odds with those two, but I could Charm this guy. That might actually be worth doing. Let's try it. Come on. Damn it. I can land those 30% recruitment attempts, but I can't land a 46% charm attempt, huh? Healer with a healing seed, rather than using a heal, because this will do more. And they have a hard-on for shooting her still. Okay, so... fingers crossed that I can scrape this together. Yeah, this is the other problem. That guy's gonna sit there and heal them, so I literally am gonna go nowhere. Because I'm basically gonna have to focus all my damage on one Hawkman to get rid of him. And keep going like that. But as it stands, they're gonna grind us down before we can grind through them. So I might actually have to accept defeat here. Depending on how this continues to play out. Okay, at least you're attacking the one who's wearing armor instead of going for the squishy healer. They really want Cynthia dead. It's hilarious. It's like they know she used to be on their side or something. So they're just shooting the shit out of her. She's still alive, though. Like, I'll give her that. She's doing an admirable job of being an arrow target for us. I can't really say she's done that much else for this fight, but she's done a great job of absorbing all of the arrows for us, so that other more important people aren't dying. Oh, no. This could be really bad. Okay. Like, I just have an internal fear every time that happens. And now that they've actually succeeded more, I just have this massive internal cringe every time it comes out, like, oh god, it's gonna be the one. Let's see. Attempting to put them to sleep has kind of meh odds. Attempting to fascinate them has the same odds. And if I was gonna try one, I would try for the charm again. Please let one of these play ball. We got one. We got one of the Duke Knights charmed. This is why I brought a witch. Okay. The situation has changed. Remember, when in doubt, do anything in your power to turn the situation in your favor. How much would a gnome just on him do? Only a 46% chance of each hit hitting him. Jesus Christ. No, no wonder he is the opposite element too. What about that one? 41 on him. What about the odds? I'm not actually gonna cast it here, I just want to see. 61%, so if I move her appropriately, I might be able to dunk on this guy. Because he does have only 176 health. And that'll do 21 each at 75% chance. I don't know if this will do enough shots to kill, even if it does hit every time. But as long as it hits a decent amount of times, it should weaken him enough that we can do something. That's hitting a good amount of times. It put him down to 9 health. That is exactly what we needed, really. Yeah, that's what single target summons do. Single target summon is mean. This is why I was saying before that the way to use summons is to throw them at a single target. I am out of the 100 health heals, huh? Yikes. Okay, we might be losing Cynthia here in a moment then. It really depends on if there's anything I can figure out here. Because, like, her turn's already done. Well, I can't afford to be wasting bodies in this fight there, Snort. Anybody who dies is going to be a really big downturn to the fight right now. And right now, she's kind of going to be a linchpin to getting this to work because of the fact that she can charm people. Yeah, and I don't know how long that lasts. That's the problem. I kind of need her to keep doing that. For all I know, it might be one of those things that it'll fizzle after he goes and hits one person. So we're just gonna form back up and buy us some time here. See how the charmed person plays out. I don't know. It implies that in the text, but I've never used charm before. So I don't know. I know I can't control him. Oh, okay. He's actually helping. I thought he was attacking still, so I got very concerned. Well, he's at least helping. I'll give him that. So I really want to charm that guy with heal plus. I think I'm starting to understand why the AI was so hard set on shooting her now. Because if this charm plan works out, we might actually be able to turn the tide here. And much faster than we would before. The problem is we did clump up, so a big slumbering mist might be coming. No, he's out of magic at the moment. Like, as much as I like my dragons, their only purpose here is HP soaking. Okay, good. Oh, no, not good, not good. No, that's not what I wanted you to do. Well, there went the charm. That was the other thing I kind of expected, was that they'd be able to cure it. I thought he was going to attack him. This is okay. This is okay. They're still playing into my hands because they spent a turn that would have been spent attacking me fixing that. So I can still turn this into something. I just need to figure out how to do it. She doesn't have the MP to do anything at this point. Because she's been kind of getting ripped apart here. So for one thing, you get the hell out of the way. That's step one. You get out of the way and you heal yourself. This does mean we now have a very, very problematic enemy in the middle of our setup here, too. Go ahead and move over here so that a spear can be sent through them. The good news is these breath attacks actually do decent damage to the... You actually paralyzed him. Oh my god, Nyx, you've actually done something useful. Stars be praised, you might have saved the fucking day here. Because now he can be hit with impunity as well. I was kind of hoping to hit both of them doing that, but, you know, we take those still. So let's see. If we're not gonna have ready access to Charming again, it might be a good idea to dunk on this guy with Gnome. Except I can't because the range is bad for that. I could dunk on him a bit, but it really wouldn't work very well. I could hit both of them. It's a guaranteed hit on him, so it'll probably kill him. But he's also the one that's paralyzed. And if I keep him there, they might try to cure him rather than attacking, just like they did with the guy I had converted. So actually, hold that thought. I don't think I'm ready for your turn yet. Yeah, and you have a chance to confuse. Maybe we'll confuse him? And then he'll attack his friends? Question mark? Yeah! Getting all the lucky status effect procs now. Alright. Okay, so we got one confused and one paralyzed. Okay, we're still in this. This is going places. Shenanigans are in my hand right now. I have plenty of shenanigans to use. You're still doing good things, so I'm gonna keep you alive. Let's see. The thing is, we are still very much surrounded by problems. Yeah, he's just having a great time. He doesn't know any better. So he's just having the best time. $45 with Baron Soul. 29 with regular attack. Makes sense. How much would he hit me back for? He probably wouldn't. Okay. We need to hit him in order to hopefully get him to heal, so we'll go for that. You'll notice I'm actually paying attention to their counter rates and such now. That's how dangerous I think this fight has gotten. Like, I'm taking this that seriously. Okay, none of mine are in range of this, so that's great. Nuke him. Send him to Earth Hell. Because he's also weak to Earth, so this should be very good. Get rocked. One missed. Only one missed. I'll take that. Like, we absolutely take those, because that destroyed that health bar he had. That almost certainly will force him to heal. And with these two out of the way... Something like that, yeah, because he had, what, 280 before... Or the turn started. I hit him for 40, and then he got knocked down to 54, so around there. Let's see. Does anybody else really need healing? Not especially. So keep bolstering the pincushion target. This is such a dumb strategy, and it shouldn't be working. But the Archer AI is hard locked onto her. Yes, hit your friend. Get him. Fuck him up. Yeah. And now he scarpers off to heal himself again. Completely ignoring the fact that another good cast of Gnome will undo all of that health he just gained. Plus some. God damn it, now he's unparalyzing him as expected. But that's fine, because that wasted their entire turn, basically. Like, this is the level of nonsense I have to get up to win this situation I put myself in here. Is I have to cut their action economy down to nothing in order to have a prayer. Also, I just realized they finally started shooting at the dragons. They're shooting at something other than Cynthia, finally. I guess it's because they finally realized those dragons are a threat. So I don't think Cynthia's out of range. No, they should be able to reach her from there. They did it before. They reached her from farther away than that before, from where they're standing. I think they've just reprioritized because of the fact that these two threw the two status effects down that caused them a big problem. He's still confused, though, which is great. And now we warp behind this guy, give him a good stabbing, which will also catch his friend. Ooh, pushed him. That actually might be good. I'm gonna follow through on the gnome threat over here. You've been gnomed. I noticed that the chance to hit for it was lower this time, though, so this might be a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hits. And that's the end of him. I would say it's unlikely, but not impossible. I didn't see anything like that mentioned anywhere when I was researching how things in the game worked. Because I did look up some of the underlying mechanics a little bit. But I didn't go deep, so it's entirely possible something like that would have been deeper than I did look. I don't know. Nothing said anything about how it works. Literally, that wasn't mentioned anywhere. How, the enemies determine their targets. It's probably somewhere I didn't look, but the places I did look didn't mention it at all. Like, that may sound ridiculous, but I'm sure it's covered somewhere. I just didn't see it. Can you charm him? Because if we can have that guy confused and that guy charmed and just have them fight amongst themselves, that'd be great. But it's not happening, of course. How about if I confuse you just like the other guy? Would that work? How do you feel about being confused? He doesn't want to be confused either. Understandable. I don't like being confused either. It's like, this is the first time I've been challenged enough that I'm really giving any of what I looked at any thought to begin with. So it's hard to say exactly how the aggro would work. Is they've ignored people that were doing the majority of the work on the field, or people that were literally within kill range before. So it's confusing. Like, I almost wonder if the units act on an individual basis in terms of who they attack. Like, this guy did something bad to me, therefore I'm going to attack him type deal. Rather than there being a cohesive logic between the actual group of enemies. Is what they do seems like they're just a bunch of lone wolves a lot of the time. That it really is weird. Wait, did their range get shorter? Because they were definitely reaching further from that position before, but now the... What? Something weird's going on with that too, but I'm not going to worry about it because it's working in my favor right now. So I guess she is actually out of range, which makes me wonder how they hit over there before. Because I could have swore they were at the back there before. But again, not questioning it. Gonna run with it. It's good for me. I'll take it. No further questions, Your Honor. Okay, and she's burnt through all of that magic because ordinarily I don't have her casting Gnome literally every turn. Usually she has a little bit of time to recoup some of that. Ah. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mostly be good people too, at least names I recognize. Crash Ouch I know is new. Lego Man I don't recognize. But much appreciated. And definitely broke me out of my reverie for a second there while I was trying to figure out what I was doing. Yeah, we do need to keep him healed because he's getting shredded bit by bit there. You have enough to try Fascination again. And you can't really friendly... no. Yeah, 0%. Okay. Yeah, you can't friendly fire with Charm, so that's fine. Because what would you do? Make them like their teammate more? Well, that didn't work at all. It probably would have been more efficient if I had given a mana item to Nikita with that turn instead. Speaking of... the only thing he could do is confuse. I'm actually gonna have him give Nikita mana so that she could keep doing things. Is everybody else has something to do, and the reason I'm not using him to confuse somebody is he's gonna get countered and his health is getting a little on the lower side. So I'd rather not risk him getting counter killed quite yet, if I can help it. Like, ideally I don't want him dying at all because he's actually been doing a good job. That's what I was afraid of. I can't reach up there because it's too long a distance. get gnomed. Like, Nikita is carrying this fight. But between the status effect bullshit I'm managing to pull off and the ridiculous damage we're getting at a gnome right now, that's the only reason we're not dead yet. This is basically one by one, she's been gnoming people to death. Okay, you start making your way up, actually. With the amount of time it's going to take you to travel, you may as well get a head start. Because all that's left down here is the one Hawkman. And that is still a threat. But it's not a major ordeal to deal with anymore. And we need to get somebody up there to start getting those archers tangled up. Ooh, we got the spell bracelet. And this also, since I attacked him, gives you his back. I could have used her to heal, but we need to get that damage on him to get rid of him sometime this year. Who is he attacking? Yeah, I figured. They've now acknowledged that she's a problem. Hopefully they don't kill her in one turn. Yeah, now they're gonna be focusing on her. I was afraid of that. She has a decent bit of health these days, but not enough to take a seriously concerted effort. I think the three of them hitting her won't kill her right now, but I don't remember if she took any damage before that. Nope, she's good. Okay. And I could have sent Floros up there a while ago since she can teleport. But I didn't favor the idea of her tangling with the damage these two could do on her own, and then probably having Margaret run up on her as well is why I didn't do that. And I actually value Floros continuing to live, unlike most of the extras we added for this fight. I need to fill out the numbers. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna get any of these units killed on purpose. Okay, he's confused. Let's disregard him for a second then, and see if he actually flies up to harass his own archers. If he does, that'll be fantastic. But I anticipate, since he has so many targets in range of him right now, he'll just pick a target out of our team at random. But the only way to find out is, of course, to let him do it. Let's give you some more MP since I'm not using it. This might get me shot in the back, and that's okay. I am so worried about what's going to happen at the other gate if I do actually have to do that fight, which is what the whole point of bringing this hodgepodge mess along to this battle was. Like, I'm glad I thought through what extras to bring, though. If I just threw things in randomly, we would have been hosed. I did at least put some thought into this. Though I still credit the fact that this is working out to random bullshit go. Because that is quite literally what the strategy ended up being. I'm still very worried about fighting Margaret herself, though. Yeah, that's what I figured, is he's still gonna be doing things down here. So he is still a threat that needs to be dealt with. So I shouldn't full commit to charging up the hill completely yet, then. I just pulled away from him in the hopes that he would either A, follow some of the better fighters away from the crowd, or he'd fly up top in the hopes of attacking his own people. He might die. Nope. Okay, so he needs to go. Like, he really needs to not exist anymore. You go ahead and consume a magic seed. I don't know if we really need you to have the magic at this point, but just in case. I bought a bunch of them for a reason. You go ahead and get in there behind him. This is basically your only prayer at hitting him. I figured that would unconfuse him, and that's fine. Got a fancy shield. Fire breath him again. Not really aiming for confuse on this one. Just aiming for damage. Okay, so a light breeze will kill him. I may as well be the one to provide the light breeze. Actually, what are the odds of you joining us? At this point, I don't think there's a point to doing that. Earlier on, if I had seen that opportunity, I probably would have taken it. But with there being just the two archers and Margaret left, I don't think there's any reason for me to worry about trying to pull more people in order to turn the tide. The tide's already turned. But yeah, a situation like this is a perfect example of what I mean when I say there's the level of effort I was putting forth when fighting regular battles, because most of them were a bit of a slog at worst, but otherwise kind of a cakewalk as long as I paid any attention, versus these more significant fights where if I make a mistake, somebody's gonna die. That said, this fight ended up being this significant because I potentially made a mistake. I still don't know if I had to actually commit specific forces in specific places yet. Because again, it was implied by the text box, but we've been lied to by games multiple times in the past, so we'll see. That should be close enough for him to be able to cast high enough, yeah. Gnome won't work on her. I didn't figure it would. I was hoping to be able to cast far enough over to start hurting the archers with it, is the idea. Crag Crush will do okay, so we can start softening her up. Because I think it's safe to say she's going to be very hard to kill. Especially with her being 2 levels higher than even our actual soldiers. And we're out of regular heals, huh? Okay. Well, if she starts running down, she should run right into these two. Yeah, because she can't jump down. She has to run down the stairs like a normal person. As anticipated. Throw a heal on you in case Margaret goes for you. Nice, nice. That's the other reason, was to make sure she got more experience, because healing a higher level does give more. Or to my knowledge. I have since forgotten it in terms of it being guaranteed one way or the other, since we've had the experience pop-ups off for quite a while by this point. But in theory, it's true. Alright, this way I get up there a little bit quicker. Start passing Molten Blade out to people. You don't have a weapon, so that doesn't work on you. Power up. I will say our nice little red dragon here is kind of in danger of dying at this point. Because I'll heal him with Mary, but he's gonna be in a tough spot health-wise if they both shoot him again. He should live, but he's not gonna be in a great spot at that point. And you might be like, well, why don't you move him further back? Then they move further up the wall and still shoot further. I don't think he's got enough movement to get out of their range. Anytime quick, anyway. Because his haste wore off a while ago. Wait, no, he wasn't even the one that got hasted. It was the other one that got hasted. But point being, I don't think it would have been that worth it. Not to mention, he's doing the same thing for me that Cynthia was, which is catching arrows so that people that have more important jobs don't catch them. What are you going to do? You're running away. Okay, that's fine. Time for us to storm the castle. Yeah, they're all doing fine on magic at this point, so fluid magic doesn't help, and I'm low enough on MP that I can't actually do another Molten Blade at the moment. The good news is I'll be able to get up there next turn. So what I'm actually going to do is have Floros jump up here, where Margaret can't follow at the moment. So that when we're ready for people to charge in, she can just hop down from there. By the power of teleporting, I can do fuckery. If I wanted to do this the really slow way, I could just magic her to death from down there and up here. Or realistically. But I'd rather, you know, at least have this be a fight. If you move further this way, though, can you hit those archers? You can. It's not going to be great odds, but whenever she does hit, it's going to hurt. So go for it. It might start discouraging them shooting a little bit if they take enough damage that they want to heal instead. And if we get really lucky, one of them might die. Because I'm seeing a lot of 33s hitting that front guy. Good amount of 25s hit the other one too, though. Neither of them died, but boy, are they regretting life right now. The power of Gnome. And mind you, it's only as strong as it is as well, between the fact that she has really high intelligence. It's also the right element for her. It's an earth spell being used by a character with the earth element assigned to them, so it gets a bit of a boost. I don't know how much, but it's a bit. You're potentially in range of Margaret right now, so you go ahead and get the heal. Like, I'm more and more worried about the other team because they are only gonna have one healer, and we're running out of healing. We've ran out of healing items to account for there not being a healer. So that could go really poorly. The good news is I put a lot of the tankier people on that team. Yeah, I figured he's gonna take the turn to heal his friend now. I think that was the one with the ice bow that was doing most of the damage, so... It's good that he took the turn to heal his friend. Nope, that's the one with the ice bow. God damn it. So he was the one with the regular bow. Which explains why he was the one that chose to heal instead, I guess. Like, you know, that just does make sense. You gonna come down and fight now, Margaret? Good. Interesting that she came down in such a way that she didn't actually reach anything. That's an interesting maneuver on her part. Yeah, I didn't think it would let me put her to sleep. That seemed a little too cheeky. Now, admittedly, she's in, like, the perfect spot to be a problem right now, admittedly. Is either I commit to going up there and fighting her, or the dragon can reach. We can't both get in there. That said, we can start the party with Floros, because I don't want her stabbing me in the face while stabbing her in the back. So it basically becomes a choice between me attacking either with a regular attack or Baron Soul, or going for the Paralyze. I would assume, since we can't put her to sleep, we also probably can't paralyze her. So I feel like it's most likely going to be this situation here. And I don't have enough for Baron Soul at the moment. But we'll have enough for that next turn. Nice. Okay, so she's already almost dead. I might have overestimated the threat here. But the game also did really hype her up a lot, though. And this is just vengeance over here. Don't mind this. This is just karma coming for them. You know, this is really how karma works, isn't it? How it fails to get the ones who deserve to be karma'd, but get the other one instead. Is it killed the hell out of the one who stopped to heal his friend, but it didn't get the one that was actually being a problem. I hate how accurate that is, honestly. Ugh. That doesn't feel good. Yeah, this is gonna boil down to either Margaret backs up or she stays there and accepts her fate. Because I don't think she can go forward. I think that's high enough up that she can't jump down from there. So she's kind of trapped in between us unless she reverses. Yeah, she can only go back. So I really couldn't ask for a better situation as far as that goes for protecting the people that are weaker. There's really nothing you can do. Like, the one you could have hit with Slumber Mist died. Yeah, look at you run into the corner. You get bullied into that corner, you little pain in the ass. That's what I figured, is move so you're not penned in. do the best hit you can. Yeah, and then you guard that. That's expected as well. But this fight should be over now. No, but my buff wore off. That's less than ideal. So I have enough for Baron Soul now, so I think I can do more damage that way. 49 versus 43. I can do a little bit more. Eat tree. Get guarded. Wow, for being a sword master, she really did not actually put that much of a sword fight up, if you really think about it. And you can't even say that I cheesed her particularly, because we fought her straight up with most of what we did. Lady Ivana, you've become so strong. I'm glad. You're really good at healing people now. Please go and learn the truth about the past. Margaret, please tell me, was it really my uncle who... Only Lord Bottrell knows the truth. I'm just a mere swordswoman. Please take my sword. It was a present from your father. You are worthy of it. Please look after our troops and Renaculus. Oof. Margaret, don't die. Oh, Margaret. Level up. There's the Summanus. Grincer coat. I don't even know who had that. The Notos. And we've learned Atropos. Who will learn special technique Atropos blades? Oh, I can just teach it to somebody. And it's completely silent while I'm doing this. Wow. You know, don't just leave me alone with my thoughts here, game. Jesus. Alos is our sword master, so I feel like it would be right to give it to him. Because sure, I could learn it myself, but I'm going to be using Baron and Soul most of the time. So it wouldn't make sense for me to have it. It wouldn't make sense for most of the casters to have it either. Gunther uses spears, Floros uses spears. He's really the only other sword user I have unless I teach it to Ivana, who is underleveled still. Oh, he does have Swallow's Days as well. Yeah, he'll use one of them. I also don't even know how good Atropos is. Yep, see, remaining characters will attack this stronghold. I knew it! I knew it! Fucking knew it. Can't fool me. So that's where these three are. Commander Brafat, that boy didn't come this way. That's right, you haven't met him yet, have you? He's such a lively boy. Too bad. I wonder if he tried the other entrance. You two stay behind. Your magic's not needed here. We can't do that. Recently you have had nothing but failures to report. But Sir Bottrell insisted we come along. You underestimate us. We're worth twice as much as you. Shouldn't you be more concerned with yourself? A useless soldier's not worth keeping around. What? Did Lord Bottrell say that? Well, what other commander has failed to defeat the boy twice? That's right. You're oblivious to your own shortcomings. Do you think that Lord Bottrell will forgive such arrogance and carelessness? I'm aware of that. You don't need to remind me. I'll defend this position at any cost and regain Lord Bottrell's trust. So you two, you stay out of this. Alright, but don't think you'll get another chance. Savante, I'll play cat and mouse with them for a while. Don't have too much fun, Lethe. See you later. Okay, so it's just those two. What are we actually up against here? A lot of magic, huh? So all the physical was on one side and all the magic's on this side. They even have a priest. Okay. And of course, there's Nicard himself and Lethe. What does Lethe know? Thunder Flare, Fluid Magic. Okay, so she's not super dangerous. But I have no idea what a Venefica is. She has crazy stats. So his stats are really high too. He still kind of sucks, but his stats are really high. He's also got a really good weapon, and he got even better armor since last time. He went and put it in his big boy pants. You've got a claymore and heal. You've got a fire drake sword and heavy armor. One thing we can do to tip this in our advantage, to our advantage a little bit, is equip some of these people with the things we picked up as well. I presume that that's viable to do. Yep, sure can. We can give them the crazy weapons we got. But forfeit HP. Yeah, you have to use a katana with that. But we can just use a Tropos, which is apparently the same thing almost, since they both exchange HP. This paralyzes, though. I don't know, I feel like the greater power here... it is only 3 more, though. Whereas this one is a lot more. I don't think I'm gonna have him keep Nodos, but I think he's gonna need to use it here. I really wish I had a better bow for you. The Thunderbow's the best we've got. We do need to kit out some more people, though, as a result of this situation playing out the way it did. Let's see. Do I even have anything left? Well, we have the new Grincer coat. Sure, you can wear that. Why not? This whole situation is still kind of stupid. I'll get back to you. I may need to actually see if it'll let me take equipment off of people that aren't going to be able to fight. Yes, I can. No, I can't. Okay. So I can't shenanigan that. Okay, that puts a little bit of a damper on some of my planning, but it's okay. It's a-okay. You take the Summanus in the Saint Shield. He's gonna be slow as hell. And that is gonna be so sad. But like, I'm having to do this to have him have any prayer of doing anything here. Because otherwise he's just gonna get obliterated, I think. God, he has things that are so above his weight class. I do not know. I have not actually played that version of Let Us Cling Together to its full extent. But welcome in, United Space. East North. I have not yet finished this, so I do not know for sure on that either. I do seem to recall reading that there was a level cap, but I do not know offhand what it was. This is gonna be my first time actually finishing the game. That's good. It's always nice to hear when people are happy. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what to do here. You're welcome. I might need to bring you, honestly, because no, I don't have enough tridents left to give you anything to be productive with. Elric's gonna have to come along because I just don't have the bodies. This whole situation is stupid that I put myself in. Actually, wait. Before I go crazy, how many people do I actually need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Most likely 7. So I just need 1. Yeah, which means Elric's coming because he's the highest remaining level I've got. And he at least has Summon Golem, so I can use that. So I primarily just want to raise his int and do my best to keep him alive. Like, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel to have anything to work with here, but I'm gonna do it, damn it. For anyone who's come in late, the reason this situation's gotten to the point it is I had to split my forces between the entrance we're attacking now and the entrance we just got done attacking. So I split my main team in half in order to have something workable attacking both sides. Actually, I can give her something slightly better because you are carrying a spell you can't use. She can use it technically, but since she has the Necklace of Resistance on, it doesn't work. These are the wrong types of spells for her, but it'll have to do. At least she'll be able to do something. The other option is I quickly convert her into a healer, but I don't think I have any copies of heal left. And we have our primary healer with us. I could make her a ninja? That might actually be more viable than having her be a wizard, with the fact that her stats really aren't that great either way. Yes, double pumpkin. That's clearly the power play here, juggling pumpkins into battle. The thing is, since it gave her that sword, she can't use a shield, so I see where they're going with that. And the claymore wouldn't be better, really, because it's a two-handed weapon as well. So as much as I joke, I think that is actually the best results she can have, since the pumpkins do give her some physical resist to keep her alive. This is still not a great situation for her going forward, but it's the best shot I'm gonna have for her. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Like, I knew I did a bad split, but ooh. Well, I guess it's not actually as bad a split as it may sound. And if you think about it, because more of the main team is here, but the auxiliaries I'm adding to the main team are a lot less effective. Like, there's a part of me that's really considering, do I just not bring the auxiliaries at all? And I think if for nothing else, action economy, I'm going to bring them. Need be, they can hand out MP to those who are going to do something productive. I was planning to get even with him. Did your leader turn tail and run? Well, are you ready? Oh boy. So let's see. The two Duke Knights, mages. They're far enough off that I'm not really going to be able to get at them. This team is going to be quicker than the last team for the most part. Like, obviously, play number one is have you run over to this side over here. Is if we can hit the siren and kill her before she can get enough MP to do anything useful, that's gonna be a big win for us. What happened there? Didn't she have a like 90% chance to hit there and the arrow just didn't make it? I am suspicious. I suspect shenanigans are afoot. How far does a Tropos reach? Yeah, I figured it was a melee range thing. Either way, we can rush them. So what we do is we rush that one down. She's probably here to cast fluid magic. Now she doesn't have it. Huh. I thought she was going to act as a mana battery for the siren. Does this one over here have fluid? No, because this is a priest. They have Divine Radiance, though, which I don't know it does. I mean, we were shooting at a higher target. Maybe there's just a chance when you're shooting that high for it to just fail. I don't know. Okay, Eleanor, rather than you rushing up there, what you're gonna do is you're gonna give Elric some MP so he can use his magic. Because we're gonna need to do some bombarding work here to get rid of those Duke Knights. It's an element match for you to use Fenrir, so it's probably the better call for you to use that. Only 10 each, though, huh? Well, hopefully you get a decent amount of casts out of it, at least. It'll still do something. It's gonna be nowhere near as effective as Golem was, as Gnome was for... or Nikita, of course. Yeah, it didn't do much at all, but it's what we got, so that's what's gonna happen here. Azra, you do the same thing for her. The thing is, she will at least be somewhat effective, since she's got decent gear and her intelligence is very high. And we're gonna have both of them focus on getting rid of just the one Duke Knight at the moment. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Slightly higher accuracy and half again the damage. Once again, this is the way you can really leverage summon magic. Just focus it on one target and ruin their health bar. You'll notice he had over 200 before this turn started. He's now at half. And that's with people that aren't doing a great job using summon magic doing it. Like, they're doing their best, but their best really isn't that great, sadly. But I think that's going to be our play as we push up the right side here. We might even just leave those Duke Knights behind since we do have a faster team here that can outpace them. We just would have to rely on not getting tangled up, like, at all. Interesting. He could have reached to attack, but he chose to stay behind. Weird. He chose to waste his turn, basically. I am perpetually perplexed by the AI in this game, because it does things like that. I assume after this, we're gonna have a big fight inside the castle. And hopefully I can use both halves of my team in that castle fight, or this is gonna get ugly. I say, fully expecting now that I've said that out loud that I'm gonna swallow my foot. Yeah, she just can't shoot that high, I guess. or something. Something's up with that, and I don't know what, but I don't like it. 123. But a few Tropos. 275. How much damage is it gonna do to him to use it, though? It doesn't say where it would do, how much damage it would do, so I'm gonna hold off. I don't want him, like, nearly dying to use that, and then having him get kicked over by something immediately. I hate it here. Maybe I should have had him explode. Maybe I should have had him explode. Oh, summon golem's a single target? Okay, sure, I'll bite. How does this work? Oh. That's all you get for 20 MP out of that, huh? Oh, never using that again. We might have a really big problem on our hands, though, depending on how long Aloe stays charmed, because I don't think I have anything to get rid of charm with. Like, I assume hitting him will wake him up, but nobody's in a position to hit him right now. And we don't have any cure items because for the longest time, nothing was succeeding in charming or anything, so it wasn't really an issue I needed to worry about. Hooray for short-sighted, lazy decisions biting me in the ass. Oh, hooray, I found a healing flower. I'm so glad. You may as well firestorm the two of them. That'll at least do something. I know I said I was going to try to outpace them, but since we got jammed up there immediately by the charm issue, we kind of don't have that option anymore. We need to deal with these guys. Six damage. Yeah, that sadly sounds about right. Orb? I don't know. It didn't look like she's gonna throw it or anything, so I'm not gonna use the orb. I keep thinking about the orb, and I'm like, I don't know what this does. I don't want it to do a bad thing to me. Because the last thing I need is to try to use the orb, it backfires, and then everything goes horribly wrong from there. Okay, let's see what happens here. You're gonna run and heal. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know why, but I for some reason thought that getting through this was going to take less time than it is. Okay. Not taking action yet, huh? So you're gonna give the guy more MP that only can use basic heal. Okay. Color me confused, but I'm okay with that. Okay, he's exposed himself. I might be able to work with that. If I can get a good angle at him with our spells, we might be able to just end this. Isn't this just to defeat the... Oh, wow. Good job, Alos. Yeah, we just have to defeat Nicart. And the only way we can lose is everybody dies. But ideally, nobody dies. He has 300 hit points. And our 2 attack casters have no MP right now. The good news is you can still dispose of their Siren immediately. The Siren who ended up basically accomplishing nothing. Which is fantastic news, honestly. Leaving you free reign to hop up here. It might be in our best interest to have you shoot this witch to death before she becomes too big a problem. Now that you're at a higher height, so you don't randomly miss anymore. And I know people are gonna say, well, it's not random if it's height-based. I don't care. That is not relevant at the moment. That actually kind of works in my favor. Or sort of. Except for the fact that I don't want to end up stabbing Eleanor in the face. So we still have a problem. Can you hit him with a thunder arrow from there? Not at great odds, no. And this is why I wasn't thinking of using him to hit the guy in the back, because thanks to what we've given him, he is slow. He's also very weak, apparently. But then again, he is multiple levels behind the things he's fighting. So let's immediately heal him so he doesn't get dumpstered. Okay, let's get a bit of family teamwork going here, let's say. You give the child who does better at magic than you do extra MP so she can attack things. Okay, how much will a salamander do against Nicart? 14 damage per and 40% accuracy, huh? Ew. Okay, that's probably not gonna happen then, huh? How about Firestorm? 34. I'm just as well off throwing the salamander at that rate. And just praying that it lands at least a couple. Maybe I'll get lucky. You know, I'm not really feeling very lucky right now. 1, 2, 3. 3's more than I expected to get, honestly. But boy, that was a waste of MP. And thinking about it, it's probably not worth... It's probably not worth attacking Nicart right now anyway, because these two are just going to heal him. Or at least the one that just healed himself would heal him. Oh no, you're going to slow down the guy who's 1 tile away from you. Whatever shall I do? That's gonna hurt. Not as much as I was worried it was going to. I thought that was gonna be triple digits. Not gonna lie on that one. Really thought it was gonna be a triple digit hit, which was gonna be upsetting. Thankfully, these two are just kind of over here playing patty cake, apparently. You would think they'd be rushing over to participate, either up on top of the wall or down below. They're just kind of having a great time. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of with moving there. Is she's gonna get stabbed for a bunch of damage, but it's not enough to be a problem at the moment. And we need to get that witch gone. Hop up here so it's harder for him to do anything about you. You can't quite reach Lethe. I know I just said it's not worth attacking him, but I just had a realization, positioning-wise. We might be able to do something... Nope, the witch is in the way. Okay. I thought he could hop that ledge and get to Nikart to potentially slam a Tropos into him. You lucky bitch. I know it was a 50-50, but geez, game. Just can't work with me on that one, huh? I kind of need you up there now. In fact, actually, there's an opportunity here. He can chase Lethe and see if that baits Nikart into turning around. If it doesn't, he can just deal with Lethe. Which is what I have him for, is hopping walls like that. That's why I had Philaros and him split into two different teams. Since we were assaulting a castle, having a wall hopper is kind of vital. This is the only way you're really going to do any damage to him. Despite him having a fancy sword, that's still the best he'll be able to do. Okay. And that also exposes his back so Eleanor doesn't get hit back again. But before I do that, I should heal both of them. Because after that counter, I don't want him getting hit multiple times or the siren suddenly running over and throwing a big spell this way or something and them dying a miserable death. Because ironically enough, despite the fact that the people up here are fighting the more dangerous enemies, they're less in danger than the bunch down here fighting just one tin can man. Is if things start going sideways for the people up on the wall, they can just get off the wall. Oh, and get away from their enemies. He's kind of... So we learned that Summon Golem kind of sucks, at least with Elric's current setup. It's probably good if he's actually properly geared and trained, but right now Summon Golem is garbage. Just keep chipping him to pieces. I've said it before multiple times on the other side. This whole situation is stupid. Like, I don't mind my forces being split. The fact that we're managing to make something workable with half a team of effective and half a team of just the dregs of what I had left laying around is the part that's stupid. And the fact that I once again split my forces further by throwing 3 people up the wall, all to cause trouble. Hey there, kitty. I'm just bemoaning my life choices right now in terms of my tactics. Don't mind me. Because I have made some choices. You're not wrong about that. Oh, I wanted that fan. Oh well. We might still get it later. Though we're probably not going to use a fan like that anyway. This might hurt. Ow. Ow. Not as bad as that could have been. Considering her intelligence is like nearly 200, you would have expected greater results out of that. Yeah, that's right, chase the ninja. Ah! Maybe stop chasing the ninja. Maybe stop doing that. He only did 60 before. Why did he suddenly do 120? What the hell? The good news is... Ow. I was gonna say the good news is he exposed his back and I can hop up there and ruin his whole day. But sadly, that is not gonna work out. Nice. Hopefully you enjoy or have already enjoyed it. This witch is blocking the path and I am very upset about it. I might need to distract Mr. Big and Scary over here a bit. Actually, hang on. Ah, yeah, I can imagine waiting for that is difficult. I don't think he'll be able to jump up after her in any real way. If I, like, run her all the way up here, I think she'll be safe from Big Scary Angry Man. But she also can't do anything from there. So maybe I bank on him not being able to climb up this high at all. This way she can keep shooting him and annoying him. We'll find out in a second if I'm right about whether he can reach up there or not. He can, but not in a way that he can reach her. He would have to throw an ice javelin at her, which he probably would do. So he probably still needs to have a distraction. Worst case, we do have a way to revive her if she ends up getting murdered up there. So it's not really the worst. But it's not a good situation. So let's see. You also need to start boogieing to participate in this situation now that the situation has changed. Oh, actually, if you'd stayed a little closer, I could have healed you. Oh well. We'll figure it out. It'll be okay. You're also the one with resurrection, though, so maybe get yourself a little bit more MP in the tank while you wait. Because that's the thing, we don't even need Altars of Resurrection since we have the person who can cast it here. So let's see. You don't have enough MP to do anything productive. You do, but what you do is probably not going to be that productive anyway. But you know what? I guess try. 41%. 78%. Throw ice dogs at him again. Maybe that'll bait him into healing himself again instead of chasing us. Fear my ice dog pinball. Okay, you at least hit with all of them that time. Okay, so he's hurt. But not enough for these two to really have a great time going after him. Yay, we got the Fire Drake sword. Nice. That makes me happy. For multiple reasons. Oh wow, she actually has enough intelligence for that to be an AoE. Who'd have thought? But okay, he is weakened. We can kill him pretty quickly. He's gonna heal again, which is gonna be annoying, but this group should be able to take care of this Duke Knight so he doesn't follow us up. And then they can join the fight up top. Now, what are you going to do? Yep, he's gonna go cry in his corner and heal. He called me Buckethead. Mrr. Cries in corner. Fills bucket with water, starts drowning. This witch is such a nuisance. There we go. Now she's out of the goddamn way, finally. Though he might not actually be able to jump up that section of the wall now that I look at it. I don't know if he has enough jump to get up there. That could be a problem. Well, we'll find out. Worst case, he goes back downstairs and goes all the way around, and hopefully the fight isn't lost before he gets up there again. Okay, good. He took the bait. Because he'll do a lot less damage to him. Okay, Constrain wore off and he can hop up there. Beautiful. Now is a good time for Tropos. Oh, wow. That doesn't do nearly as much as I thought. Maybe this isn't a good time for Tropos. How much damage do you do normally to him? Half of that. Okay. Hold that thought. I have ideas. With how much damage it was doing to other people, I was kind of hoping for a grander reaction to that there, but it's okay. Hey there, Shiro. How you doing? As you can see, I am on a bit later than usual. These fights have been taking a while. But hopefully all's well with you. I'm doing fine. Starting to get tired, which is the concern here, but in theory, we're very close to the end. We're at the very least close to the end of this fight specifically. Because we just need to get rid of that guy up there. I will, but I appreciate the concern. And I also appreciate the faith in me managing to get through this. Though the other half a team I sent on the other side worked out, so this team should be fine, especially now that we've almost killed the leader here. It's just a matter of whether we can finish the job. I might have tried to see if I could put Fenrir somewhere else, because since the golem runs on the ground, it might actually hit a friend. Nope, it goes around friends. Good. Explodey hugs. He has 14 health left. Come on, Eleanor. Can you finish him off so we don't have to deal with the rest of this mess that's in here? Let's make Nicart lose again. This is gonna be his third time losing to me. Come on, death. Yeah. Lord Batrol, I'm sorry. And he's dead. See, Nicart, you're worthless after all. Bye-bye, we'll meet again. Yep, and now she runs away and the rest of them give up. Ta-da! And we got his spear this time because he actually died finally. Throne room. Immense attack on the throne room. Since I can't save or anything, yes. Hi, Richter. Richter, why? Since you've made it this far, I'll tell you the truth that you seek. 15 years ago, William, the former Lord of Vernaculus, told my father about the sacred spear. Since then, my father has been researching it secretly. Naris Batrol knew nothing of the spear at that time, but at some point, someone told him of its existence. This led to the incidents involving the White Fang troops. Meanwhile, my father sent me to this island using the conflict as a cover, and I began my search for the spear. This much you must have already guessed. Well, now I'll tell you an older story. There was a man named Lucius in the Batrol family. He was the one who ran off with a mermaid a few hundred years ago. Oh hey, we know that story. What? How do you know that? Never mind. Information regarding the stolen spear was recorded by his child. Impossible. Erevra said she never had a child. That's right. There is no member of the Batrol family who is half human, half mermaid. The mermaid didn't know it, but Lucius had a child with a human. After that child became the fourth lord, the document containing the secret of the spear was passed down to each successor. If the Duke Narius Batrol had killed his brother, he would never have received that information. Come on, Drac, give me the sacred spear. Joke's on you. I don't have it either. This was all a ruse. Aha! And I can actually bring my full team to bear here, so this should go a lot better than those last couple fights did. Since there's no half measures here, this is our actual fighting force. We can also sort out some of this gear a little bit better. Like the Fire Drake sword we just got. And Osric's spear as well. Now this is actually weaker than... No, that's actually weaker than Fafnir by 2 points, huh? And I don't really need an elemental sword personally, since I have Baron's Soul. You're already using Notos, and you're probably gonna keep that, actually. I was originally gonna hand that over to somebody else, but I feel like it's actually gonna do its best work in your hands. So you go ahead and keep that. Which of you two gets Osric's spear? Neither of you are iced. It's an 11 damage increase. You would go down to 6.3. You have more speed left to spare. You're also the one who fought to get Osric's spear, so it's only fair that you take it. Even though your damage is already higher, you earned it. So we'll go with that logic. Do I want to replace this at all? Not really, we don't have anything to replace it with. Did I give away anything really good to anybody? I did give away the Grincer coat. Give me that back. That'll go to somebody else who needs it more. There's also the Sacred Ring I gave away. You've got hand-me-down things. You're fine. You got a lot of things you don't deserve to have. Give me those things. The Summon Manus might be better than Fafnir for me. It actually isn't. Really? Huh. It would be the correct element for me, but again, an elemental sword doesn't matter to me. I figured this sword would be stronger than it is. Huh. Well. And I'm not actually using a shield on anybody. So I guess didn't need to take those things from him. But he also doesn't need them either. You've also got some crazy things going on, but again, that's nothing anybody needs, so that's okay. Though actually... the Sacred Ring might be better for you, because it has a healing effect, and you have a tendency to run off ahead of everybody, since you can fly. But it does raise intelligence. Then again, intelligence might affect his Thunder Arrow anyway, so we'll go ahead and give him that. Is there anything else I can adjust that has any bearing? Not really. I think that puts us back in an appropriate position, basically. That's as good as we're gonna get. Let's do this. Let's face down our former leader. I've always had the feeling it would come to this. But it was my mistake to let you go in the first place. To be fair, you also could have just not brought me onto the island in the first place and catalyzed this entire sequence of events. In the end, if you lose this, it's all your own fault. he really doesn't have anything special here either. He's just got some wizards, not even any sirens, a couple Duke Knights, which we've been dealing with the whole time. Warp ring, huh? Okay, gonna keep that in mind. Got some nice armor. I would like that armor. You've all got nice things. Those are gonna be my things soon. Look at all this stuff he's got. Fancy one-handed rapier. And a really nice holy summon from the look of things. So that's gonna be scary. We're gonna want to stay clumped up so we can't target somebody with that. Ironically. That's the only other thing he's got, and he doesn't actually have that much defense because of it. So there's that. You don't have anything special. You're gonna be doing fluid magic to keep him casting Ignis Fatuus, probably. Keep throwing fat clouds at me. Yeah, none of his backup here is anything special, actually. The Knights are the scariest thing. And they're really not that crazy. So Richter himself is the big threat here. Can you reach? No. If it comes down to it, I'm just gonna do a heavy swing towards Richter and see if I can just wipe him out. But I want to try to get some of that stuff those knights have before I commit to obliterating him immediately. I'm gonna have you energy transfer to Nikita straight away. This way she has MP to use. The thing is, if we're fighting Richter here, I have to assume that A, there's gonna be another fight after this, or B, I'm gonna have to chase the other one all over the goddamn map, and this game's not ending yet. Because for those who weren't here for it, we are dealing with both the lord of this area, the highest ranking member of the Batroll family, trying to get that sacred spear, and he's now working with Richter, the guy we're fighting right now, who we came here on the island working with until there were some issues along the way where we got separated from them and the truth got revealed to us of what they were planning to do and the levels of shenanigans that were happening, where we were kind of getting led around by our nose. Yeah, if we make a quick play here, their mages won't be able to do anything. And that'll lower the threat from them. Okay. You've decided to switch places. Why? That you would think they would move forward. But no, they just did a fancy, like, parade switch. And Richter's just charging in like a lunatic. Richter, are your father's orders your only reason for being here? Now the questions are getting interesting. Do you think I'd give the spear to a man whose only interests are money and power? Let me tell you. With the sacred spear, Longholness, I will establish my own country and defeat anyone who resists. I will build a beautiful, orderly nation that reflects the strict teachings of God. I'ma kill you. No, Richter. You've been blinded by the spear's power. I can't give the spear to you or to anyone, because it has powers that transcend those of mankind. It must be safeguarded to prevent its misuse. It must be brought to the Church of Lodis if peace is to be maintained. Time out. You're trusting the Church of Lodis not to misuse it either. The spear needs to be removed. It needs to be destroyed, probably, if you want peace. You are as naive as usual. She must have really pulled the wool over your eyes. You disappoint me. Well, you have always sought honor and praise. That's not true. Why can't you understand? We've got Blind yelling at Blind here. They're both wrong. But neither of them are gonna see that the other one is trying to tell them that they're being stupid, because they're both being stupid. Now I need to make a decision, though. Richter has basically placed himself in the perfect position to be killed immediately. I can just knock this fight out right now, more or less. But it precludes me then getting the armor off of these two. How much do I want that armor? Because that is 30 physical defense, and then the helmet that adds another 30 physical defense. It's more the helmet than the Brigandine that I really, really want. And this one has a dragon shield, which wouldn't be bad to have, but I'm not using shields, so that one's not that important. The fact that they are both labeled as being transformed into dragons by the items they're using, though, does mean I think Fafnir will do more damage to them, since it does more damage to dragons. Looking at this situation, though, it's only one suit of armor. I don't think it's worth extending this fight for, especially with how late it's getting. I think I'm just gonna devastate Richter here. Let him learn the error of his ways through direct violence. Maybe a few rocks to the head will make him see the truth. There we go, he already lost like 90 of his health. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is our physical attacks aren't going to do a lot. Tell me the truth, Richter. Were you intentionally deceiving me? I never meant to. I would have told you if the need arose. Don't misunderstand. Remember, you're the one who left. Yeah, but you can't have a second in command and not tell them what's going on. Truth by lies by omission are still lies. You can claim that you would have told us when the need arose all you want, but you would have found excuses not for to not have the need arise. Neat. You know, I'm glad I got to try that, and it only does half as much damage to the person who uses it. Okay. Say goodnight, Richter. This fight's over already. Some tactician you are, running off ahead of your army. So's your stupidity. Your strength has grown beyond my expectations. Entire force left behind as the High Priest of Dumbassery charges into the fight and dies. And all we got was a bunch of money. I was afraid of that. Look at this. What? Does this look like it was created by God? Come on, Richter, what do you think this is? It's just an iron spear. You've been fooled. It was just a rumor. But why? It was too strange. Verevra, who had stolen the spear, told me of the shrine where it was hidden, but when I arrived, the spear was gone. It was obvious that someone else had been there. Are you saying that someone else had already taken it? I'd heard nothing of the sort. Listen, Richter, you know, don't you? You were at that shrine with your father 15 years ago. What are you talking about? There was no spear in the shrine, but instead I found this. A white rose crest. This is the Lasanti family crest. Think, Richter, you've been to that small shrine on the beach near Otavento. That's my... Was I there? Commander Lasanti, pull yourself together. Don't be fooled by his words. She's been playing him too the whole time. Him, hasn't she? Militia, it's dangerous here. Please go. Militia, is it really you? No, it isn't. Richter, Ivana, what are you talking about? You speak as if someone's there. What's wrong with you? Is she a ghost? What are you saying? This is my fiance. 15 years ago in this castle, we were... That's right, Militia. That summer on the beach, we were... Commander Lasanti, please remember. What did you see there? Who are you? You can't be Militia. Richter, snap out of it. It's an illusion. Richter. Lethe? Oh. No, stronger than Lethe, I guess. Let's go, Commander Lasanti. I don't know who that is, but she's a problem. She's a whole-ass problem. Okay, we're going down to the crypt. I assume that's where she took him. And we're chasing that whole situation now. Is Richter in there? Ivana, what is this place? It's a crypt for members of the Batrol family. Our ancestors are sleeping here. However, Uncle Neris ordered this place sealed after my father died. That was my sister, Militia. That girl? I thought I'd noticed a resemblance. But it's impossible. My sister, Militia, passed away 7 years ago. I didn't believe my eyes at first, but I know that it couldn't have been her. This is where the sacred spear is hidden? Let's hurry. I'm worried about Richter. That's right, Commander Lasanti. That summer a black fragment on the beach with you. Commander, please remember. Please think back to the surroundings. Everything you saw back then. She's trying to get information about everything he saw so that she can get what she needs. He's being lured there. He had the spear before. In the castle, I dropped it. It was you. All this time I was searching for it. Human, the sacred spear is mine. Return it to me at once. Who are you? Yeah, you may as well drop the disguise now. I was right the first time thinking it was a ghost of some kind, huh? Oh, he's turned purple. That's probably not great. Ah! Is he dead? He's changed colors now. Richter, are you alright? I am Sahar. I dwell in the darkness of the heart, projecting illusions from within. Long have I waited in that girl's body. I have been searching for the black fragment of long coldness which is broken away from my body. Part of your body? With the black spear, I will be resurrected. Humans, shall make a toast with your blood. Well, that's upsetting. I'm gonna assume they're gonna raise all of the things that are laying dormant and dead here, aren't they? Or angels? Huh. Well, that's unexpected. And of course, you know, just some random soldiers just run past us to show up here. Okay. Huh. Okay. I feel like you guys could have stopped them running over here, you know. Closed the door, something. No? Okay. Another warp ring. A lot of armor. Fancy weapon. Banish. We don't have any undead, so that's fine. So they have a way to get rid of undead, and they have ways to heal undead. By the way, Angel Knight, everybody. This is what an Angel Knight is. As you can see, nothing crazy special. Well, necessarily, aside from they have these talents, I guess, and their stats are really high, but they're also level 21. How's this one look? Basically the same. Okay. Earth Javelin. Wouldn't mind having that. We looked at him already. What am I doing? Richter still has all of his same things. He's just turned red and evil now. More evil. Claymore. Okay. So most of these guys aren't anything special. Just I gotta watch out for those Angel Knights. If the opportunity arises, I might make a gambit to try to convert one of those Angel Knights and see if the game will let me. Is Ivana... Ivana is not forced to be a part of this confrontation, so we're not bringing her. If she was forced to be a part of this, I would have re-geared her with somebody else's stuff, but if she doesn't have to be here, she sure as hell ain't gonna be here. She ain't up for this. Not with the way we've gone through the game. We didn't gain anything from that fight either, really, so I have nothing to move over to equip to anybody. So, let's go. What can I do? Richter! Well, we're gonna have to kill him again. You did it once, you can do it again. He's a couple levels higher now, and he's probably tougher, but... let's just get everybody together first, because running ahead to fight him isn't gonna end well. Listen to that music that's playing now, though. And that said, with the thing we're fighting right now, this might actually be the end. Considering, I assume this thing's been puppeting the Batroll family the entire time, too, leading them to get the spear in the hopes of getting its missing fragment back. So if we destroy this, in theory, that solves everything. Keyword to that being in theory. But I can't shake this feeling that if that is the case, this fight's gonna be too simple. There's more to it than this. This thing's probably got like a second form or something. Sounds good. You have a good night, and thank you for dropping in. This really is the perfect music for a confrontation like this. Is he gonna run ahead of his team like he did when he was still human? Because if he does, and we could just repeat what we did a minute ago, that would be really funny. But it looks like his forces are actually moving forward this time. Somewhat. Though it made sense, as much as I made fun of the Richter AI for charging forward like that, it does actually make sense that he would run in. Because he's incensed by the entire situation. His emotions are running high. He's arguing with the man who was his best companion before the split happened. Between them. So obviously he'd be rushing to a confrontation. What have you done to Richter? I have released the pain in his heart. The pain of jealousy. While your heart has been unconstrained, his has been burdened by the obligations of status. Nonsense, Richter, jealous of me? Pathetic humans. So much difficulty expressing your feelings. Can relate to that problem. Well then. And I used up our only MP restorative, not on Nikita, thinking I had more left, so that's not ideal. Nikita is still more effective though, so we're gonna energy transfer regardless. I should have done that last turn rather than using the restorative, but I kind of was expecting to be able to give both of them one so that they could both just start going both barrels immediately. Because we're gonna need to clean this up, I think. This is gonna be ugly. $20 out of 40% chance. You can't hit anybody else anyway, so go ahead and start chewing that Angel Knight up a bit. Missed, 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 missed. Hit, missed, hit, hit, missed, missed. Yikes. I know it was only a 40%, but oof. Worse than I had expected. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how dangerous this thing actually is, shall we? It'll hit back for 40, almost guaranteed. I could get away with a Tropos because I can heal him immediately, so let's do that. Because, like I said, we need to clear things quickly here. This seems like it's gonna be a bad situation if things are left on the board too long. Yeah, that's 100 of his health, but he's okay. I can't reach. Okay. So we're not gonna use that one as the test to see if the... Well, no, you can probably see a percentage regardless. 3%, so they are recruitable in this fight. Okay. That's good information to have. But as you can see, Angel Knights are not some kind of crazy, immortal, unstoppable thing. There's nothing to be afraid of with them. No more than just any other soldier. They are powerful, but they can be stopped just like anybody else. I feel like I could have killed that if I played that out a little better, but it is what it is. Yeah, basically all of his health is back, so that's fine. Gunther unfortunately can't reach. That's what kept this Angel Knight from dying here, basically, is the fact that two of our hitters couldn't reach. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna protect their back like this instead. Have Gunther and myself move up to block. The thing is, that knight right there, this knight has the ability to teleport. He's the one with the warp ring, I think. So he'll be able to bypass us anyway, but it's still only the one guy. Is there anybody worth giving Fluid Magic to? You are already missing a chunk of your MP, so sure, Fluid Magic for you. It opens my back a little bit, but it's no more open than it would have been before because of the fact that the guy has the Warp Ring. I don't think Richter can make it there to hit me. And even if he can, it's fine. Yeah, because he has to walk, so he's not the one with the Warp Ring. And it might be that they end up panicking and starting to heal that Angel Knight anyway, since it nearly died. Yeah, they're all gonna back up and heal. Oh, this AI is so manipulable. You give them a bloody nose and they panic to patch it up. And they've basically handed me their 2 units over here on a silver platter. Because now they're going to be very far separated from the rest of their team. Ow. I'm glad they don't have any archers, really. That's the funny thing with the setup they've got here. They don't have any range, really. They've got a little bit of magic, and that's about it. They've also put themselves in perfect regular magic AoE position. So he can use his big spell now, which is upsetting. These two are probably going to move out of position now. That's fine. Yep, there's the magic I was talking about that they had. How's everybody doing out there, by the way? Because I know we've been going a while, and I'm sure people are tiring just like I am. So don't feel bad about going to bed or anything. The ending will still be there in VOD form. You're not gonna miss it. Ooh, 90% chance to hit that one, huh? Go for it. I'm assuming it's partially because they're behind them and partially fire might be a better element against this one. So this should help chew through the Angel Knight's health a lot faster. One miss out of all of that so far. I'll take it. With the percentage there, I don't feel like a miss was warranted at all, but I'll accept. What are the odds of converting this Angel Knight to my side? When it's down to 35. 30%. Okay. Yeah, I know. Here in this fight, I'm gonna try to convert something. I know, crazy, isn't it? But the opportunity is here, so why wouldn't I take it, you know? I'm only gonna give this one chance, and if I don't get it, neither of them are getting a chance beyond that. Because again, they're nothing too special, but they're unique, so if I can get one without having to do death roulette, that'd be fantastic. 34%. Is the trend gonna continue? Nope. Ow. That's fine. Something feels wrong about somebody like me having angels on his side anyway. I, who very rarely take religion in a positive light. And like, to a matter of perspective, angels are nothing more than other extraplanar entities anyway, if you take the assumed good and evil out of it. How does Gnome do against you? 20 damage each, 50% chance. If it works, it'll kill. If it works decently. I could start throwing magic at the clump over there, but I feel like getting rid of this angel is gonna be more important. We knock out both the angels, then we deal with the knight. And then by then, the rest of their team will have probably figured out their life and actually started moving forward again. And even if we get too many misses to kill, it'll probably prompt them to heal instead of fighting. I can't go for a back attack here. Don't miss. Thank you. That's one angel down. We're out of ways to attack at the moment, so that angel over there is gonna have to live. And we'll heal him up. I think I have enough health left to be fine. I should have checked my health too on that note, but well, you know. Hindsight's 20/20 and all of that. The only one that can really get at me is one knight. Unless the Angel Knight does a Hail Mary, but well, that'd be a hell of an ironic thing, wouldn't it? But either way. Yeah, they're going crazy healing that angel. Though, you know, it's interesting how this creature called down angels, isn't it? And there's been all this debate about whether the spear was made by God. Makes you think a bit, doesn't it? Because maybe there's something to the fact that this is actually a thing. And it's very similar to another famously named spear. Longinius's spear, something like that? It may even just be either intentional or otherwise misspelling of said spear. Oh, good. Well, good and bad, because that counterattack's gonna... Yeah. That's fine. That did less damage to her than the angel would have, so that's honestly absolutely a-okay. Give him some rocks. I know the angel's still there, but this guy needs to go too. And I have better odds on this one. If anybody's wondering, by the way, I keep tapping the button every time the rock hits, like this game has timed hits, which it doesn't. But just a little fun peek into where my brain's at right now. I'm just doing that just because it's something to do while the attack happens. I mean, I can just keep throwing his health into throwing a Tropos at people, since I can keep healing him so easily. Wham! Ride the magic dragon straight to hell, you bastard. Da-da-da-da! We do currently have a slight complication in the form of multiple people are injured. Yeah, go ahead and fluid magic to her, actually. I have an idea for fixing the health problem. It's a very simple idea. It's called use the better healing spell. The only one that'll still be left in kind of a dodgy spot out of that will be Floros. And actually, I can move her into position to be healed and still attack the angel, so we're gonna do that. Because she can drop a rock on its head. And if we injure it enough to not kill it, we might actually be able to bait them into wasting another turn healing it instead of attacking me too. We can end up with a real win-win situation here, really. But I'm also not opposed to it dying, so it stops annoying me. Because it is certainly vexing me that it's still alive. It is providing a really great experience sponge for everybody to feed off of, though. Getting a lot of us back into alignment with where the game expects us to be, I think. Considering we skipped through a couple fights a bit. Ooh, you are nearly dead. Let's not have you go that way. In fact, let's have you run further away? Ooh, now I have a choice to make. Because I was gonna throw heal 2 here and heal these 3. The other option is I step her here and heal these 3. Or step her here and heal these 3. Because Alos has some of the best defense we have. You know what? Let's do that, actually. This way she can attack. And this might kill the angel, actually, so this works out. Because really the only thing Alos is vulnerable to is magic for the most part. Physical damage will hurt him, but nowhere near as much as most of the people on this team. Nice. Okay, no more angel problem. That'll be over 100 health for those three. Alos can fend for himself. I'll heal Alos next turn. More than likely after he uses a Tropos again. And that gets you caught up another level. And we've already cut the biggest teeth of their team out, I assume. The most dangerous remaining thing they have is Richter himself. Yeah, because they can do a bit of damage with their Thunder Flares, but it really isn't going to do a lot. It's interesting how they're all hanging back still, though. You would think some of them would have moved forward by now. They're trying to get me to come to them, which is gonna happen because I don't have a choice soon. And I guess they did see what happened to those who poked their head out. Their heads got cut off. Why is the knight running to be behind everybody, though? That's just comedy to me. I don't understand. Why would your tankiest unit hide in the back rank? That doesn't make sense. And out pops Richter into a position where he can get ripped apart again. This could kill somebody, depending on how this goes, though. He is hitting the entire team, though, so it's probably okay. Oh, it's a carbuncle looking thing, and it's throwing flying squirrels at me. Ow. Ow, squirrel. Ow, squirrel. Ow, squirrel. That really wasn't that bad. That could have been so much worse if he had narrowed the targeting on that down. Hey, Richter, remember how this went a minute ago? Yeah. How do you feel about second verse same as the first, my friend? Where you make the same stupid mistake, and I punish it all over again. This is all it takes, is him exposing himself just a bit, and then we can rip him a new one. Actually, no. Before you do that, before we do any of this, you cast another heal plus on this location so all of these people are in good shape. In case Richter doesn't die this turn, because he probably won't, if I'm honest. He's got a lot of health. And I also should throw down a gnome on him before I move everybody in. A, to see how much damage it ends up doing, and B, so I don't blast my entire team to bits trying to hit him. I'm with it. I was about to make the same mistake he was. Oh, wow, gnome just straight up doesn't work on him anymore. Good to know. Use it on that one, then. This is gonna take a little bit longer than before, then, because if he's, like, near magic immune, then it's gonna take some doing to cut through him. And he can heal pretty well, so that's gonna be an issue as well. It makes sense, though, since he's possessed by some crazy magic demon thing, that he'd be a lot harder to hurt with magic. Physical attacks still work okay, though. They're not, like, incredibly powerful against him, but they'll work. And we can all get it in on him, so it'll work out nicely there as well. Go ahead and turn and stab him, and then I can hit you in the back with a Tropos. We are gonna do a number on him this turn. 111. Yeah. Fwing. So about not killing him this turn. Maybe we can. Maybe we can. It's gonna be close. At the very least, he's gonna be penned in. Imagine if Evil Richter was convertible and we could just bring him onto the team possessed by a demon. That'd be pretty great. Yeah, I don't do enough damage. And I don't have enough MP for Baron Soul, so he's gonna live this turn and potentially cause some problems. But he is so near death that his AI is almost certainly gonna panic heal. And more than likely his knight's gonna try to heal him too. Well, I say try, he's gonna succeed. Because there's no way I can stop him doing it. Now the question is, did that heal him enough that he's gonna attack still? Nope. He spun around for some reason and then healed. I don't know why you needed to do a 180 to heal there, Richter, but thank you for presenting your back to me, I guess? Eh? I don't really know what he's doing there. I'm assuming this is either end or close to end of game. I know I said that before, but I'm still thinking about it because where else is my brain gonna go right now while I'm waiting for their turn to end? Because I could figure out what I'm going to do, but all I'm gonna do is keep pummeling this man about the head for being a pain in my ass. I still don't have enough to Baron Soul. Though with how little damage magic does... Hang on. Maybe I should just have you transfer MP to me and see how much Baron Soul will do. I assume it won't do much, actually. Because it would then be magic damage? But I'm curious. Yeah, it's guaranteed to hit with their weakness. But right now... What element is he even counted as being now? Oh, he's Earth. He actually is just Earth. Huh. I thought he was like light or dark elements now because of reasons. My regular attack, though, is going to do more damage. So that's upsetting. Oh, here we go, Atropos again! Don't miss! Brawh. Nice. You're gonna get countered and it's okay. It's gonna hurt. Or you'll block. Sweet. Okay, who wants to kill a Richter? Let's see if you hit him. For fun. Whee! That's another dead Richter. And all of your friends disappear. Da-da-da-da! Needle of Light, Warp Ring, Earth Shield, Ignis Fatus. Nice, nice, nice. Cave Exploration, which is another thing for quest mode, which I didn't show off like at all still. This heart denies me. Submit to me. Return what is rightfully mine. I won't let you control my body. Richter! Yep. He saw that as his only solution in this situation, I assume. And it's certainly one way to kick a spirit out of your body. Though, couldn't it just possess the corpse? Such foolishness. Worthless human, if you had only accepted me, you would have gained immortality and unimaginable power, an end to suffering. I am not bound by the laws of this world. Try as you might, you cannot even scratch me. Who are you? Let us say that I'm not far from God. Son of man, I have a task for you. My body is still bound by an ancient seal. Take the black fragment to the north and break the seal. That bars my access to this world. Are you mad? Do you think I'd ever do that for you? Why not? I know the truth. I can feel your yearning for power. I can grant what you desire. Piss off, Ghost. Most men die without seeing their dreams realized. Is there a reason to deny your fate? You shall be freed from that prison you call a body. Whatever you desire shall be yours, and what is lost will be regained. You are the chosen one. Well, that's a lie right there. I want nothing given by you. If there's something I want, I'll find it on my own. Now leave my presence, foul demon. I will accept the mission. So this is the fragment of lung coldness I never imagined it would be here. Uncle Neris. He's Lord Neris Batrol? Welcome to my castle. Ivana, welcome home. But how could you be part of such a foolishness in this castle? When the time comes, I shall welcome into my family the one who does as I ask, and all will be consumed in darkness. Have faith in me, I won't disappoint you. Just looting the body immediately, huh? Oh, it's magic GPS, okay. If I may, Lord Neris, allow me to... He's gonna raise Richter from the dead, I presume? Oh no, teleporting. Okay. Richter! He's dead now, I presume. No, not quite. I knew you'd become stronger. Don't force yourself. You know, we have resurrection. We can fix this. No? Healing? We've got a cleric. We've also got a priest. Ivana can heal too. Somebody? Anybody? No? Okay. I tried. Listen, Drac, one summer, 15 years ago, I came to Renaculus with my father. I used to play with a girl named Militia, the daughter of the lord who lived in this castle. One day, we found a black fragment in the sand inside a small shrine on the beach. I kept the shiny piece as my treasure, but a few days later, I dropped it in the castle. I watched it disappear into the darkness below. But because she said it had fallen into a crypt, I was too afraid to go after it. The summer ended and I returned to Fellis with my father. Soon I had forgotten about it entirely. What's so important about this black fragment? It's a piece of the sacred spear, Long Coldness. When Sahur possessed my body, I learned of his purpose. He has only hatred in his heart, enmity toward humans, and he wants to return to this world. But his body is still resting deep inside a wall of ice. The sacred spear is the key. Please, find his resting place and kill this evil demon before he's resurrected. Well, sounds like this game ain't over yet. Alright, leave it to me. Don't speak, save your strength. Drac, I wanted to live like you, freely, as friends. Well, you went a really bad way about it. But, you know, you tried. Yes, I would like to save my progress after that nightmare of a castle. After the sunset. Just overwrite it again for safety, why not? That's the end of a chapter. Drac and his troops, after following Richter Lasanti to Renaculus, were eventually able to force the surrender of Ostoria Castle. In Ostoria Castle, there were startling events. The rumors regarding the murder of Lord William and Lady Militia being possessed caused a state of panic. However, the superstitious people of Renaculus gave a warm reception to Drac and his comrades for exorcising the evil spirit from the castle. Ivana Batrol, the oldest daughter of the former Lord William, helped to calm the people's fears. Drac and his comrades, stationed at Astoria's castle, were searching for Neris and researching the history of the island, the Batrols, and the spear. Drac was deeply upset over the loss of his friend Richter, despite their falling out. However, if Richter's father, the Duke, learned of Richter's death, he would surely take some kind of action. Drac was running out of time. Meanwhile, a new year had begun. One winter day, under a rare blue sky, Drac tracked down the whereabouts of Lord Neris and prepared to chase after him. Neris on the run with the spear fragment, the peculiar twins helping him, the sacred spear Longcolnus that lost its power, the enigmatic being that possessed Militia. Drac headed for the snow-capped mountains of the north to solve these mysteries. No one knows what awaits him there. And we are admittedly probably not going to find out until the next time I play this, because it has gotten entirely too late at this point. Ivana, tell us what you know. My father died 15 years ago, at the end of the year when Lodis's troops landed on this island. At that time, my grandmother was looking after me, but I returned to the castle after hearing news of my father's death. Because my mother didn't know much about politics, and because my sister and I were still young, she didn't have any objections to my uncle becoming lord. So we left the castle and moved to a villa in the country. I thought you had said that your sister passed away. That's right. When she was 13, she died from a sickness. Just like my father, she was always in poor health. Doctors told us not to expect her to live a very long life. Before becoming lord, Uncle Neris seemed so strong and intelligent. As it turned out, he was only seeking power. While I was serving as a knight for the castle, he asked on more than one occasion if I knew of something that had been handed down in the family. He must have been referring to the spear. He's been after it for a while then. When I think about it, you're probably right. At about the same time, rumors began to circulate. People were saying that my father had been murdered. I had my own suspicions, so I left the troops of Renaculus. I had already told you what happened after that. Do you know anything about those two spellcasters? No, but my uncle must have had some reason for giving them such important positions. I assume they're related to Shahar, considering they have dark magic that they use very freely. They're quite powerful, and they've been hanging around ever since this whole situation started. There's most likely a connection between them. There's still many things to be done. Now that we've gained control over this castle, what will you do? If my uncle really has pledged himself to darkness, then I must go after him and try to stop him. I understand. I'd like you to stay and listen to the report. Your report, please. Yes, sir. After researching in the castle library, we were able to find several documents that caught our attention, as well as a genealogy of the Batrols. We learned that there was a family member named Lucius who had a child with a woman named Selenia. Well, we knew most of that up until the name there. You found the name, which is great. Lucius, he's the one that Evra fell in love with, and what Richter said must be true. Later, his son became lord and recorded some interesting information. He wrote that the sacred weapon lent to the mermaid by God was a beautiful black spear. However, its whereabouts were unknown. A knight who remained stationed in the castle shared some folklore about the region. According to legend, this island was made by God to serve as a prison. Prison? But why? Presumably for the demon thing we're fighting. He spoke of a sinful angel sleeping in a mountain range on the northern part of the island. The mountains are where our God reaches down to our world, the border between heaven and earth. This island is home to such a mystic place. Anyway, first we must head for the snow-covered fields of the north. Meanwhile, up here, the legendary Archangel, why did he betray God? Maybe it was too much for him. He could have been the closest to God, the brightest existence. Am I chasing Lucifer? Angels, those from heaven, sent to Earth by God's will to mediate between God and humans. They're said to have fought alongside humans during the legendary Ogre battle. Title drop of sorts. Where did you hear that? During my training as an officer, we were taught that angels are messengers who convey God's word. But why would an angel be imprisoned on this island? Not to mention that, why would other angels be helping him? Because he disobeyed God's orders. Sybil, you're back. Angels must obey God's orders. To do otherwise is considered a sin. The punishment received for such an offense is to fall from heaven. The descent to earth means the loss of both power and beauty. It must have been the most shameful punishment the residents of heaven could receive. God loved people and ordered the angels to fight for them, but one angel did not want to. Eleanor? The angel loved God, and he wanted God to love him as much as he loved humans. Out of envy, he started a rebellion to draw God's attention, but because of it, he was cast out of heaven. This was a story well known by any child before the Reformation. He envied us? Well, yeah, it's the good old split between two children situation, where one child may think that their parent cares more for the other child by too great a degree. That's right. His jealousy turned his heart black. God sealed him in the land of eternal ice without means of escape, and sentenced him to an eternity of repentance. The same as him. Remember the one who took control of Richter? He said that he thrived on envy. Lord Battrell was jealous of his brother. Richter envied me, and Why do people envy others? Got a list of reasons for that one. Comparing ourselves to others is the only way to measure our existence. Well, that's not true. But that's what enough of these people believe that it became a problem. I learned that the word Longcolnus originally meant longhorn. You're a little late on that one. A black horn is more fitting than a beautiful halo for a fallen angel. You're headed to the mountains in the north, aren't you? I'm glad I made it back in time. I'd like to go with you from now on. Absolutely. I was hoping you'd return. Please join us. I'm sorry it took so long. You missed an entire castle siege, but that's okay. Hey, I trusted that you'd come back. Eleanor, you don't know anything about your birth? The furthest back that she can remember is when she lived in Sotavento. Even Bearer of Rose is barely a memory for her. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden, Sybil? Is something wrong? It's nothing. I'm sorry that I asked such a silly question. She's definitely got other wheels spinning still, and I still don't entirely trust her, but I'd rather have her where I can keep an eye on her. Huh? Why is that a non-hostile location? Or is that where that might be where we landed originally. Way back at the beginning of the game. Now we got snow boots now, which prevent slipping on ice. Might be needing those. We can hire fairies here. I'm so glad. I should check to see if we can... God damn it. Well, stopping hiccuping would be great. Any new spells? Nope. Well, with that, we will stop for the day. Having gone 2 hours over my intended time because of how long the castle fights were. Because of just how long it took to push through the... honestly, mostly that first castle fight. The second castle fight was actually not bad, and the throne room and everything after was kind of a cakewalk, relatively. Which is kind of wild if you think about it. I'll take a quick look around to see if there's anybody I really want to raid, but I am worn, and I do need to go to bed reasonably soon-ish. Because remember, we're starting early tomorrow to play Enshrouded with Xeno some more. So unless there's somebody I'm like, hell yeah, I absolutely must raid them. Oh! Well, there's a convenient opportunity, actually, so... What the hell? Well, that's interesting. I pressed the raid button and it completely reloaded my stream manager for a moment. So that's interesting. But we ended up raiding into my good friend Nimble Squid the other night when we were playing with everybody. But he is still up and about on a late stream again. So how about we go see what he's up to, shall we? I do like all of these labels here where it says whether somebody's raided you or been raided in the last 30 days, whether you're subbed to each other. Oh, he's literally just started too, so this is perfect. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Like I said, tomorrow we will be doing more Enshrouded with Xeno. We'll be starting... I told her an hour earlier than we had been, so it should be 12 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. Might end up being 12:30 or 1. It'll depend on how things play out. Keep an eye on social media for all of your news needs there. As much as I'm loath to suggest people look at social media for anything these days. Saturday, we'll probably be doing that Lurk It stream I told you I was going to do on Monday that fell through. For Dark Gravity, and next week sometime I'll be playing Nightingale because I got gifted it and I tried it out and I have very much enjoyed it so far, so we'll be doing something with that for sure. We'll see if I can hook any people to play it or not. It'll probably be just me. But like I said, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Be good to Squid, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.